everyone. We will begin the conference shortly. I request everyone to kindly sit it down. Good morning, everyone. We will start the conference after a few minutes, so I kindly request everyone to be seated. Thank you. morning, everyone. May I kindly request all of you to kindly switch your mobile phone to silent mode or aeroplane mode to avoid any interruption during the session. To begin with, allow me to recite a short prayer to the deity of compassion. To the Supreme Compassionate One, may this event and outcomes that follow benefit all sentient beings. May we all find wisdom and courage to serve the humility and compassion. It is my utmost honor to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Professor Avinash Chandra Pandiji, who is Director of Inter-University of Facility Center, IUAC Delhi, and our guest of honor, Professor Vivek Sunijaji, who is the former Pro-Vice Chancellor and former Head and Dean of the Faculty of Management Study, Delhi University. Mr. Masterji, who is revered spiritual life master, public lecturer, and a motivational speaker. Our esteemed guest, keynote speaker, Professor Michel Bilbao from the quantum physics perspective, who is the Director of Research at CNRS France, and our keynote speaker from the Buddhist perspective, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, Director of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. And our distinguished speakers and our participants for today's conference. It is both an honor and privilege to welcome all to this exciting conference, where we embark on profound explorations of deep connection between quantum physics and Buddhist philosophy. My name is Pempatun, and I am the Deputy Program Coordinator at Tibet House, New Delhi. It is a great honor for me to moderate today's inaugural session. I would also like to welcome our chairperson and our distinguished speakers and the very convener of today's conference, Professor C.C. Roy-ji, for investing their time and effort to build the very foundations of this conference. Last, but certainly not the least, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the participants who have joined with us today. Your presence and activity engagement in this important dialogue reflect your commitment to advancing our collectivity, understanding the deep connection between quantum physics and Buddhist philosophy. Thank you for being here and contributing to the success of this event. Now may I request our chief guest, Professor Avinash Chandra Pandiji, and our guest of honor, Professor Vivek Sunijaji, and Masterji, and our keynote speaker, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, and Professor C.C. Roy to kindly come forward on the stage and light the lamp of eternal wisdom and proceed to the dais. Thank you, everyone. Now, may I kindly request our Director, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, to offer souvenir and traditional white scarf khada to our chief guest, Professor Avinash Chandra Pandeyji, and our guest of honor, Professor Vivek Sunijaji, and Master Ji, and as Professor C.C. Roy ji, as a token of our heartfelt appreciation and gratitude. Please, everyone, welcome our chief guest, Venerable Professor Avinash Chandra Pandeyji. Professor C.C. Roy, Professor Vivek Sunijaji, our guest of honor. And we have Master Ji, our guest of honor. And our convener of this conference, Professor C.C. Roy ji. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula. Moving on to our next curriculum, I would like to request my colleague, Mrs. Kunga Chundanla, to kindly introduce Tibet House and its various programs and activities. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, Ms. Pemba Dunla. And my name is, first of all, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kunga Chundan. I'm the program coordinator at Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. And first of all, I would like to welcome all of you today for this lovely conference on quantum theory and ontology of Shunyata, Series 8. And I would like to, before we begin this inaugural session, I would like to give you a brief introduction about Tibet House and its various programs and activities. Before we begin this conference, as I've already mentioned that I would like to describe about the Tibet House activities. So Tibet House, New Delhi was first established in the year 1965 by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet for the purpose of preserving the cultural heritage at the time when it faced forceful challenges in Tibet, as well as for providing a center for Tibetan culture and Buddhist studies. His Holiness the Dalai Lama's recurring emphasis on developing a sense of universal harmony and compassion as its own effective antidote to global suffering, together with the needs with a meaningful exchange between different religious and cultural tradition, also had a profound effect on the purpose and its activities of Tibet House. Tibet House aims to bring together Buddhist masters and Tibetologists, people across different disciplines, students and practitioners, and the common man through its various programs and events. Tibet House continues to expand its objective in saving Tibet's heritage and in exploring and working towards Tibet House's potential contribution to the ethical development of the modern society. Over a period of 5 decades since its inception, Tibet House has come to recognize as a significant institution for the dissemination of Tibetan culture and for the Nalanda Buddhist studies. Excuse me, please. Thank you. So Tibet House is a 5-story facility which has a museum of valuable Tibetan art and artifacts, as well as a library with nearly 5,000 volumes of manuscripts and books, a resource center, a conference hall, and a gallery. Tibet House offers various study programs on Nalanda Buddhist philosophy, conferences on interdisciplinary subjects such as neuroscience and Buddhist psychology, quantum physics, spiritual ecology, and universal ethics. A publication unit which publishes several books a year, and a program division which regularly organizes lectures, seminars, conferences, film screenings, and exhibitions. Tibet House also offers 4 different courses on Buddhist philosophy and psychology, and a Tibetan language course. Tibet House was firstly the first batch of Nalanda Master's Course, which was launched in the year 9th December 2016 on the occasion of 51st anniversary of Tibet House, New Delhi, in the gracious presence of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, along with Sri Kiran Rijijuji, the Union State Minister of Home Affairs, and Sri Najib Jung, Lieutenant Governor of New Delhi. The first batch of Nalanda Master's Course was completed with 954 students from 44 different countries. Second batch of Nalanda Master's Course on Nalanda Buddhist philosophy was started in July. Was started in the year July 2023, which with around 1,800 students enrolled from 44 different countries. Secondly, as you can see, this is the picture of the first batch of the Nalanda Master's Course. Secondly, the Nalanda Diploma course, which was launched in the year 2018. 4 batches has been successfully completed so far. Nalanda Diploma course, which is a 14-month course. This course is designed specifically to accommodate people who are more seriously interested in Buddhist philosophy. While being in the midst of busy schedule with other engagements and commitments, till now, we have successfully completed with 4 batches, and in fact, we are absolutely delighted to announce the recent commencement of the 5th batch of Nalanda Diploma course on 2nd October 2024 with a total registration of 2,130 students from 63 different countries across the globe. Thirdly, Tibet House is pleased to announce the successful completion of the 2nd batch of Nalanda Certificate course, NCC2, which had commenced on 7 January 2024 with a total registration of 1,693 students from 62 different countries. We are delighted to inform you all about the commencement of Nalanda Certificate course, Batch 3, with registration beginning from 6 July 2025 onwards. Currently, we are associated with 7,289 Nalanda students from 98 different countries across the globe. This year, we are happy to introduce the Nalanda Introductory course, NIC1, which is a fast-track program, a 7-week program designed to benefit all sentient beings. This course will be immensely beneficial to participants, providing valuable insights and practical approaches for addressing the challenges encountered in daily life. The registration window will open from 28 April 2025, and both the online and in-person mode is available for this course with simultaneous translation in Russian, French, and Hindi. For any queries, kindly reach out to our Nalanda course coordinators at nalandacourses@tibethouse.in. Now I would like to draw your attention to the very auspicious audience and blessing from His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and to the Nalanda students at the main temple located at Dharamshala on 2nd June 2023. On 2nd June 2023, close to 500 students who have recently graduated from or are currently studying in the Nalanda Master's Course and the Nalanda Diploma course offered by Tibet House, New Delhi, received a gracious audience and blessings from His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and an oral transmission of J. Rinpoche's In Praise of Dependent Arising. At present, there are more than 7,289 students from 98 countries enrolled in this course, out of which we have 3,140 Russian-speaking students run by, under the leadership of Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the director of Tibet House, the Culture Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. Tibet House, as you can see, this is the picture and the oral transmission being delivered by His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Tibet House is pleased to announce Sorry. I would like to now give you a brief introduction about the audience we had. So, at present, there are more than 7,289 students from 98 countries enrolled in these courses, out of which we have 3,140 Russian-speaking students. Now, moving on, Tibet House also offers a Tibetan language course on a regular basis. There are 4 levels of learning offered at a very nominal fee with scholarship for students and monastics. Till date, 27 batches has been successfully completed, and the 28th batch was commenced on 2nd December 2024 till 28th March 2025, with a total registration of 180 students and 77 enrolled for the course. Tibet House also offers Nalanda Dharma studies twice a week for Tibetans and non-Tibetans alike, who are native speakers or have learned the Tibetan language at the request of this cohort residing in both India as well as abroad. The weekly public online classes by Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula were continued to introduce them to the basic framework of Buddhist philosophy in a systematic way. The topics that are covered guided the students in a stepwise manner towards greater understanding of Buddhism and provided a basis for further studies in Buddhist philosophy. We are happy to announce the recent completion of online teaching of the Pramanavartika textual studies, Tsema Namdal, after 3 years since its inception. And now I would also like to introduce you to our conference proceeding booklets. As you can see on the PowerPoint presentation, the Theravada and Mahayana philosophy of ultimate reality and its practice, and the Tibet House special edition bulletin, news bulletin of Tibet House, where you can see the academic activities spanning the period from April 2022 to December 2024. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, may I request my colleague, Ms. Pemba Jen, to kindly move on with the session.
Thank you, Mr. Kunga Chuntinla. Now, coming back to our main event today, Tibet House is absolutely delighted to welcome you all once again for the one-day conference on quantum physics and ontology of Shunyata, quantum physics and Buddhist philosophy, series 8. On this note, I would now request our secretary, Mr. Tenzin Kunkhabla, to kindly come forward to the stage and address the gathering with a welcome note.
Tashidilek and good morning, everyone. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Avinash Chandapandiji, the Director of the Inter-University Accelerator Center, and our guest of honor, Professor Vivek Sunijaji, former Pro-Vice Chancellor and former Head and Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies, New Delhi, Master Ji, revered spiritual life master and motivational speaker, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, the Director of Tibet House, New Delhi, and our keynote speaker from the Buddhist perspective, Professor C.C. Roy, the esteemed convener of this conference, and Mr. Michel Pitbull, whose recorded keynote address we will hear later today. A warm welcome to all the speakers, chairpersons, and distinguished guests and participants who are gathered here and who are watching live from our YouTube channel. It is my great honor to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to the 8th series on quantum physics and Buddhist philosophy, titled as Quantum Theory and the Ontology of Shunyata. Today's topic is indeed profound. I first attended a Tibet House conference on this very theme back in 2018 when I was a student from a physics background, filled with curiosity and wonder. Now, as I begin my 6th year at Tibet House, I'm once again overwhelmed by the significance of this intellectual gathering. As Mr. Kungala, our program coordinator, have already shared a glimpse of Tibet House activities, we have had the privilege of organizing such conferences from time to time, where scholars and experts from various fields come together to present their perspectives and to engage in a meaningful dialogue. Today's conference presents a unique confluence of the modern Western science and ancient Eastern wisdom. India traditionally has focused its intellectual and spiritual pursuits on the inner world rather than the external one. It was only after the arrival of the foreign rulers that the advancement in the physical sciences began to take shape here. The culture that prioritizes inner development and understanding is now being embraced across the world and has become a beacon of exploration for the humanity. We are very fortunate to have a distinguished lineup of experts who will guide us through the intricate realms of both the quantum physics and Buddhist philosophy. The integration of these two disciplines provides us with a fascinating lens through which we can examine the nature of reality and the essence of time and the very fabric of our existence. As we move through today's program, I encourage every one of you to stay open to the insights that emerge from the fusion of these two fields. I hope this conference inspires a deeper understanding of the universe and our place within it. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Let us embark on this intellectual journey together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenzin Kunkhabla. Now, may I kindly request our chief guest, Professor Avinash Chandra Panditji, to kindly address the session. Before that, please allow me to briefly introduce you, sir. Professor Avinash Chandra Panditji is an accomplished academic, administrator, and a researcher with degrees in physics, mathematics, computer science, and management. He has been a key member of several high-power committees, including those selecting Vice Chancellor and government institutions like the Indian Institute of Astrophysics and NAAC, Bangalore. With nearly 30 years of teaching at the University of Allahabad, he specialized in materials engineering, nanotechnology, beam physics, and computational simulation. He has held international research position at NASA, the University of Maryland, and the Army Research Lab, alongside leading major collaboration with institutions in Japan and Canada. With over 300 research publications, 19 patents, and 37 crores in research funding, Professor Avinash Chandra Panditji has significantly advanced scientific knowledge, particularly in nanotechnology, ion beam physics, and supercomputing. He has mentored 30 PhD students and developed pioneering research facilities, including high current injectors and hydrogen therapy initiative. His leadership roles including serving as a director of the Inter-University of Accelerator Center and Vice Chancellor of Bondi Khan University. His contributions to proton beam therapy and advanced detector systems have gained global recognition, including Future in Nature. Currently, he serves as a director of IUCYS from 2018 to 2025. Continue his work in scientific innovation and academic leadership. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for nice introduction. Dignitaries on the dais, Professor Vivek Suneja ji, most respected Master ji, Geshe Dorji Damdul ji, and Professor Shishir Roy, who is convener, and all the eminent and learned scholars who have come together to this conference. Finding convergence at this point of time is really a difficult task, but definitely we find a lot of similarity. The way quantum mechanics has evolved, understanding the universe, and also the way things have been described in the ancient texts that dates back to 1st century AD. So before we embark on the journey of Shunyata, we should also appreciate the learned scholar's ability. Shunya, zero, is not a simple vacuity or voidness, but the multidimensional personality of Nagarjuna, being a chemist, looking at the microscopic world, wherein you can find ways by which somebody can talk about how interactions takes place, how different molecules are formed. The philosophical intent by which we have the Buddhist philosophy, the Vedanta. In mathematics, the concept of Shunya is the number 0 and the decimal system. If I talk about the spirituality, it is the completeness or the Purnata. And in terms of sadhana, because he was also exponent of yoga and tantra. So the modern sciences, with the help of functional MRI and also EEG, can find when you have made your mind empty at the stage of Turiya Avastha and Samadhi, the presence of delta waves, gamma waves, and awareness of surrounding when you are supposed to be in deep sleep, again gives a kind of idea what kind of shunyata he was talking about. If I talk about the religious connotation, the Mahima cult, which is known to all of you, and from the perspective of astrophysics, looking at the macroscopic world, so this was his background, and under that umbrella, if somebody is an internal exponent having pragya and exploring outer world with the pratibha, finding what is vidya, what is avidya, my understanding of shunyata is something different, is a creative void. Why I call creative void? Because in quantum universe, we find and we can define the vacuum which is in quantum world is vibration-less vibration. So don't afraid of the terminology which I am using, vibration-less vibration, because in this quantum field theory, and most of the things which come as a natural flow of understanding atom, where we consider electron or nucleus having its constituent elements which are nucleons. The now understanding is the field which fluctuates, and the existence of particle is the exciton. In the terms of quantum universe, the field is described as exciton which manifests as a particle, be it a subatomic particle, or if you go deeper into that, what makes a proton, what makes a neutron, you can find many other subtle world which is there inside that smaller world. So taking into account the basic tenets, for example, if I talk about dependent origination and independent existence, along with the doctrine of impermanence, the example of cell division, meiosis or mitosis, can be, again it cannot be stressed to that extent that I should bring it to domain of understanding the way philosophically we understood the shunyata. When a cell divides into two, up to a certain point, it has a memory. After that, it has got a dependent origination, because it is started from the same cell, unicellular, maybe amoeba or something like. But after that, when it divided into two, it exists as an independent entity, maybe forgetting the way it got created. And that kind of cosmic dance is always found in particle world. You get creation, annihilation of many particles, many subatomic particles, which is the natural cosmic dance in the quantum universe, which we try to understand, we try to theorize. Again, the problem is theorization beyond standard model. If I talk about string theory, the concept of brain, B-R-A-N-E, not this brain, is a multi-dimensional space in which we try to connect or theorize a kind of a string that comprises of different kind of structures which evolve in form of some kind of particle, which may have larger existence. That means the lifetime is larger, whereas in case of some, we cannot notice whether they were there or they just after creation they vanished. The recent advances in quantum mechanics, again, the problem with the quantum mechanics when it was developed, the people who followed the action at a distance phenomena, Newtonian mechanics, even Einstein, even Schrödinger, even the other exponents, semi-classical theory given by Bohr, they considered it as if it is a spooky physics, or if somebody has understood the quantum mechanics, there is some problem. That is what their understanding of the physics which was evolving. Reason being, sometimes there is lack of objectivity. There is a subjective dependence on observations. And then the other important thing is, you cannot have a sort of manifestation which can be easily demonstrated, which convinces us that I have seen pratyaksh and then praman. So under that garb, we have to also try to understand what this shunyata means, how far we have tried to understand the concept of creative void. I'm not going to refer the texts Saptati and Mulya Madhyamika, which was the treatise which talks about a lot of his, and then this all expounded on the basis of logic. It's not that something is being said without having any logical basis. So this conference gives an opportunity wherein we need to go into those details. Earlier, entanglement, teleportation, talking about quantum information theory, in which concept of qubit as contrasted with the bits which was there in the earlier computational scenario. This all gives you a kind of plethora of such ideas which need to be understood in such a manner that we can try to understand the universe with what tools what we have now. So quantum mechanics is one such way of looking at, which was theorized and seen as a drashta by the great exponent at that point of time. And the way forward, we find that this comes closer and closer. I will not say that they have converged to one single point, but the understanding is very close what was propounded at one point of time. So I will not take much of time because I am not going to go into those details of quantum mechanics and tell the experiments and the results, but definitely I try to be as simple and as lucid so that I can convey my understanding in such a manner that we can come together. There should not be a divide, that these are the people who are pursuing physical sciences and these are the people who are going through the Shastras. We should come together, we should have a dialogue, we should follow a way of understanding based on the logical principle which was again expounded by those masters. तो मेरा सबसे आपसे आग्रह यही होगा कि हम लोग जिस दिशा में चल रहे हैं और 8वीं आज ये सीरीज़ है और ऑन्टोलॉजी ऑफ शून्यता के साथ साथ क्वांटम यूनिवर्स को जानने समझने का जो अवसर प्राप्त हो रहा है, विशेष करके तब जबकि वैज्ञानिक उपलब्धियां भी हैं कि वी कैन डू एक्सपेरिमेंट्स। अभी तक तो गेडेनकिन था, गेडेनकिन का मतलब आप समझते हैं थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट्स। तो फिज़िक्स में भी जो चीज़ हम लोग नहीं कर सकते उसको थॉट एक्सपेरिमेंट्स के द्वारा करते हैं कि अगर ऐसा हो ऐसा हो ऐसा हो तो ऐसा होगा क्या, एंड देन वी टेस्ट इट ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ लॉजिक। श्रोडिंजर कैट इज़ वन सच एग्जाम्पल इन विच ड्यूअलिटी, अब ड्यूअलिटी का मतलब सुपरपोजिशन ऑफ स्टेट्स, it again depends on the observables and the observation when it is taken whether the cat is alive or cat is dead. Before that observation, all the states are superimposed. So somebody cannot be dead and alive at the same time. Likewise, the qubit, the concept of qubit having from 0 to 1, all the possible probabilities from 0 to 1 is there, which makes the quantum computer more powerful as compared to the earlier one where there was only 0 and 1, then bit, then byte, and we used to talk about gigabyte, terabyte, and it reached to a level that we cannot go beyond that. Neither you can miniaturize the devices due to Moore's law, neither you can store that much of information which is there. But understanding the brain, finding the creative void which is there when you go to that state, whatever practice you follow, तो जो समाधि की अवस्था है, जो तुरीय अवस्था है, we have done some experiments in which EEG signals were obtained and we found that the sleep process, you are awake, then there is a rapid eye movement, then non-rapid eye movement, then there is core sleep, then there is a deep sleep. So in deep sleep, only your voluntary functions, involuntary functions, we do not control that heart should pump or not. It is not our control. The moment we start dictating using our brain, it will not be possible to remain life. Life will be threatened. But having that state achieved, which can be found with the help of the signatures which we get in EEG. Again, I am not going to go into detail into which wave is produced when in these different stages. A person having the स्थित प्रज्ञता and bodhitva, bodhisattva, जिसको हम एक speak आता है when you are in that state. If you remain in that plateau for longer, you become Buddha. So if that peak is there, during that peak, you are aware of your surrounding, but your brain says that you are in deep sleep. Only you are controlling your involuntary functions. So this is one progress which we have made in the sciences. Likewise, there will be a possibility to have different kind of measurements. You might have also come to know conjectured Higgs boson, where from the mass comes, how the particle exists, how particle gets converted into another particle, and then energy mass equivalence. These are things which we are pursuing, for which we need bigger machines, but the biggest machine is there in the brain, which was used long back, which we do not use these days. I am sorry to say, we are involved into many such platforms where the distractions are too much, rather than concentrating on some issue and finding the solution of the problems, which alleviates the conditions of humanity. Thank you very much, sir, for giving this opportunity. I get an opportunity to see the concepts of Buddhism from very near when scholars like you speak. This is a bliss for me for understanding the reality, not by simply touching something and getting some information about somebody. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Professor Avinash Chandra Panditji, for sharing us your profound knowledge. Next, I would like to request our guest of honor, Professor Vivek Sunijaji, to kindly address the session. Before that, please allow me to briefly introduce you, sir. Professor Vivek Sunija is a former head and dean of FMS, the Faculty of Management Study, University of Delhi. As a flag scholar, he studied for his doctorate degree at the University of Reading in the United Kingdom. For over a decade, he taught at various premier universities in Britain, including at the University of Salford, Manchester, and the Open University. Upon his return to India, he joined FMS as a professor of strategies management. He has served as a dean planning and as pro-vice chancellor of the University of Delhi. Professor Vivek Sunija has published several books and papers in the area of strategy, marketing, economic, ethics, culture, and public policies. Among his prominent books are Market, a multi-dimensional approach to the market economic, Policy is a Sue for Business, and The Economic of Marketing. His latest books, Economic Theory and Policy Amidst Global Discontent, has been published by Francis and Taylor. Professor Vivek Sunija has done consulting and training work for several prominent international and national organizations. He chaired the university committees that has framed the syllabus for the newly introduced course on ethics and culture, social and emotional learning, and science and society. He is deeply committed to furthering society well-being. Thank you.
Professor Pandey, Professor Sisir Roy, Masiji, and of course my dear friend Geshe Doji Damdul, all the distinguished participants and the distinguished audience. It's a privilege, honor to be here. This is a very special occasion. One, of course, His Holiness. It is under his tutelage that Tibet House, led by Doji, brings us all together. And may His Holiness live long and healthily and continue to bless us and bless the world. So, and he blesses the whole world by his very presence. But also he does things, and as a result, the Tibet House does things which hardly any other religious leader does. I mean, imagine, quantum theory and ontology of Shunyata. I mean, which other religious leader can even conceive of some? And this is not just quantum, it's neuroscience, it's spiritual ecology. So the very vision, the breadth and depth of Buddhism as exemplified by His Holiness. And I think we are deeply fortunate to gain by that. So this is a holy gathering. Yes, this is a religious gathering in the sense that we are here to understand what life is all about. Why are we here? How can we be happy? As the Buddha said, there is suffering in the world. How do we get out of suffering? That was his overwhelming concern. So whether it's the ontology of Shunyata, ultimately, as the Buddha said, that's where we're interested in, how to end suffering. So, Professor Pandey did a brilliant job of trying to educate the illiterate here. As Richard Feynman said, anybody who says understands quantum mechanics doesn't know what he's talking about. He said nobody understands quantum mechanics. And Professor Pandey was telling us what are the latest advances there. I'm actually very fortunate because I'm neither a specialist in quantum mechanics, neither a specialist or an expert in Buddhist theory. Yes, I'm the perfect layman for this job. And therefore I have creative license. I can do speculation which neither the Buddhist scholars can do because they're bound by their texts, nor Professor Pandey can do because he's bound by all that. I can speculate because I just dabble in both. Yes, I'm a bit of a poet. Yeah, poets can do fanciful stuff. But I do dabble in both. So I'd like to just say something which is building on what Professor Pandey was saying. So what does quantum mechanics tell us? That the world is an interdependent whole. Shunyata means nothing exists independently. Everything is dependent on everything else. The world is a web of causes and effects. That is what co-arising, dependent origination means. Advaita Vedanta, although Dorji would say there are philosophical differences, and there are, but again, Advaita Vedanta is non-dual. Advaita means without a second, which in a sense means everything is linked together. Now, in one case, you might say there's Brahman, and the Buddhists would say, no, there is only dependent origination, there's Shunyata. But both Advaita and Madhyamika are saying that the world is connected. It's a web of being. Nothing has independent existence. Professor Pandey was talking about the creative void. Things come and disappear, and they're transitory, but there are linkages. And today, I noticed there's so many sessions on non-locality, on correlations, integrated web. Yes. Those of you who have dabbled in quantum mechanics, I mean, the real great experiment is a double slit experiment, yes? And I want just us to think about little on one aspect of the double slit experiment. So you know what the double slit experiment is, that you throw light or throw electrons or any particles through two slits. And if light is moving as a particle, you should see two bands at the back screen, yes? There's a screen, make two slits, throw light, put a back screen. If light is behaving as a particle, you should get two bands. If light is behaving as a wave, then you get an interference pattern. Yes, where the crest meets the crest, it doubles. Where the crest meets the trough, it cancels out, so you get an interference pattern. Yes, but that's what the double slit experiment is. But here's where things get interesting. If you try to see where light is passing from or where electrons are passing from, you put a detector behind one of the slits to see where it's coming from, then that wave nature disappears. You just get two bands. Light starts behaving as if they're particles. Even if you throw light one photon at a time or electrons one electron at a time, the same thing happens. So one electron at a time, you still get a wave-like function. If you're not watching, you're not trying to get which path information, you get an interference pattern. The moment you put a detector, that disappears. Now, what does this mean? Professor Pandey was referring to the observer effect. In a sense, what's being said is the way you measure, the way you interact determines what will manifest. So it's a superpositioning of probabilities. It has the potential to manifest both as a particle and as a wave. Yes, there's a probability of both. It's a probabilistic universe, unlike the classical physics or even relativity, which is a deterministic universe. This is a probabilistic universe. In Jainism, we say Shayadvad. And the way you observe it, so this is a participant universe. Life is not a spectator sport. The way we interact determines the object is not independent of the subject. This is where quantum generally stops. Yes, although now it's trying to do other things. So the decision of whether to put that signal detector or not becomes important, because if you put the signal detector, then light behaves as a particle. If you don't put the signal detector, you don't try to get which path information, then it behaves like a wave. So the experimenter is become important, because I am manifesting whether it becomes a particle or a wave by my decision to put a signal detector or not. I become important. The next question, which quantum doesn't really ask, how is that decision made in the brain? when I decide what experiment I do, which will affect what happens, shall I see which path information? Should I put on the signal detector or not? What determines that in our brain? So there are three possibilities. Our brains can work in three modes. What I'm speaking now, I'm making a decision, just like an experiment. I'm also doing a decision now. Yes? What determines the decision that I'm making now? So causes and effects are fine. Yes, it's co-arising. But if my mental event is the cause, what is the cause of this mental decision? So there are three possibilities. One, my mind works randomly. Yes, I say things randomly here, or I decide whether I want to measure a single measurement or not. It's random. That's one mode. The other is deterministic. There's an algorithm. We're AI, artificial intelligence. We're not intelligence. Everything is bound. It's a deterministic universe. And classical physics and relativity is deterministic. It's not probabilistic. There's no freedom there. Everything is determined. Prior causes and effects, later causes and effects. But it's bound. There's no freedom. There's no moksha. There's no possibility of nirvana. Because it's a bound. Cause, effect, the chain, the karmic chain, if you like. But there's a third possibility. Third possibility is agency. And without agency, you cannot have volition, you cannot have karma. Which means I can be free of my past patterns. Yes, my past algorithms, which are the samskaras and advance. It's not that every time I've been measuring like this, so I will measure like this. No. Today I decide to do another experiment. Today I'm speaking something which I haven't spoken last time I was here. So three possibilities. My brain can work in a random fashion. And the word chaos is the opposite of cosmos. Cosmos means order, chaos means disorder. A random universe is chaotic. Then we can't have any discussion. The universe would cease to function in an integrated, orderly way. So, but our brains can be chaotic. On the battlefield in Ukraine, we can be chaotic. So the possibility of chaos remains. The second state is we're determined by our conditionings, by our cultural conditionings, our childhood traumas, all the Freudian stuff. Or if in a past life we had a pattern, and that we inherit mentally. So we are bound, no freedom. Third, and I remember His Holiness, one of the talks that I went to at Ashoka when he was giving these wonderful teachings, somebody asked him, do you believe in God? In fact, I just saw a CNN interview on YouTube where the CNN reporter asked him, do you believe in God? And His Holiness replied, we believe that we are our own masters. And at the Ashoka, where I was hearing his lecture, he did something remarkable. He has his robe, he put the robe behind, he flexed his muscle, and although Dalai Lama doesn't do any weight training, he has impressive muscles. He flexed his muscles and he said, we believe, I believe, that our future is in our own hands. What we do is not random. What we do is also not purely determined by our past, in which case we are AI, we are in algorithms, we are classical physics, we are relativity. We don't even have the freedom which quantum allows. There has to be agency for karma to work. So His Holiness was echoing what the Buddha was saying. The cause of suffering is unskillful action. And that produces an effect which is suffering. As the Dharmapada begins by the very first statement, Dharmapada is the mind is forerunner of everything. Act and think with a wholesome mind, happiness follows. Act and think with an unwholesome mind, and like a shadow, suffering follows. But what is skillful action? And this is where I think, again, Shunyata comes in. If the world is an interconnected whole, you and I are not separate. Yes, we are not limited by our bodies. Yes, we are not separate. Then what I do to you, I'm doing to myself, because you and I, sir, are temporary manifestations of that one reality. It's like my left hand pinching my right hand and saying, I don't bother, because after all, it's the right hand feeling pain. I, the left hand, no problem. Yes? Suppose I chop off my finger on the right hand, and I say, how does it matter? My left arm doesn't feel the pain. Yes? I chop off the finger. Well, the blood loss will finally affect my left hand after a while. So, what Shunyata is telling us, we are one whole. We might temporarily be residing in separate bodies and so on. We are one whole. So, whatever we do to so-called others, we are doing to ourselves. That's the law of karma. And in a sense, quantum mechanics is just saying that there is no independently existing thing. One thing is at the physical plane, and Buddhism is saying the same applies at the moral plane. There we're talking about particles and, photons. Here we're talking about mental experience of happiness and happiness. But what applies the physical plane, interdependence, also applies the level of consciousness, which is joy and sorrow. So I'm dabbling, as you can see. Yes. But this is, I think, holy dabbling. Yes. To believe that we are, this 70, 80 years that we're here, and that's it. Yes. If you really think about it, it's a rather immature, silly way of looking at the world. And if you do that, that's ignorance. And then you have Gaza, then you have Ukraine. Otherwise, you have conferences like this. Yes. Where we, in the adventure of life, we talk about, and there's creative void, and there's joy and happiness. And life is a great game. Life is a great experiment, and we all in it together. So I wish this conference all the very best. I'm sure, after my dabbling, everything that you'll have, you will be more precise and learned, and I look forward to this. But congratulations to Doji, Tibet House, and to His Holiness, under whose guidance all this takes place. These are unique events. We're honored. There must be some good karma that we can be here. And thank you so much. I don't deserve this honor, but sir, thank you so much. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Vivek Sunijiaji, for sharing your profound knowledge with us today. Now, I would like to request our keynote guest of honor, Mr. Masterji, to kindly address the session. Before that, please allow me to briefly introduce you. Mr. Masterji is a highly revered spiritual life master who is selflessly and tirelessly dedicated his life to successfully bringing lasting happiness to lakhs of people around the world. In 2007, he experienced a profound, spontaneous transformation, unlocking a state of unshakable peace and a bliss that endures through all life circumstances. For 16 years, Masterji has shared his life experience through his powerful lectures called Vanis, one-to-one without going on any public platforms and totally free of cost, and witnessed that everyone from 10 years child to 18 years old grandmother experienced lasting peace and bliss. Masterji went public in December 2023 through his mission to 800 crores alongside the inspiring taglines, happiness guaranteed. Since December 2023, within a year, Masterji has delivered lectures at more than 200 of the country's most prestigious educational, professional, and government institutions and Indian Army Force. To name a few, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the Indian Chamber of Commerce, All India Institute of Medical Science, AIIMS, New Delhi, Bar Council of Delhi, Pathankot, Dehradun, etc. St. Zafar University, NIT, Maulana Azad Medical College, Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, etc. He was recently invited as a key speaker to global spiritual events such as Global Spiritual Mahotsav Hyderabad, International Gita Monastery, Kurukshetra, World Conference of Science and Spirituality in Kolkata. His discourses are freely available in YouTube channel called Masterji. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much to Tibet House, His Holiness Dalai Lama, and all available here dignitaries on the stage, dais, and all those who are here for the main cause, main ambition, aim of our being. The subject, as said, quantum theory and ontology of Shunyata, quantum physics or Buddhism philosophy. Why Buddha is related to quantum today? Why spirituality is related to science today? Now the whole world is going towards the spirituality, science and spirituality. I had been to Ames, Delhi for 2 times in last 2 months, 3rd time tomorrow I am going again. And I am very happy that today science is a thinking of spirituality. I had been to Calcutta also for the science and spirituality. Because unless you understand about yourself, what we say the spirituality, unless you understand about your being, who you are, how can you enjoy the life? If I have the instrument of 2 lakh rupees, it has some qualities. That's why I am paying 2 lakh rupees for that. So this instrument, which you say I am doctor, I am scientist, I am vice chancellor, I am minister, I am star. The moment that spirit, the energy withdraws from this body, who you are? Dust. Going to the cremation ground or to the graveyard, nobody will think of you. Let it be the PM or the Prime Minister. Today we have seen back Manmohan Singh, our great Prime Minister, went to the same Nigambodh Ghat cremation ground. Ratan Tata, the richest man, went to the same cremation ground. Their beggar is also going to the same. PM is going to the same, becoming the dust. So we all coming from the dust. In the mother womb went in the form of drop, and she took the dust through all that foods. Today we are taking dust, energy inside, the spirit conscious, making us to move. When cut from the navel of the mother, the body was dead, inside the energy came, the one weeps, we say birth. Last, when it withdraws from the body, same energy, again we say the death. What is birth or death? Is there any birth or death? No. You are just a passenger in this body. You are nothing. You are nothing. What you have with you of yours, head, hair to the toenail. What you have? Have you bought it from anywhere? Yes, I have bought this, my beautiful eyes from Paris, or my cheek from London. Oh, my brain is so intelligent, you know, I am the doctor, I am the scientist, you know. I have brought it from USA. No, all free of cost. All coming in the same 9 months from the mother womb. Someone taking birth at beggar, someone at the somewhere in the richest family. Some coming with some hard hole. What is this game about here? What is this game? What is this game? Going in the body, coming out of this body. Is there life after death? Where was I before this body, before this dead body? Because entering inside, withdrawing from the body, you say birth and death, there is no birth and death. Who is taking birth? Who is going to death? You are traveler. And you do not know about this instrument, and you have so many books brought inside here. So many books, so many informations in this brain. And that information which you have borrowed from outside, and this brain is not yours, library is not yours, this chip is not yours, and when it comes inside, you say, I am so and so. Huh? Are you really? No. You are nothing. You are nothing, you are just a beggar for one breath coming inside, otherwise one has to pick you up and will not take back somewhere, will take the cremation ground. Nobody will keep you for 2 days. And then nobody goes to the graveyard. You see in the cremation ground in Nigambodh Ghat in Delhi, you are sitting, dogs are pissing on the dust which is thrown there. There may be some big doctors, scientists, chartered accountants, ministers. So this game about nothing is shunyata. You are shunne. From shunne, this game had come, which science is playing the game. It is game, no. Research, proton, neutron, electron, matter. This is the game. Keep on searching. But at last, what we search out is a game. Enjoy the game. Somebody enjoying with the account, somebody enjoying with the science, somebody enjoying somewhere. We all have got the role. What is this role? As per your attachment to the desire. What is destiny? Do you think your brain is sharp? Nothing. All brains are saying, if something sharp, we would not have burnt it. So we have to understand this very secret subject, deepest subject, nucleus of your being is the energy inside, and that had made you something and you are nothing because of that energy inside. Once you understand this, that is instrument to whom we get so much respect, so much saluting, I have my house, bungalow, car, this, that, is only because of that conscious inside. When it withdraws, nothing. Your package may be of crores, but that goes to the negative, to pick you up, to burn you, money is required. So it is minus. So that, unless you understand about this instrument, you are just roaming here and there. You do not know about yourself. How can you be happy? If I bought 2 lakh rupees instrument, I do not know anything about that 5,000 instrument working the same WhatsApp, and I know only that calling. What is the use? This instrument, so big package, somebody saluting me, respecting me so much, I do not know anything about this. You do not know about yourself, and you have got so many books, so many degrees you have. That is what you have to understand first about yourself. Nobody understands. In 17 years, as said, 17 years before, I experienced. Why I am saying I have not read from the books? Because this, you say, shunyata cannot be said in words, cannot be read. Shunyata is an experience. Spirituality is an experience. Religion is the circumference. When we go to the Buddha, Dhampad is the religion. When we experience it, becomes the spirituality. That's why it is said, Buddham Sharanam Gacchami, Sangham Sharanam Gacchami, Dhammam Sharanam Gacchami. What are these three? These are steps. If you want to know about yourself, go to some Buddha Purush, somebody who has experienced the Dhamm. Dhamm means we all are one. Inside we all are one. Complete existence is one. A drop comes from the sea and we put it back to the sea, become the sea. We are existence. You see today Buddha was Siddhartha at the age of 29, and at 35 he was the king, but he just thrown all this because he came to know one day I will die. Then what is the life after death? That made him to search for the life. He left his palace, left that all kingship, and went all around to search. And at last, because of searching, going here and there, at last, When he left everything, he experienced that shunyata, blissfulness. So we have to understand what these all godly people, today is Buddha as God, Mahavira as God, Jesus as God's son, Muhammad as the messenger of the God, Ram Paramahansa as God, Mirabai, Sajobai, Lallabai, Lordju, Socrates, all godly people. What they searched out? Were they doctor, scientist, engineer, businessman? Nothing. They only searched about this instrument first. And when they searched it, they got it. That nothing is mine. And when they came to the point, went away from their ego of I and my, they experienced their dham. And that dham made them God today. And today we are sitting under the roof where we are talking about Buddhism philosophy, ontology of shunyata. What is shunya? Everything zero. No zero. Zero is also some number. Shunyata, blank, cannot be said in words. It is an experience. If you have never tasted the salt, if I said you it is salty, you have to experience what is salt. You have to experience sugar if you never have tasted. So spirituality, Buddhism is an experience. Jainism is an experience. Sikhism is an experience. Those people experienced, they said it, and those words they said became the epic, spiritual epic. You had to go through deep into it. Jin khoja tin paiya gehre pani pet pothi parpad jag mua. Jnani hua na koi. Kabira said this. You keep on reading. But unless you go deep into it, you cannot get that nucleus, spirit inside. And that is, all of us have the same. And that is all connecting to the existence. And that make you as Buddhism, means Buddha, waiting for you after 2500 years. When Buddha, Mahavira and all gone, if we say average age 80 years, you have born for 25 times. Not yet gone to the Buddha's home. Where he is? You have not experienced the nirvana, shunyata, blank. Nothing is mine. You are nothing. So unless you understand deep into it, you cannot reach to that state of completion. You'll keep in the same, going in the same birth and death cycle because of attachment to the desire of outside world. If you are not having attachment to any desire, you are shunya. You are with the existence. And that is beginning the blissfulness, happiness, nothing outside. Everything is temporary. I have come to visit this earth, going back my home. We are all living God, Buddha, Mahavira, Jesus, Muhammad, Kabir, Farid, Guru Nanak Dev, Ram Paramahansa, Sai Baba, Mirabai, Sajobai, Lallabai, Lord Jesus Christ, Shri Ram, Shri Krishna, whatever name you give, all are living there. They are alive, not dead. But we are coming again and again. So we have to go deep into it. It is not the small subject that was just talking out the words and we'll get it. No, you have to experience, go deep into it. All sayings of Buddha or any of the saint, you go deep into it and see any line in the spiritual epic matching with you. If no, then how can you say you are religious, not spiritual? Spirituality is the nucleus, shunyata, if you are experienced. Why I am talking all this? Why? Am I giving some lecture? No, I am warning. 17 years before, I experienced. It is matching with the spiritual epics of the world. Not only Buddha Dhampat, not only Mahavira Vani, not only Guru Nanak Dev, Guru Granth Sahib. So I have thousands of people around the world, those who are experiencing the same. So I took 16 years not to come to any public platform. Today I have the many people. That's what I said to him, research on it. I have gone last year only in December 2023 public, making it mission 8 billion to reach to the last person on this with the tagline, happiness guaranteed. Because once you understand nothing, because all sadness comes because of I and my. Attachment to I and my makes you sad. Once you understand it's temporary, shunya, then you'll be happy. So, to go deep into it, because I know time is very short, and 25 birth already you have taken, not yet received the Buddhism, or Sikhism, or Jainism, what is it? All are the rivers. Wherever you dive, reach to the sea. Like see in Mahakumbha, This was all message, not only taking external bath, but internal bath is required. Saraswati, Gyan, knowledge of this all Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, take inside, make all that Yamuna is the dirty, when you say inside you all this vikar we say, which makes you inside dirty. So when it is pure like Ganga, as Yamuna goes to Ganga, dissolve its I. You know, Yamuna knows nobody will make worship of me once I go into Ganga. Ganga will be worshipped, but still wants to go to the God's home, to the sea where we say God is sitting. And then Ganga also go and dissolve in Calcutta in the sea. Knowing 62 crore people have worshipped me, nobody now they will spit me in the sea, but still want to go to the God home. So you have to live your I and my from inside, not outside. Outside will remain to play the game. But the moment you withdraw from inside, which you have filled up here, I and my house, my bungalow, I am this, I am that, automatically shunyata, blank inside, happy. This is what I experienced. Sisters, I applied on the 1,000 to the lakh, and all is my experience. So you can experience shame, shunyata, and you will see sitting with the living Buddha or Mahavira or Guru Nanak or Rama or Krishna, whatever. And then your life will be happy. So I hope in small, because I know time is short, I have given something which I have experienced. Spirituality is an experience, not talking about the words. It is not the words. It is no mind, no words. Shunyata cannot be said in words, but it is, you will never understand unless we give in words. So I know you all are here thirsty for that Buddhism, to know about the shunyata. That's why we are here. So we have to experience that shunyata and reach to the state of Buddhism, Buddha, where you experience Godism. There is no God, Godism. Every one of you and I had the birthright to get to the Godism. Unless we have that Godism, shunyata, we cannot go from this death world. So 25 birth already gone. So if you want to come more again and again, get attachment to desire here, come back or go back home with the shunyata inside. Thank you. Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Masterji, for sharing us your profound wisdom. Now, I would like to request our keynote speaker, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula, from the Buddhist perspective speaker, to kindly address the session. Before that, please allow me to briefly introduce Geshe-la. Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula is currently the director of Tibet House, New Delhi, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. While being assigned with the responsibility of directorships of the Tibet House, he also gives regular lectures and lead philosophy classes in Tibet House and other places as well. He traveled widely within India and abroad to teach Buddhist philosophy, psychology, logic, and practice. He has also worked on several books. As assigned by the Office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Geshe-la visited the United States in 2008 to work with Professor Paul Ekman on His Holiness the Dalai Lama's book, Ethic for New Millennium Part 2, and the book series Art of Happiness, which we are jointly written by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, such as The Guarded Path. He has written a number of papers for national and international conference on topics such as the paradox of brain and mind, and ultimate reality according to Arya Nagarjuna. He is currently in the process of writing two important books, one entitled Journey into Paradox of Brain and Mind, and the other, What Constitutes the Ultimate Reality, the effect of understanding the ultimate reality. Thank you. Over to you, Geshe-la.
Respected chief guest, Professor Avinashji, and guest of honor, Professor VIII Sunejaji, and guest of honor, Mr. Masterji, and our keynote speaker from the quantum physics point of view, Professor Michel Bidbol from France, and who is going to join us online. And we also have our convener, chief convener, Professor Cicero, and who has been working for this conference all these last several months. And I'm extremely grateful, thankful to you, Professor Cicero, and Dr. Malaji, who has been our long-term friend from 2005, when I first met Professor Cicero and Dr. Malaji. So it's a great joy and honor for Tibet House, as indicated by all the speakers here. And so jumping to the main point, that is the presentation from the Buddhist point of view about the Shunyata. First of all, I also like to bring to your notice that we have Dr. Sushmitaji here, who has been so thoughtfully bringing her students from Kolkata University, all the students here. And in fact, the whole purpose for us to convene such conferences is for the benefit of the humanity. It's not for any other motive. The humanity, what is humanity? As the earlier speakers indicated, finally everything rests on the youth and young minds. So as I'm going to present in my talk here, we are talking about the microcosm and a macrocosm. So the world, who can make a difference to this world? For example, if you let the world be in its own accord, look at what is happening in Ukraine, in Gaza, and all over the world, the border tensions. And go back to 0.3 million years ago, the Homo sapiens first came on this planet Earth. What is that like? Only believing in physical might, material might. This is the indication of a backwardness, where the confidence, the world that the world is being directed by your brain, by your mind, by your heart, that is the maturation. That is the civilization. On the contrary, at the moment what is happening is very sad. That still, although we put on the facade as the civilization, in reality, there's not much difference between what was 0.3 million years ago and what is today. There's not much difference. All just believe in physical might. And today, say the gender equality, the male and the female gender equality. There's a great improvement that happened. But should there be any sense of gender inequality, this is an indication of the backwardness. So that was so imminent back in 0.3 million years ago, and over the last, since as late as 200 years, 300 years, till that point, all along. So why the gender inequality is there? It's all because that this is the indication that telling the world that we are backward. We believe in physical might, we don't believe in our heart and the brain. So, now who can really lead the world? Who can lead the world? This is the question. And of course, whether you like it or not, is the youth. So if the youth is not empowered, then what can you expect of the future world? So from that point of view, I'm so grateful to see that they are really thoughtful, the people like Dr. Swaraji, who brought her students. So that is the beauty, that is the strength, that is the hope of our program here. So with this mind, that who's going to be the leader? So those are the leaders. The leaders can be anyone who can speak and who can manipulate your thoughts. And what I mean by manipulation? Manipulating in a positive direction, in a negative direction, for your personal interest, for the interest of the world. So there are different versions of that. And where it's all directed by the selfish interest, that is a very bad dictatorship, it's a bad leadership. Where it's directed by a very compassionate heart, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Mahatma Gandhi, these are the great leaders to be venerated. So with this in mind, who are the great leaders? Those who can think. Okay, who are the great leaders? This is the next question. Who are the great leaders who can bring a change, positive change in the world, not a negative change, positive change in the world? Are those leaders who can think macrocosmic way or a macrocosmic way? And those people who cannot think of these two, they become a lay person. They remain as a lay person. Lay person doesn't mean somebody who's not monastic. It simply means somebody who just remains flow with the current and who cannot be creative, who cannot bring a difference, make a difference to the world. So we have the microcosm and a macrocosm. So in this regard, so those people who can think of these, as I said earlier, the leaders, the young people, if this is what marks a good leadership, we should give the opportunity to the youngsters, young people, to think in a macrocosmic form and a macrocosmic form. So this conference is exactly talking about this. Relativity theory, talking about the macro, and quantum mechanics, talking about the macro. So here in Buddhist philosophy, there is what is known as the harmony of the two truths coexisting. Conventional truth, talking about the macro world, and the ultimate truth, talking about the macro world. So this is where I like to begin my talk with. So as I indicated earlier, that the good leadership is somebody who can make the world a better place, where everybody can feel the ease. Imagine the whole world is filled with physicists, brilliant physicists like Niels Bohr, Schrödinger, or Albert Einstein. Yet there's a war happening everywhere. Are you happy or not happy? This is not the world you want to be in. So the world, the leaders, should be somebody who can ease the tension, who can ease the problems. These are the good leaders. So with this in mind, these leaders, they should know what creates the problems, what creates the miseries in the world, and how to ease these miseries. So this is a good leadership. So with this in mind, I'll say what physicists try to do, quantum mechanics, relativity theory, what neuroscience is trying to do, trying to go through as our chief guest indicated, the fMRI scan. Through all this, what are they trying to do? They're trying to explore the objective reality. When you speak of the objective reality, we have to get rid of our biases, our subjective, our, say, the background, say, information, some belief system, all should be got rid of to explore what the reality is. So that is the strength of physics. That is the strength of neuroscience. That is the strength of any science where your biases are kept out of the equation. That is the strength of the modern science. So with this in mind, the physicists are trying to explore the reality. Why we're trying to know the reality? Because back 0.3 million years ago, there's no concept of quantum mechanics, relativity theory, or Newtonian physics, no concept of these things, no concept of shunyata. It's just like my food. So whether animals, whether they're lions, tigers, they will eat you up or you eat them. This was the situation then. So then the human thoughts developed, and the spirituality, mostly it was taken over by the spirituality. Because that you see that there are some forces. What kind of forces? You're not too sure. For example, when you're saying the thunderstorm is very scary, or there must be some agent there which is deciding the thunderstorm. And then you believe, create the god of thunderstorm. Then they say in the winter, it's so cold, with the fire, it warms you up. Oh, I'm being warmed. I'm given the warmth by the fire, the god of fire. So this is how this spirituality evolved. And then gradually, the physics developed, Newtonian physics. And then paradigm shift happened in physics also, the quantum physics and relativity theory. So there, objectivity is greatly emphasized. So objectivity meaning that keep aside your subjective belief system, keeping that aside to know the reality as it is. So the Buddha indicated that ignorance, which doesn't know the reality, objective reality, that is the root of the problem. So just as also, although physics doesn't say that ignorance is responsible for problems, but simply that's the inquiry into what constitutes a reality. That is what physics does and neuroscience does. So, in a way, these two things converge. We see the convergence of the 2 points. Say, the Buddha encouraging us to explore the reality, keeping aside the biases, and physics, greatly modern education, particularly modern science, greatly encourages us to stay away from the subjective influence to understand what the objective reality is. And then as the Professor Avinash said, and Professor Vivek indicated, that if the reality is such that the subjectivity cannot be avoided, the reality is decided by the subjective observation, that becomes the reality. So whereas if we come with the belief system that it should be like this, then this is not the reality. If you discover, by keeping aside your subjective, the influences, and if you discover that the reality makes sense only by inclusion of the subjective, the observation, or the observer-based reality, then that becomes the reality. So with this in mind, to make it very quick, I say there's a tremendous need for the intelligence to know the reality. Reality can be very complex. It can be very simple. If it's very complex, we require a very complex intelligence. So the Buddha indicated the need for us to sharpen intelligence and to have the proper knowledge. So the Buddha gives a metaphor that even if you have bright eyes, but if you don't have the light, you will not see the world. Even if you have a brilliant intelligence, but you don't have the right information about what constitutes the ontological reality, you will be constantly blinded by ignorance. So therefore, the intelligence imbued with the intelligence incorporated in the complemented by the proper information, which means objective information, which doesn't rest on blind faith. That is important. That will give you the knowledge. And this knowledge, if driven by compassion, it becomes a wisdom. So there, we see that one commonality between physics and Buddhist philosophy is the inquiry into the objective reality, without coming with a belief system that, the Buddha said it, or this great saint said it. No. Buddha said it subject to analysis. So I remember, this is what I oftentimes mention to share with other people, that when I was in Cambridge, I always used to meet with the physicists. And of course, somehow, since my childhood, like class 9, 10, 11, 12, for 4 years, I was just thinking of becoming a physicist. And so when I went to Cambridge, my main passion was to meet with the physicists and the mathematicians and the professors. So there was one physicist who was extremely, extremely brilliant. At the same time, difficult to talk to. Because the moment you talk 2 sentences, and he will say that there's internal contradiction. And then you don't dare to speak to me anymore. So one day what he said is he made a very bold statement. He said that in this world, and I'm sure that all these young boys and girls from the Golgotha University, you'll be very happy to hear this statement made by him, the physicist. What he said is, in this world, only physics is education. You're very happy? Professor Swaraji? He said that, in this world, only physics is education. And Professor Sisirji must be very happy. So, and then I said, okay, wait, just tell me why. Tell me why. And he said, because only physics allows you to have a critical thinking. All others are imitation of the earlier teachers. Then I said, wait, listen to what the Buddha has to say. Then I quoted the Buddha, where the Buddha said, bhikshus and the wise people, just in Tibetan, this is the Tibetan version. In English, bhikshus and the wise people, just as the goldsmith tests the purity of the gold by cutting, rubbing, and burning the gold, you should also examine my words and put them into practice, not simply because you respect me. Then he remained silent for a few seconds. He said, oh, the Buddha must have been a great physicist. Okay, so what I'm saying is that this is where the tremendous emphasis on the objectivity is required, where your blind faith, your, say, the baggage from whatever learning before, just keep them aside and then go to explore what the objective reality is constituted of. So having said this, I remember that it was back in 2008, I think, if I'm not wrong, 2008, when there used to be a very popular conference known as the Mind Life Conference, where His Holiness the Dalai Lama presides over, and then the brilliant, including the Nobel laureates in physics and in the physiology, and also say in other streams, all the brilliant physicists, scientists, they join in for this conference. And at one point there was Professor Anton Zelenka, with whom he's a physicist, brilliant physicist, and I would say that Professor Anveshi, our chief guest, he and Professor Cicero, both of them, know him so well. In fact, it is said that, okay, physics students, it is said that in this world there are only 7 instruments to do the double slit experiment. This is what I learned from very senior Indian physicists when I was once invited by Professor C.C. Roy for the conference in NIAS, National Institute of Advanced Studies in Bangalore. So one very senior physicist, Indian physicist, he told me there are only 7 such instruments to do the double slit experiment, which Professor the Vivek Sinergy indicated. So he was managing one of these. And I had quite a lengthy discussion. It was in His Holiness the residence. After the conference, he came to me directly. Why? Because in the conference proceeding, I asked questions of quantum mechanics. Then after the conference, he came to me directly and asked me, you seem to have good questions of the question of physics. You can ask me any questions. Then I said that no, conference is done. Now this is His Holiness's palace. This is, for security reasons, we cannot be here. I'd like to invite you to my room. I invited him to my room, offered him tea. Then we had a lengthy discussion on quantum mechanics. And to my joy, 2022, he was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. So that was 2022. So I asked many questions on double slit experiment to him. And he said, yes, we did this experiment. And then I said, how about doing the experiment that way? Because I personally saw that, I personally sense that the experiments could have been done a little differently. And he said that we have done all these. So what I'm saying is that one question to the physics young boys and girls to think of, to contemplate on, is that with respect to so what I heard thus far, all these many years, is that how the electrons, they behave as the particle or as wave, depending on the nature of the experiment that we design. But my qualm to the chief guest here, and Professor C.C. Roy here, and all the physics, Professor Swaraji, and all the physics students here, is that the electron per se, a single electron, whether you send it through a single slit or double slit, it doesn't matter, it behaves as a particle. This is reality. Only in collection, say you send like thousands of electrons, and then collectively you see the interference pattern. You don't see the interference pattern just by what single the electron. This is reality. So I just wish that I got this question when I was interacting with Professor Anton Zelinga. It did not come to me at that time. So today he's already old. I don't know whether I can speak to him. So we have still brilliant scientists here. So these are things that I have some questions. For example, like say the water, where the interference, the pattern is seen in the water, where you send two water waves from the two holes, and then behind that you see the interference pattern formed. But water, individual molecules, they will not behave as wave. They carry the waves. They are not the waves. But they collectively, they behave as a wave with the interference, the pattern. So this is just for the thought. It was my thought for some years. Okay, so next I'd like to say now the next question is, what is shunyata? What is the ontological reality in Buddhism? And of course, I would not really say that in a way, what I would say is that don't expect to get what shunyata is according to Buddhist philosophy in just 5 minutes. Because in the monastic universities in South India, the great monks, brilliant monks, genius monks, they study for like 20, 30 years. And how they study is very different from how we are sitting very comfortably and listening to a lecture for 5 minutes. So we can't expect, but you will get a glimpse of what it is like. But the thing is that if you're really interested, yes, of course, as I said earlier, the whole purpose for imparting this education, very profound education, is to produce good leaders. Good leaders doesn't mean that to lead the world, to lead the nation, but also to lead a family, to lead your community, to lead your friends. So, for that matter, the purpose should be there to make sure that whatever we learn, they have a benefit in healing yourself and healing others, to manage your emotions. So with this in mind, as you quickly touching on what's the correlation between exploring the ontological reality, objective reality, and why the Buddha did it. As indicated by the earlier speakers, that the Buddha Shakyamuni left his palace at the age of 29 in search of something. For what? To seeing that if he were to become a king, then look at his father. He doesn't require anybody else to look at. Just look at his father. His father could not really help the world. Forget about helping the world. He could not even help his own palace. He could not even help his own kingdom. He could not even help the people in the palace. There are so many injustices happening in the palace. This is what he witnessed. So therefore, I should become something different leaders, to make a difference to the world. So for that, he left everything. He was in search of an alternative way to bring about a solution. So with this in mind, the whole purpose, let's not forget it. While going deep into the ontological reality, let's not forget the purpose. What is that for? Is to heal ourselves and heal the world. So all our problems are because of ignorance. Ignorance, by the very definition, is a mind, cognitive in nature, which distorts the reality. Let me repeat it. Ignorance is a mental state or a mind, cognitively, which distorts the reality. The next question, what's the reality? If you know the reality, then you don't allow the ignorance to distort it. So what is this reality? We don't see it in the day-to-day life. Day-to-day life, the outcome is the outcome of the ignorance. We suffer. This is the proof. This is witness that the fact that we are suffering. And the students, I know you are thinking of UPSC exams. There's so much stress. I know that, right? I know that. So the fact that you have stress means that we are under the sway of ignorance. So how to get rid of this ignorance? So the fact that whole day-to-day life is imbued with ignorance, but it doesn't mean that give up. This is not the point. We have to know the reality. And physics is a great tool. And the philosophy which the Buddha taught is an amazing tool. He just went in search of this truth to help the world to get out of these miseries by getting rid of the ignorance. So what is this reality? So the correlation between the purpose of these the searching for the ontological reality and what constitutes the ultimate reality, ontological reality, that is something not to miss. So here I'm enumerating 5 of these levels. So for information, why 5? Ontology. Particularly when I speak about the ultimate ontology. And of course on the same stage, Professor Mugundo, I think, when he was sharing the session many years ago before he passed away, I talked about the ultimate ontology, and he said, "How do you know that is the ultimate ontology? Ontology is fine, but how it is ultimate? This is a very serious question coming from physicists. Is so valuable." So with this mind, say, the Buddha remained silent for 49 days, not giving any teaching. And then the legend has it that the Indra and Brahma, they descended to make the request to the Buddha, please don't remain silent. Please turn the wheel of Dharma. Turn the wheel of Dharma means give teachings, share your wisdom, which made you liberate all others. Don't confine it to yourself. Share it with others. Please turn the wheel of Dharma. Then the Buddha said one verse. Substitute in English, that profound, peaceful, elaboration-free, clear light, and non-composite. Such is the nectar of the Dharma that I've discovered. Finding no one who can fathom this teaching, in silence I'll retire into the woods. This is what the Buddha indicated. So then the two of them made more prostrations, made more requests to the Buddha, and finally the Buddha assented to the request and turned to Varanasi, then started to give the teachings. So he laid the ground. First, something which ordinary people can understand it, and then went to the second level, third level, fourth level, so forth. So with this in mind, at one point, the Buddha indicated that we have the 5 aggregates. The body, in short, the body and the mind, which can be classified into 5 aggregates. And these 5 aggregates are the loads, and you are the carrier of the loads, indicating that there's a self as an Atman. Self as an Atman, something different from the 5 aggregates. So this is one teaching the Buddha gave. Then the second level, the Buddha taught that as what the respected Masterji indicated, that you are the 5 aggregates, the karma which drove you to here, which binds you to this body, and the karma and its ripening results in the form of your body, say good brain or good wealth and so forth. These exist, but the self doesn't exist. This is number 2. The self doesn't exist. But this exists, where the Masterji said, shunya. What is this? You go to the dust, and the dust, even the dogs, they do all nasty things. This is, finally you go to dust. You came from dust, go to dust. This is shunya. And the third, the Buddha taught, all three realms are your mind. All three realms, whatever you are seeing as distinct outside there, they are just the dream that you created. They're all just your mind. And finally, the Buddha taught, even the mind, even what you identify as consciousness or the mind, even that's also dreamlike. So with this, then you are left with nothing to hold on to say that, okay, I hold on this. This hold, when you hold on something, then you lose your freedom, because that you hold onto something, and that you're not freed from that. So Buddha said that, say you let go of many things through cognitive transformation, cognitive realization, that even what you see around, they're all the mind. And then now don't hold to the mind. Even this mind is also like a dream. So this is where the 5 levels of the shunya come into being. So I know that they're going to pass me the paper. Yeah. Okay. Now I'll wind this up, and then to go a little deeper into how to get there. Oh, everything's shunya. I'll explain how things are all like dream. It's not just giving examples. Example is one way, by giving metaphors, analogies. It's one way to explain things, but for example, I say that, the quantum physics. Oh, everything on the macro level, the quantum is operating. How? Schrödinger's experiment. Or on the macro level, the relativity is operating. How? The train experiment, the twins experiment. It's just an example. It's just an example. This example will say the fact should be there. The fact should be there. All these mathematical derivations should be there. And then give the example. Then these mathematical derivations will give you a feel. So this is how the examples help. Simply by giving examples doesn't help us to really understand what it is. We need the derivations. We need the logical and the logically consistent explanations to make sure that we understand how things are like dream. Not just like examples, some parables. This doesn't help. Okay, so these are the reasons. 3 levels of dependent origination, which will help us to understand how things are all like dream, including your own consciousness or the mind. So this is what the Buddha himself indicated. Form is empty, shunya, and shunya is form. Form is not other than emptiness, and the emptiness is not other than form. So these 2 realities, form, which is the macro world, and the shunya, the macro. So these 2 don't exist as 2 distinct entities. These 2 entities exist as a single entity. Single entity coexists, coexisting in a form of single entity. It's not like 2 different entities. Whereas we speak about, okay, by the way, this is, which brings to Professor Antonin Zelenka. This is Professor Antonin Zelenka with His Holiness, who became Nobel laureate in 2022, and to your right side is the double slit experiment, the picture. Okay, so with this, let me explain this part, and then we'll stop here. Say, as Professor Avinashi indicated, that what is a quantum probability? So this is a very interesting topic where you see the parallels between the Buddhist concept of the shunya versus the concept of quantum vacuum in physics. So quantum vacuum, let's say that if you go to the extreme, this is better. So if you go to the extreme left side, you see the white. That is the singularity, which exploded. We call it as a Big Bang. So that was say many of the physicists arguably said that is the beginning of the space and time, arguably. Because many physicists say they don't agree with this. Professor Roger Penrose, another Nobel laureate, he doesn't agree with this. He said that it's not the beginning of the universe, there should be something before that. But the visible universe, of course, we cannot argue. The visible universe, through Doppler's effect, redshift Doppler's effect, we can see that that is the beginning at a certain point. And before that, there can be something else. And what is not visible, the light, still you have to enter our eyes. We cannot speak for them. Okay, so that we talk about the Big Bang with respect to the visible universe. So to the extreme left is the Big Bang, which came out explosion through the what the physicists would call as singularity, and then moving towards the right, you see what is today, 15 billion years from that Big Bang, and what is today. And the scientists may speak 14 billion years. Some say 15 billion is fine. So the what today. So what is that at the beginning? Quantum physics would say quantum vacuum. Quantum vacuum. And it is all these like almost how many years now? Almost 20 years that I was interacting with Professor C.C. Roy for the last 20 years, interacting and learning from him the current, the physics, quantum mechanics, and so forth. So we have been, two of us and Dr. Malaji, we have been friends for the last 20 years. And how we became friends, you may be wondering. So Professor C.C. Roy, he thought that, there are some questions which physics cannot resolve. So I asked this to somebody, a brilliant philosopher. Who's that? Then his Holiness, the Dalai Lama, came to his mind. Oh, I should write to the Dalai Lama. So he wrote, Dear Dalai Lama. Right? I have this question. So there's no answer from physics. So what is your answer? So the secretary was reading, his Holiness is not reading thousands of millions of the emails. So his secretary was reading. And secretary read it and forwarded it to me. Said, Dorji, give a reply to this man. So I gave a reply to him. And then he was asking more questions. I said, if you're very serious, you have to come to the monastery, the monastic university, to study more. So he came. He and the Malaji, both of them came. And then from there, we became connected. So that is our 20 years of being together. Okay, so this is the quantum vacuum to the extreme left. Is quantum vacuum. And what is quantum vacuum? Is it total vacuum? Of course. The physicists like what Professor Avinash said and Professor Cicero would say, it's not a vacuum in that sense. It's not nothing, it's total vacuum. No, it's full of probabilities, potentialities. But what is that? You cannot describe as this or that, because it is yet to take the form of space and time. It's full of probabilities or the potentialities. So similar to this is the concept of shunya, emptiness in Buddhist philosophy. Emptiness and the manifestations that we see around, as you, I, table, food, and so forth. Say these manifestations, they're on the macro level, and the shunya on the micro level. These two coexist. And it's not like stories that you have to believe in. For example, I give say, if I ask you, what is this? Most of us will say, this is water. And the inside, I'm not on the bottle, inside of this, you will say water. And the young physicists may say that this is H2O. And even some of the physicists may say this electrons, protons, neutrons. Right? So who is correct? Who says this water versus somebody who's saying that it's just electrons, protons, neutrons? Who's correct? Both are correct. Both are correct. But this perception leaves a great impact in your emotional world. When you're thirsty, if you see this as electrons, protons, neutrons, you'll not feel like drinking it. When you're thirsty, when you see it's water, you feel like drinking it. So this perception makes a whole difference in your emotional arising. So managing the emotions, to know the cognitively to know the ontological reality, to the subtlest, which coexists with the macro world of the water, of the good things, beautiful flowers, and so forth, versus the macro world of the shunya, which coexists. As said earlier, so the macro world today that we're seeing after 15 billion years ago started from the singularity, a tiny dot, singularity, which is the quantum vacuum. So, which manifests in the form today, that singularity in what is manifested today, these two don't coexist. They exist in two different times. Whereas the Buddhist concept of the macrocosm, or the world that we experience in individual life, versus the macro reality of the shunya, these two coexist. Okay, so this is just, I like to, this scientist, Professor Nicholas Wiggesen, again, who was introduced to me by Professor C.C. Roy. He's a brilliant physicist. Again, we had a great time interacting with him with respect to what constitutes the time. Two of us having a dialogue. And then, of course, he's a brilliant physicist from Switzerland. Okay, so I just tried to read this just for your curiosity, particularly for the young physicists. What is the ontological reality in Buddhism? Emptiness of objectivity of the object is the objectivity of the object. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdullah, for your very profound on the subject, wisdom on the subject from your presentation from Buddhist perspective. And now I would like to play a 15-minute video of Professor Michel Bilbol on his presentation from the quantum physics perspective. I would also like to inform you that Professor Michel Bilbol couldn't come to this time due to certain work commitments. Before that, please allow me to briefly introduce Professor Michel Bilbol. Professor Michel Bilbol was born on March 12, 1954. He is the Director of Research at CNRS, France, currently based at the Archive Horsel, a research center in phenomenology. From 1978 to 1990, he worked as a researcher in biophysics. Later, he studied the relations between the philosophy of physics and the philosophy of mind, in which close collaboration with Francis Varela. He then learned some Sanskrit and published a book in 2010 in which he drew a parallel between Buddhist dependent arising and non-supervenient relationship in quantum physics and the theory of knowledge. Thank you.
Paris. It's a great honor for me to participate with this short video in the conference you are currently organizing in Delhi. The title of your conference is Quantum Theory and the Ontology of Shunyata. So, my first concern will be to advocate caution when we try to ascribe a conception of being, namely an ontology, either to quantum physics or to Mahayana Buddhism, especially the Madhyamaka school. In chapter 15, section 7 of his Mula Madhyamaka Karika, Nagarjuna points out that, I quote, both views exists and doesn't exist, namely asti and nasti in Sanskrit, have been refuted by the Blessed One. End of quote. And in section 10 of the same chapter, we read the following twofold refutation. So here again I quote, "Exists implies grasping after eternalism. Doesn't exist implies the philosophy of annihilation. Therefore, a discerning person should not rely upon either existence or non-existence. To assume that there must be a fixed ontology of any domain of knowledge would mean to have a strong bias in favor of the first option, the option of existence. This preference for existence can favor either intrinsic existence or relational existence, namely asti and nasti in Sanskrit, have been refuted by the Blessed One." End of quote. And in section 10 chapter, we read the following twofold refutation. So here again I quote, "Exists implies grasping after eternalism. Doesn't exist implies the philosophy of annihilation. Therefore, a discerning person should not rely upon either existence or non-existence. To assume that there must be a fixed ontology of any domain of knowledge would mean to have a strong bias in favor of the first option, the option of existence. This preference for existence can favor either intrinsic existence or relational existence, either existence with a self-nature, svabhava in Sanskrit, or existence with an other nature, parabhava in Sanskrit. But both options are equally rejected by Nagarjuna. The reason for his rejection is stated in chapter 15, section 4 of his masterwork. I quote him, "Without self-nature and other nature, whence can there be an existent at all?" End of quote. Even less can we be confident that shunyata is an adequate basis for formulating a full view of being, namely an ontological view. Here, by view or conception, I mean a translation of the Sanskrit drishti. In fact, in chapter 13, section 8 of his Mula Madhyamaka Karika, Nagarjuna admonishes his reader by saying, I quote, very celebrated quote actually, "For whomever shunyata is a view, that one has accomplished nothing." End of quote. So, in this short talk, I want to emphasize that the real connection between quantum physics and Buddhism is not a common ontology. Instead, their kinship lies in the way both tend to criticize standard ontologies, namely in the way both tend to criticize any doctrine of the intrinsic nature of things. Madhyamaka Buddhism argues that reality cannot be captured by means of fixed ontological concepts, and quantum theory has found itself almost compelled to avoid describing reality in terms of the intrinsic nature of its objects, which are elementary particles. Instead, quantum theory relies on mathematical formalisms that are best interpreted if we accept that they are only meant to predict experimental results. In the words of Richard Healey, a prominent philosopher of quantum physics, I quote him, "The main barrier to understanding quantum theory is not our inability to imagine the world as it describes it, but the presumption that it be understood as describing the world. As a matter of fact, in its most economical interpretation, quantum theory does not describe some unfamiliar or familiar realm of being. It simply skips the task of describing what being is in itself. Instead, quantum theory teaches us how to deal with a situation of impermanence and interdependence, a situation in which we are confronted with a continuous flow of appearances that emerge in the wake of our own experimental interventions. Of course, it is tempting for us to take advantage of the previous suggestion that quantum theory is concerned with a situation of interdependence. It is tempting to claim that perhaps this is exactly the ontology we are looking for, a relational ontology that would fit both quantum physics and Buddhism. In Nagarjuna's Dispeller of Dispute, paragraph 22, this is a text that is called Vigraha Vyavartani in Sanskrit. So in this text, the following equivalence is found. I quote it. The dependent existence of things is said to be emptiness. For what is dependently existent is lacking own being. Lack of own being, emptiness of own being, is then equivalent to dependent being. Can we consider dependent being as an alternative concept of being and turn it into a new kind of ontology? The latter option, at any rate, has been taken up by Carlo Rovelli in his interpretation of quantum theory, which he aptly calls relational quantum mechanics. You can find an excellent popular exposition of relational quantum mechanics in Carlo Rovelli's book Helgoland. Rovelli begins by considering the important concept of quantum entanglement. It is well known that in quantum physics, strong correlations between entangled particles defy classical causality, suggesting that entities do not have independent properties, but only exist in relation to each other. This is especially true for a particular correlation, the correlation between a measuring device and the physical system being measured, namely between an observer and an object. Then, according to Rovelli, every physical variable has a determined value only relative to an observer who is engaged in the experimental activity, but it has no value at all relative to another observer who would be content to anticipate the result from an external position with respect to the measuring apparatus. Here, the values of variables, properties, and even facts are relative to the situation of the observer who is assessing them. Moreover, since what defines an object, a particle for example, is a set of essential properties, the so-called existence of objects is itself relative to a network of mutual relations and to the specific relation established in the act of observation. As Rovelli claims, I quote him, objects are only such in a context, that is, in relation to other objects. They are nodes to which bridges are attached. The world is a set of perspectives, like mirrors that only exist in the reflection of other mirrors. So much so that in the new perspective associated with Rovelli's relational quantum mechanics, relationships come to the fore and objects fade into the background. To quote Rovelli again, it's not objects that can enter into relations, but relations that give rise to the notion of objects. On this basis, Rovelli goes so far as to advocate a new ontology of pure relations as the most appropriate view of the quantum world. He doesn't hesitate to write that the physical structure of the world is identified as this net of relationships. End of quote. And Rovelli summarizes this claim by further declaring that reality is relation. Rovelli reached this remarkable conclusion long ago, independently of Buddhism, but then he became interested in the Madhyamaka Prasangika, especially the work of Nagarjuna, and he found a strong affinity between his view of the quantum world and the Buddhist concept of dependent arising. As Rovelli pointed out in his book Helgoland, Nagarjuna offers us a formidable conceptual tool for understanding quantum relationality. It is possible to think of interdependence without autonomous essences which would later enter into relation. End of quote. However, several philosophers have noticed a kind of contradiction between Rovelli's strong criticism of substantialist ontology on the basis of a thoroughgoing relationism and his tendency to substantialize relations. After being used to dispel ontological worldviews, relations become a worldview in themselves. Is this acceptable? In fact, Rovelli maintained his position despite its internal contradiction, but at the same time, Rovelli pointed out that Nagarjuna had warned us against it. In his book, Rovelli rightly mentions that according to Nagarjuna, I quote, relations also are relative. Emptiness is empty, namely, emptiness of own being is empty of own being. End of quote. Thus, if he had accepted the ultimate consequences of his remarkable insight borrowed from Nagarjuna, Rovelli should have recognized that relations cannot be confused with the intrinsic nature of the universe, any more than objects or physical systems are. He should have recognized that even quantum relations are relative. Even quantum entanglement is relative to an act of observation, and that act of observation in turn cannot be reduced to another instance of quantum entanglement because entanglement is defined relative to it. Again, relations also are relative. Emptiness also is empty. I think this ultimate insight is better appreciated by another interpretation of quantum mechanics called cubism for quantum Bayesianism or quantum betting. As mentioned by Christopher Fuchs, I quote, according to cubism, quantum mechanics is a tool that each of us can use now to evaluate on the basis of our past experience probabilities for our future experience. End of quote. Far from offering a description of what the world is, far from offering a direct ontological picture, quantum mechanics has seen that cubism overrides the need for an ontological description and directly instructs us on how best to deal with our impermanent environment. And this environment is understood to be co-created by our actions rather than being intrinsically pre-existent. So just as Madhyamaka deconstructs conceptual fixations, quantum mechanics as seen by cubism then challenges classical assumptions about the ontology of physics. In recognizing these insights, both Buddhist philosophy and quantum mechanics, as seen by Cubism, encourage us to move beyond rigid ontological frameworks toward a more fluid and thoroughly interconnected understanding of existence. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you will have a wonderful and very fruitful conference.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We will begin with session number 1, the very first session of today's conference on quantum theory and ontology of Shunyata, right away. So I would humbly request all of you to kindly remain seated. We will begin this session right away. Okay? Thank you. May I request all the participants who are outside the hall, conference hall, to kindly come inside. We will begin the session right away. Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kunga Chandan. I'm the program coordinator of Tibet House, the culture center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And I would like to welcome all the participants who have come here today for joining with us today for this conference on quantum theory and ontology of Shunyata. And as for session number 1, we have the sub-theme, non-locality in quantum theory, interconnectedness and dependent arising, for which I would like to request our chairperson for today's session number 1, Professor Renuka Singh ji, And our distinguished speakers, Professor Sisir Royji, Venerable Geshe Tenzin Thamjula, Dr. Surendra Pokharnaji, and Ms. Shanti Yanila to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to kindly welcome our distinguished speakers and our chairperson for today's session with a huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Renuka Singh Ji, and our distinguished speakers. So the session number 1, which totally emphasizes on the non-locality in quantum theory, interconnectedness and dependent arising. And before that, I would like to give you a brief introduction about our today's chairperson for session number 1, Professor Renuka Singh Ji. Professor Renuka Singh Ji is a sociologist who taught at the Center for the Study of Social Systems at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She is currently the director of Tushita Mahayana Meditation Center, New Delhi, and the chairperson of Punjabi Sahit Sabha and Center for Social Research, New Delhi. She has also been a research fellow at Oxford University, United Kingdom, and UGC Senior Research Scientist. She has lectured in many foreign universities and authored and edited over 15 books in the area of gender studies, diaspora, and Buddhist studies. Most of these books have been translated into several languages in this of the world. Now with this, without any further ado, I would request our chairperson, Professor Renuka Singh Ji, to kindly take over this session. Please, ma'am.
Tashidale, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here, and I want to congratulate Geshe Doji Damdullah for organizing this conference. We have really benefited a lot from all the conferences that have been organized by Tibet House in different fields of science, social sciences, psychology, literature, etc. You know, I want to begin by saying that it was in 1992 that I was introduced to this theme of science and spirituality through the Mind and Life conference in Dharamsala, which was organized by Francesco Varela, I remember, and the dialogue with His Holiness on sleeping, dreaming, and dying. And I think I was very fortunate to have His Holiness as my mentor in this area. And I've had this opportunity of attending many Mind and Life conferences, along with the Cortona conferences organized by Professor Luigi, almost every year in Europe. So, and then when I heard Professor Michel Bitbol, I have known him for the last 15 years. I think I've been very fortunate to have a direct kind of exposition of phenomenology and Shunyata from him every summer in Paris, and I hope to see him this summer as well. So having these teachers around has been a great blessing for me in terms of understanding or increasing my or deepening my understanding and experience of quantum physics as well as Buddhist philosophy. So the theme for this session is non-locality in quantum theory, interconnectedness and dependent arising. You know, there's another point which I would like to mention. You know, today is International Women's Day, and I want to congratulate everyone on this day, especially the contribution of women in the field of science as well as spirituality. And at the same time, I would also like to acknowledge the contribution of a very famous feminist scientist, Sandra Harding, who passed away just recently. So her contribution to the feminist methodology in understanding science and the feminist, bringing in the feminist perspective, I think has been a game changer in the social sciences. And I have also learned a lot from Sandra Harding. So I would like to point out today that in a world torn with conflict, strife, suffering, and disasters, whether natural or man-made, what is required is to have a holistic approach or an integration of the inner and the outer reality. After the Einsteinian revolution and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and quantum mechanics, we find that religion and science are beginning to converge again. On the higher level of consciousness, all the religions emphasize the experiential dimension and proclaim that the truth is one, the wise call it by many names. Einstein's observation is very pertinent when he says that science without religion is lame, and religion without science is blind. So the objective of this conference has been correctly articulated. That is, to deepen our understanding of reality, consciousness, and the nature of existence. Thus, only the embodied spirit can reflect on the spiritual and only the spiritually awakened body can appreciate the complexity of the physical world. Some scientists maintain that matter and spirit are the two sides of the same coin. In spirituality and now in advanced physical science, consciousness has been given supreme ontological status. A major problem of quantum theory is the problem of measurement, puzzles, paradoxes, and mysteries, positive and negative entropy. So, how can you cross the entropy barrier? Whereas in the realm of consciousness, events are simultaneous, continuous, and even identical. Science is grappling with the origin of life and opacity of death. Dependent arising is at the root of Buddhism's view. It is the notion that things exist in dependence or are imputed depending on something else. For instance, a physical object exists in dependence on its parts, whereas consciousness or non-physical composite phenomena exist in dependence either on their continuity or an aspect of their continuity. Since there exists no material basis for such imputation in any given phenomenon, one can conclude that the phenomena exists through imputation of the mind. One speaks of emptiness in Buddhism too, which refers to the lack of any intrinsic existence that does not depend upon the imputing mind. Thus, things emerge and cease depending on conditions and all changes in the phenomenon are not independent of cause and conditions. Although emptiness and dependent arising on one single basis sounds contradictory, at a very profound level, they fit together in a complementary way. Also, the disparity between what is and what appears owes to the fact that although phenomena are in reality empty of any intrinsic nature, they appear to the ordinary mind to exist inherently. This might have resonance for scientists in understanding differences in the modes of appearance and existence of certain phenomena. I have some questions for the scientists today. Maybe you can respond to them. How do the inner elements affect our outer elements? That is, I've always been curious about. And science has always been self-referential. So how do you tackle this dogmatic status of knowledge in science? So finally, I would say that non-spiritual and unscientific activities will only prevent us from understanding our many levels of experience. So both science and philosophy or spiritualism is required to comprehend the true nature of reality. Now I would like to invite Professor Cecil Roy to present his paper on non-locality in quantum theory and concept of interconnectedness. Just a brief introduction. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Professor Cecil Roy is a theoretical physicist, and his main field of interests include foundations of quantum theory, theoretical astrophysics and cosmology, brain function modeling, and higher order cognitive activities, as well as ancient Indian traditions. He is currently visiting professor at NIAS and has been awarded the prestigious Senior Homi Bhabha Fellowship by Homi Bhabha Fellowships Council, Mumbai, for a period of 2 years from June 1 to 18. I think, you can look at the booklet. It's a very, very long introduction. You've done so much. You're a very accomplished man, and we are very fortunate to have you here.
Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we are running ahead of time, so people are feeling hungry, and me too. Many thanks to Geshe-la. He's a great friend of mine, and last 20 years, as he told, we are in contact and discussing continuously. Still, it's very difficult to reach a point of convergence. So what should we do? I mean, do you have a kind of microphone? Okay. One thing we can do, like, the concepts are in modern physics, say, or modern science, and concepts in Buddhist framework. We need to understand, scientists need to understand the concepts first. Yeah. So, after understanding, we reach a kind of understanding, then we can think of convergence or divergence or whatever may be the case. Because we speak in a different language. I mean, not, you understand, not language in English or Sanskrit or anything. Moreover, the methodology used by scientists and methodology used by traditional scholars like, of course, Buddhist philosophers, they are not exactly the same. So we scientists don't understand the methodology of Buddhist scholars. We want to understand more. So today, in this conference, Geshe-la raised a very important issue. Professor Mukunda is a very senior physicist, Indian physicist, theoretical physicist. He asked, the same conference you organized here, he asked Geshe-la that how to understand the ultimate reality. There are two realities, conventional reality and the ultimate reality, or Vyavaharik Sattva and Paramarthik Sattva. So, it's you cannot give the very simplistic answer for that. So, when we are discussing many concepts like non-locality, connectedness, relations, the next session may be on relation itself, we should try to understand in which context we are speaking. Is it in the world of conventional world where we live everyday life, or in ultimate sense? We scientists, we don't know what is meant by ultimate reality. Okay? So it's very difficult for us. What we can say, and that what is happening in the physical world, what we deal everyday life. So when we are discussing a non-locality, we are discussing non-locality among the physical entities in this physical world. But there are some deeper meanings, and in my short presentation, I will tell you, or I will raise some issues which people should try to understand, that what are the critical issues you should try to understand when you are discussing some concepts in quantum theory. One of the very important concepts in quantum theory called non-locality and interconnectedness. What is non-locality? Let me briefly tell you. Okay. So, in a paper in 1935, Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen, called EPR, they published a paper on in Physical Review on the issue of incompleteness of quantum theory. What they did, they constructed a kind of Gedanken thought experiment. And in thought experiment, what they did, suppose you take two elementary entities, say two electrons putting together, and then you separate the two electrons far apart. Now, if you measure something in one electron, then without measuring what is happening there in the other electron, you will be able to tell what is happening instantaneously. You should understand the meaning of the word instantaneously, because in science, even in Buddhism also, there is a concept of principle of causality, cause and effect relationships. So if you say instantaneously, suppose that you take away the one electron to another planet itself, still then that kind of instantaneous happening occurs. So, as if the information going from one electron to another with the infinite speed. But we know that in physics, the speed of propagation of light is finite and maximum. So, if we say information propagates with the infinite speed, it violates the principle of causality according to Einsteinian idea. because Einstein put forward special theory of relativity, where he said he started with two assumptions. One assumption was that speed of light is maximum and finite. Second one, space is homogeneous and isotropic. So after that, we say, you see, Einsteinian definition of causality. Okay, fine. So this kind of relation we say acausal. It does not satisfy the causality. Okay, this is fine. But in a sense, this is not fine, because something happening in physical world which violates principle of causality. Well, principle of causality is one of the pillars of modern physics. So it's a big blow. Now, let me try to put in a slightly different context and try to bring some arena where you can think of a kind of debate between the scholars, or a kind of rather dialogue between the scholars in Buddhist paradigm and the scientist itself, to understand the reality, not to prove you are right or I am wrong, or I am right, you are wrong. And this paper, of Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen, ultimately it proved it experimentally, and as Geshe-la mentioned, in 2022, 3 people, including Alan Zeilinger, who came here and met His Holiness Dalai Lama, they won Nobel Prize for doing this kind of experiment and show this is true. So what is true? That reality here is non-local. So reality is not locally real. Now, you should try to understand 2 things. One, in original paper of Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen, they considered 2 entities putting together, 2 electrons, 2 photons, light quanta, 2 protons or 2 neutrons, whatever this kind of particles. And then you separate it into longer and longer distance, bigger and bigger distance. Even nowadays Chinese scientists, they claim that if you do the experiments, 1 electron here in Earth, another electron in a satellite in a particular orbit of the Earth, even then there will be correlations. But the real life experiment before that was done, as Geshe-la mentioned, Nicolas Gichot, he is a physicist from Switzerland. They did a experiment under the Geneva Lake. They put the cable under the Geneva Lake, and they were able to show that even the 2 elementary entities, even be far away, like 16 kilometers, still the correlation exists. But, there is a funny story. They wanted to publish the paper to a very good journal like Nature. Nature is one of the best journals. And the editor of the Nature told immediately, we are ready to publish the paper only if you can delete 1 sentence. What is that sentence? Sentence is that they said that the entities can physically go from one place to another. Instead, if you write, the form can be teleported. So they told, okay, we like to publish our experimental results, this is our motivation, let us change it. And Nature published it. So it is after that it says, form can be teleported, can be transformed from one place to another, not the substance itself. This kind of things happens in science, but we want to publish our discovery, and then of course a lot of debate may come, but first thing they wanted to publish their results. So, take home message from my up till now the talk is that we need a kind of preparation of the state. What do you mean by that? You are taking 2 physical entities putting together. So this is called preparation of the state. And second thing, we are saying 2 physical entities, like 2 electrons, or 2 protons, or 2 neutrons, or 2 photons, but not 1 electron and 1 photon, not 1 photon and 1 proton. So the issue is not only from same jati, or same category, what you are doing. Even, electrons, protons, they are all belong to a same category called fermions. What is fermions? Fermions which have spin 1/2 or multiple, integral multiple of 1/2. So not only they had to belong to the same category, but for a particular set of elementary entities. This is bothering me. So two things we need to understand. One is the preparation of the state, and then for a special type of elementary entities. Now people say, well, Michel Bidwell and other people, or even the original person was David Marmin in Itacha in USA, they claim that elementary entities, so world is interconnected because we are getting non-local correlations. But this is not true in general, because here not all the entities. If I say I am here and somebody is outside the room, he or she is also connected to me, it does not mean anything from our experimental point of view. What we had to look, the two entities, very special type of entities, they can be put into correlations. And moreover, before that, we have to meet in a preparatory state. So now my question to Buddhist scholars, whether they have this concept of preparatory state, as well as under what condition they say that entities are related. I can remember one concept in Buddhism, a lot of Buddhist scholars are here, called bodhicitta. So whether we need to achieve a state called bodhicitta, and then we can say Geshe and myself are correlated like that. I don't know, maybe this is my question to Buddhist scholars. So we might have a dialogue between them and myself, scientists. And then also, what are the special conditions under which this kind of interrelations can be thought of? It's not in general, everything is interrelated. This is very simplistic assumptions. This way, you cannot make any dialogue. And of course, I will finish because there are many other scholars. This is the two important issues we are struggling to understand: preparation of the state and connectedness or interconnectedness. And Michel Bidwell was telling of Rovelli's relational concept. Again, Geshe might ask me about Dharmakirti, that in the ultimate analysis, relation is not real. So here question comes when Michel asked about ultimate reality or in the conventional reality. In the conventional reality, well, relation is as real as relatum or relata. But in the ultimate sense, relation is not real. Sambandha Pariksha, it's very famous book on metaphysics of relation. We have a session after that. And also then a lot of debates started among the other Hindu scholars, Bhartahari, Utpalacharya and Jain philosophers. So what I try to emphasize my colleagues here, they should try to point out the critical issues without making statement, well, everybody is interconnected, everybody is such and such. So I request even my scientists and Buddhist scholars, if they can point out some of the critical issues and the possible solutions or possible, then probably a fruitful dialogue can be opened up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Roy. The question that bothered me now was, What is the source of new information, even if it gets transported from one point to another point?
No, what do you mean by that?
What is the source of new information? If, let's say, A information is being transported from point A to point B,
Yeah.
I was curious to know what is the source of that new information.
Source is the attributes of the elementary entities itself, like spin, we say polarization. These are the attributes of the elementary entity. If we change this attribute, then it will automatically change the attributes of the other entities.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to add something to it. Actually, latest book on this non-local universe by Kafaza and Nodula, there they mention that when they are talking of removing the loopholes in these experiments, then it is not correct to say that something is getting communicated through light or some other mechanism. They are basically interconnected at fundamental level.
No, I should. Kapatos is a good friend for long 30 years, and we are collaborators. When he was writing the book, it was in 2000 or 1999. So probably that time it did not come to his mind that what is meant by interconnectedness among the entities. Okay, not all the entities. Say one electron, one proton, you cannot think of a quantum entanglement. What you can think, you can make between two electrons. So this is a very special type, even in the same jati, same category is fermions. So even not within fermions. So how do you, I mean, from philosophic point of view, what are the conditions under which they are connected? Two entities are interconnected. We want to know it. Then we have a fruitful dialogue with the scientists.
Thank you. May I now invite Venerable Geshe Tenzin Damcho to present his paper on interconnectedness in Arya Nagarjuna's middle way. Venerable Geshe Tenzin Damcho was born in Dharamsala, India, went to Lower TCV school, and after completing class 10, joined commerce in TCV Balakope and did a Bachelor of Commerce from St. Philomena's College of Mysore University. After that, joined the Institute of the Buddhist Dialectic School and studied for 16 years on Buddhist philosophy and got the Geshe degree equivalent to a PhD from Drepung Losling Monastery of South India. He is working in College for Higher Tibetan Studies, Sara, as lecturer and teaches Buddhist philosophy and practices meditation, and also works as a coordinator to the different colleges and universities. He has been teaching Buddhist philosophy and practices to the Earlham College and Emory University students of USA and Tibet Fund students, and went to Oxford University of England at Oriental Institute as a visiting scholar. So may I now invite you to please make your presentation.
Trashi Dile, namaste. Now do you hear me? Yes, we are interconnected through the mic, wire, electricity. Now this is with the introspection. Without the introspection, have we felt grateful to them, those who are walking over here? No. Now we do. So my topic is on interconnected. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Geshe-la for having me over here and organizing this. And the first, I just thought like the interconnectedness, it's very easy. Then when I keep on thinking again and again, wow, it's going deeper and deeper, worse and worse. It's very hard to understand, right? During the pandemic, we have realized a little bit on the interconnectedness. We felt grateful to the frontline workers. Now we are on the back, on the track. Who are they? Right. So when we understand the interconnectedness, like we just feel like, oh, I know. But in reality, have we realized? Right. So it looks like very easy, but very, very vast subject. That's what I have realized. So we will discuss on the why do we suffer and any solution for the suffering, interconnectedness and emptiness, all phenomena, how they are interconnected, 3 different types of dependent origination, advantage and disadvantage of practicing interconnectedness. So the Lama Tsongkhapa, he who speaks based on the saying, let's say like when he gave a salutation to the Lord Buddha by like saying, I'm giving a salutation, I'm respecting you. Why? Because you have taught us about the dependent origination. First, as I've told you earlier, why? Just speaking on the dependent origination, why do I have to salute you? Why do I have to pay respect? Right, so this is the salutation. Then, like the Buddha, what he said was like, there is nothing in this world that would wound you as deeply as your thoughts. Nothing in this world can heal you as much as your thoughts. So it's all over here. Then, how do we see the things? We see the things as we are. We don't see the things as they are. Then we get infatuated, we get attached, we get anger, and since we don't know the reality, when we just consider appearance itself as a reality, then we suffer. Then in the Magya Karika, verse 33, the idea of inherent existence is rooted in ignorance. Without understanding interdependence, one falls into the illusion of permanence. Now over here, I just put my picture in front of the Bhava Chakra. Why? Because recently when I was in Nepal, my younger sister noticed outside the temple, there are mirrors. And she just asked me like, oh brother, why do they have kept the mirrors everywhere in front of the temples? Then in the movie Delhi 6, there was a guy, he keeps on showing a mirror whenever someone speaks. And everyone thought like he was mad. Then in the end, there was an elder guy, he was saying, he is the most smartest. Why? He's saying, before you speak to someone else, first look to yourself. Right? Like the same way, the Bhava Chakra, it's written outside the temple, outside the monastery, it says like, before you step in, think about the karma. So rather than pinpointing to someone else, now I just thought like it's a high time that first you should reflect upon yourself. One of my friends, like when she was going through a tough time, we were discussing about the Beyond Religion book. Then after discussing for 3 days, that I realized, oh, why I'm discussing with her? First, I should think about myself, then talk to her. So I just thought like, over here, me and myself, ignorance. Then because of the ignorance, not knowing the dependent origination, so I need to born again, die again, born again, die again, thinking that's like, oh, I'm a permanent, right? So when I have the ignorance on the impermanence, and also thinking that I am permanent and I'm not aging, so especially since I'm a monk, like sometimes I don't think of like I'm aging, but when you met your like brother, the friends, And when they introduce me, oh, this is my son, oh, this is my daughter, she is studying in the class 12, then I realize, oh no, I've aged, right? And also at the same time, like when we debate, we say it's like, subject thamju's impermanence because of being produced. We were discussing about the impermanence for the last 1.5 hours. Then I say, Tenzin, can you just keep me a food? Huh? I've got something to do. Deep in my heart, I'm just thinking that nothing is going to happen to me. But for the 1.5 hours, I was just discussing, debating, I might die, I might die. It's impermanence. But in deep thought, I'm thinking, I'm permanent. So one of the Mahashri discussed about the dust, right? If you have watched the movie called The Clash of the Titans, the queen says like, look, even the gods envies my daughter's beauty. And the Hades comes down and says like, kneel down, O my queen. Gaze in my eyes. You're just a speck of dust. That's what she says to her, right? So yeah. So as long as like I don't understand the ignorance, go through the ignorance, I will born again and die again. Then over here, the Buddha, for the antidote for the suffering, to come out of the suffering, he has given us the two teachings. On the method and on the wisdom, it's more of like character and view. Character is non-violence, and the view is interdependence. Then over here, so the things that I won't read it again. I won't read it. Like, please, you just read it yourself. So we don't have like too much time. So external phenomena, internal phenomena, the nirvana liberation. So over here, the external phenomena. So Tamche, I'm a brother, I'm a son, and I'm an uncle, I'm a friend, I'm enemy of someone else, right? So it all depends on the external phenomena. So I'm just wondering, who am I, right? Then at the same time, like, as for me, the internal phenomena now comes. So most of us, we are giving too much importance on the external figure, right? We just Google it out, how should I make the muscle? We go to the gym and everything. Doctor said, eat this food, that food, but no one cares about the mental hygiene, right? And when something bad comes, we just blame on the others. So all these things, I have got a disgust, I have got a fear, I have got a joy, I have got a sad, I have got an anger. These all are interconnected. Don't think that the monks don't have all these things. I don't know about the others, I have all these. Then as for the happiness, right, external phenomena and the internal phenomena. So external phenomena, it's more of like, the interconnectedness, like, oh, can I have the mobile iPhone 15? I'll be the best daughter, I'll be the best son, and I'll do all the chores. But then the iPhone 17 comes, again we have the same problems, right? So those people who keeps on seeking a happiness from the outside, it's more like sensorial, so it won't last long. So internal, it will be a contentment. Now, as for the nirvana too, it is interconnectedness, right? The four parts, the Four Noble Truth, Eightfold Path, everything is interconnectedness. So over here, the three dependent origination, Geshe Doji Damdula has also mentioned about all these things, so I won't go it. So as for me, dependent origination of cause and effect, this is my lovely late mother, and she is my cause, and I'm the effect. So without her, I wouldn't be here, right? So yeah, like, yes, she's one of the today is International Women's Day. So mother, happy International Women's Day. She might be somewhere else. So here, dependence origination of whole and parts, me and my body. Sometimes what it says is action speaks louder than words, so we don't have too much time, so I have to. So me, dependent origination of mental projection. Tamche, here he was born. So he gave me the nickname, they gave me the name. So even the four seals of Dharma, like the impermanence, then the unsatisfactory, the nirvana, everything is interconnectedness. So that's why I was wondering why the Nagarjuna as well as the Lama Tsongkhapa, they gave the salutation to the Buddha by just talking about the interconnectedness. Don't think it's very easy. Yes, the trees grow from the seeds. Yes, it's very kind of like very gross, right? The more you go deeper and deeper, wow, you will lose. So here, from emptiness comes non-attachment. From non-attachment, liberation. Without non-attachment, there is no liberation. Without liberation, there is no nirvana. So I put the image of the Tara and the girl. Why? Because as for the Tara, the necklace she is wearing is just a piece of stone. But as for us, it's more like very precious. My gold, my necklace. Don't say I love you back. It might cost your love. It might cost your life. Oh, do you know what? So, one of my friends, she got married and she posted a picture on the Facebook, and I told her, look, now you have given the message to all the robbers. You have got the necklace. So the necklace won't say, I love you. Right? So that's the beauty of knowing the emptiness through the interconnectedness. Right? So as for the Tara, it's just a piece of stone. But as for us, necklace, where should I put? In the bank deposit, safe deposit, or to whom, like that? Now over here, interconnectedness, advantage and disadvantages. So advantage being a practical and realistic, gratitude and respect to the others, and also it will help us to realize the emptiness and develop bodhicitta, and in the end, it will help us to attain enlightenment. But as for the other one, not knowing the interconnectedness, it's impractical, too much affective emotions, so impractical. It's what it says is harsh reality is better than false hope. Right? So danger of falling into either nihilism or externalism. Keep on circling in the circle of life and death. Now over here, interconnected in our life, never ever forget those people in your life who stood by you, who were right next to you in difficulty, in your times of difficulty, in your moments of difficulty. No matter how famous you become, no matter how rich, powerful, or strong you become, when you reach that status, don't forget those people who are right next to you when you are nothing. So it tells us the interconnectedness. Now, over here in the nirvana, so the Milarepa, Angulimala are the wise person. We should know the difference between knowing and realization. Right? We all know. We would say, I know it, I know it. Still we are here. They have left. Knowing and realizing. So there's lots of difference. So they have realized and they have changed. Now, time to change and realize. Remember what it says. Just because you went to the college doesn't make you smarter than anyone else. Common sense doesn't come with a degree. So it's important to realize, it's important to practice what we have understood. So the difference between the animal and we should be able to realize it. Like the Four Noble Truths, His Holiness always says, the suffering, we should know the suffering of condition. The suffering of suffering, even the animals knows it. Like the same way, the dependent origination of cause and effect. Even the animals knows it. But what we have to know is the dependent origination of mental projection, right? Then we will come to realize that, oh no, it's too hard. I thought I have understood everything, but I haven't. Then you have changed. We are supposed to. Life is all about changing and growing. So the things that you have learned, if possible, practice it, right? Then it says idea without action is nothing. So the things that we have learned, if you don't imply, then we are like any other animals, right? So the difference between the animals and we human beings is the wisdom that we have. So in the end, I just wrote, thank you for teaching us on the wisdom of interconnectedness to the Buddha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Geshe-la, for your profound wisdom. I always have this difficulty between knowing and realizing. I mean, consciously I know that I want to be happy, but unconsciously I'm still drawn to suffering. So that contradiction still remains. May I now request Dr. Surinder Pokhranji to present his paper on non-locality in quantum theory, interconnectedness and dependent arising. Dr. Surinder Pokhran is PhD in physics, postdoctoral in biophysics, and has done postgraduate diploma in operations research. He was lecturer and assistant professor of physics at 2 colleges in Rajasthan and Chennai, and in Udaipur University, Udaipur. He was a scientist at ISRO for 18 years and was also a chief operating officer at high-tech outsourcing services for 7 years. He has almost 150 publications, including scientific notes, technical notes, papers in national and international journals, articles, etc. Please go through the booklet for his bio. I think I'll invite you to present your paper now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot to the chairman, the audience and the organizers for inviting me to speak over here in the galaxy of experts who have actually helped me a lot in reducing the number of slides which I have prepared. I am particularly thankful to Professor Shishir Rai, who has covered almost half of my presentation. So thanks a lot. So I will just quickly go through this thing. Actually, Dr. Daulat Singh Ji Kothari, who was popularly known as Dr. D.S. Kothari, who just actually encouraged me to work on these issues of fundamental importance, how to combine science with spirituality and science with ahimsa, because after Second World War he was very badly disturbed at the consequences of pure science only. So I am really grateful to him. Now this Copenhagen interpretation, as you know, has been found to be correct, and this Bohr has been found to be correct, that things don't exist unless we do experiments on them. So that is a major thing. Einstein believed in the fact that reality exists like photons and electrons even before the instrument is used to study them. I mean, there are many issues here, but this is the starting point. Now, this EPR paradox has been already covered, so I will not go into the details of this. And this is the experiment used to actually resolve this paradox and to see that there is interconnectedness. So, again, this is a very popular figure, so I will not go into the details of this. Then we have this Bell's inequality. For a long time, there was a question whether the correlation was because of particles and an entangled pair contain hidden variables, instructions which tell them which result they should give in an experiment. In the 1960s, John Stewart Bell developed the mathematical inequality that is named after him. This states that if there are hidden variables, the correlation between the results of a large number of measurements will never exceed a certain value. However, quantum mechanics predict that a certain type of experiment will violate Bell inequality, thus resulting in a stronger correlation that would otherwise be possible. So by adjusting the polarizers at different angles in two photon experiment, joint probability of being detected by detectors, a joint probability distribution is computed. Now, this is Allen aspect. The correlations of spin electrons and polarizations are measured before the change in angle of polarization and after the change by 45 degrees. The joint probability should be less than or equal to 2 if the reality is local, and to be about 2.7 if there is non-locality, and quantum mechanics work at fundamental level. An experiment performed by Allen Aspect and co-workers found that correlation to be 2.69, clearly proving that reality is non-local or is entangled. Then there is another paper by Hans. Then this Jellinger, this work was there to remove loopholes and produce a completely loophole-free result. So actually I will just go a little faster. And the consequence of this is we are now talking of quantum teleportation. That is, entangled quantum states hold the potential for new ways of storing and transferring and processing information. Interesting things happen if the particles in an entangled pair travel in opposite direction and one of them meets a third particle in such a manner that they become entangled. They then enter a new shared state. The third particle loses its identity, but its original properties have now been transferred to the solo particle from the original pair. This way of transferring an unknown quantum state from one particle to another is called quantum teleportation. This type of experiment was first conducted in 1997 by Anton Jellinger and his colleagues. Now, the advantage of this is lossless secure transfer of information. Remarkably, quantum teleportation is the only way to transfer quantum information from one system to another without losing any part of it. It is absolutely impossible to measure all the properties of a quantum system and then share the information to a recipient who wants to reconstruct the system. This is because quantum system can contain several versions of every property simultaneously, whereas each version has a certain probability of appearing during a measurement. As soon as the measurement is conducted, only one version remains, namely the one that was actually read by the measuring instrument. The others have disappeared and it is impossible to ever know anything about them. However, entirely unknown quantum properties can be transferred using quantum teleportation and appear intact in another particle, but at the price of them being destroyed in the original particle. Now, the Nobel Prize in Physics, it was work of these three giants. Professor Disclosure was the first to start with the experiment. Then there were continuous improvements and several loopholes which were there in the experiment were removed over the time. And this Jellinger has has conducted the experiments which were completely loophole free. And if I am correct, that one of the loophole was a doubt that whether this information is communicated through the value of this velocity of light. So, the distance between these two were increased and up to 11 kilometers or something like that, so that that communication through light can be ruled out, and it was found that it is purely a quantum mechanical property. It has nothing to do with any propagation of information between the two. That is the answer to your question. So now, how entanglement has become a powerful tool. It is used in quantum computers, improve these measurements, build quantum networks and establish secure quantum encrypted communication. ISRO is trying to develop a satellite-based system with quantum teleportation facility, and I have seen those facilities just in last week only. So I was very excited to see those things. Now, the extension of the non-locality and interconnectedness to the biological system. Now, actually when we are talking of interconnected system, then you see that the agriculture system is the best example of interconnectivity. Here we have this the solar cycle, water cycle, crop cycle, soil cycle, and this climate cycle, carbon dioxide, oxygen, and so on. This is an example at macro level. But there is another example that in our brain also, some kind of non-locality exists. As you know that, the second diagram shows this photograph of a neuron. It has been found that this neuron consists of microtubules, and when these microtubules are enlarged, they are found to consist of what are known as tubulins, very small particles. And these tubulins act as qubit, that is at a quantum system. So when there are millions of tubulins in thousands of neurons which are separated by distance, it has been found that they can affect each other through this non-locality. There is otherwise no connection, no physical connection among them. So there are strong evidences that the tubulins act as basic units of quantum computer like bits. In classical computers, here they are called qubits. Clusters of neurons can interact through without any physical connection because of this non-locality. There can be situations where such quantum computers are possible even at biological temperature. That is something very great. Now these are some of the comparison between the advantage of this non-locality. One has these vibrations of the order of 10 to the power 27 per second compared to the 10 to the power 17, actually which is based on these local connections. I will not go into the details, these are some of the things. Now extension of interconnectedness to the whole universe. This is actually maybe taken with some pinch of salt, but this Nadeau and this Menas Keptos have argued that starting from Big Bang, the whole universe can be treated as one single quantum state. Then in that case, all particles of the universe are interconnected and there is a non-locality at micro scale and macro scale both. This will bring us close to Indian spirituality, in which look at the whole universe as one single entity. The present science based on reductionism provides only one perspective of reality. The Indian spiritual system provides another perspective. So you can see the limits of, actually why I am talking about this, because the modern science talks about reductionist approach, and we define what are known as conservation laws. So this mass or energy, this variable which remains constant. What is the definition of mass or energy? It is that property of a closed isolated system which remains invariant with time. Then what is the definition of linear momentum? Variable which remains constant with linear spatial displacement. Angular momentum defined as variable which remains constant with rotational motion. These are fundamental attributes of any scientific description of reality. What about open systems which are not interacting? Actually, which are interacting with the rest of the environment. So, a different formalism is required for this. I am happy that our chairman is expert in social system and system sciences. So, I will talk about this, this general system theory. It is possible. It is applicable to the open systems like biological and human systems, which are irreversible in nature, and physical theories need to be used for the closed system. This is an approach to combine biological system and the physical system together. It's a very exciting approach, and it will take us towards spirituality. That is what my perception is. So here the wholes are irreducible to the parts, and whole can be more than the sum of the parts. Then there is an organized complexity. The concepts of entropy, order and information are more important here than anything else. Then systems resist trend towards disorder by importing energy and information from the environment. And these are goal-directed systems. In biological systems and human systems, there are definite goals in lives actually. For example, we prepare budgets. So we fix up some budget and then work towards it. So here the effect is determined by cause, not the cause is affecting that effect. So here effect is actually being controlled by cause. So there is just a reverse role. Then okay, so and these are goal-directed. This goal-directed system and irreversibility are very, very important concept, and it just brings us closer to spirituality and why our great rishis and munis were talking about spirituality hundreds of thousands of years ago. Why? So, Shunya universal rewriting system, and down this Shunya has been actually brilliantly used in science to explain the whole foundation of science. There is another area which I want to cover. There is what is known as a universal rewriting system. In computer science, we have rewriting of our program in assembly language. Now, there is a study in this field that there is a universal rewriting system. What is the universal rewriting system? As per the universal rewriting system, if you write +1 somewhere, then -1 will be automatically written down in the rest of the universe. I mean, it was a mathematical conjecture, but it can be extended to the whole universe also. And the sum of the two will be 0. 1 minus 1 will be 0. That is the foundation of the universal rewriting system. And on the basis of the universal rewriting system, a new discipline of quantum mechanics has come out, which is known as nilpotent quantum mechanics. It is based on the Heisenberg matrix. Rewriting is common in computer science, where one writes macro level instruction in micro language like an assembly language. Universal rewriting system is one through which infinite sequence of alphabet can be generated through a recursive procedure in the sum of number is shunya, that is 0. Thus, if we write +1 somewhere in the universe, then -1 is automatically gets written down in the rest of the universe, such that the total sum of the two is shunya. It is a very original concept, very fundamental concept, and we people should take it very seriously and extend it further. And on the basis of the universal rewriting system, only this new quantum mechanics has come, which is known as nilpotent quantum mechanics, and emerged. And here you know that space, time, mass and charge, which are fundamental attributes of our science or physics basically, all those four can be mathematically derived from this concept of shunya. It has been done. And even Dirac equation, actually which describe electron or a fermion, this has been arrived at, derived from this. So it starts with universal rewriting system and use of principal quaternion and Clifford vector algebra, and has shown that even space, time, mass and charge comes out from this formalism. Even Dirac equation comes out from this formalism. I am repeating it again because of its importance. Hence, the concept of shunya mentioned in Buddhism should be reviewed from this perspective. It is a very fundamental paper which appeared in Foundation of Physics. And when we are talking of this goal-directed system, then in spirituality we talk about dharma, earth, calm and moksha. Now this moksha is coming at the end, and dharma is coming just at the first point. So this moksha, which there is a very specific target, and when we are talking about this spirituality, there is what is the ultimate target? Ultimate target is to achieve moksha. So dharma and moksha leads to convergence and stability. That is very important point. It should be incorporated in the present science. Then I have done some work in Jainism also. Jainism, they talk of a pure consciousness or pure soul, pure Atma, Shuddha Atma. So they have defined 47 Shaktis of a pure soul. So I have done some analysis of this. I just read them as scientists, and I found that they are talking about a quantum hologram. So a pure consciousness may be something like a quantum hologram or something more than that. So that also needs to be this. Now, what is the evidence of this interconnectedness? So this is these are figures of any descent in between, and there is one person whose name was Leadbeater, and on the right is one from Lanka, Jinraj Das. They have tried to use what is known as Anima Siddhi. Anima Siddhi were learned by him. Actually, you must be knowing that Hanumanji had about 8 siddhis. Out of those 8 siddhis, one was Anima Siddhi. And using Anima Siddhi, actually one can reduce one size to a very small point-like thing, like an atom. So Annie Besant learned this. She was chemistry student, and she wanted to learn this Anima Siddhi to see whether atoms can be seen directly. So they have done a lot of effort in this direction, and I just want to draw your attention to this figure, that in hydrogen atom, for example, there is one proton and electron moving around it. But what Annie Besant has seen is these are 6 spheres, that is here. And each sphere consists of, actually, it's a big sphere, and it contains 6 spheres, small spheres. And each small sphere has 3 small spheres again. Each this small sphere has further still smaller spheres. So in total there are 18 small spheres, and each of them can be funneled actually further enlarged in size. And what she had found is that each small sphere consists of these two structures. And actually one is moving in one direction and another is moving in the other direction. So actually there's Stephen Phillips is there. He was the first, he was particle physicist. He has seen this work and he has written a book about it. And he says that these small particles are nothing but quarks-like structure. But we have done some analysis of it and we have found that they are not quarks, they have gone beyond quarks, that is subquarks. In science, they are not even talked about. But there is only one paper by one Japanese who is talking about subquarks. So probably through this non-locality or some kind of information transfer, maybe through a hologram, she was able to do it using animosity. This needs to be further explored, I mean. So there is a connectivity between matter and spirituality. I think I will stop here. So, thank you very much.
Question 2. And synthesizing both science and spirituality. I think we all need to proceed towards, that project. Yeah. And finally, I would like to invite Ms. Shanti Yagnik to present her paper on how the world functions as explained in the Rice Seedling Sutra. Ms. Shanti Yagnik has 23 years of experience in developing software after doing a B.Tech from IIT Mumbai. Alongside her profession, she had been studying Buddhist philosophy in the lineage of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. She was the director for almost 8 years of the Bangalore FPMT Center called Chokho Sumling and the online spiritual program coordinator for Root Institute for Wisdom Culture, Bodh. Further, she has completed the Nalanda Master's Course, Batch 1 under Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdol and is studying in the second batch of the Nalanda Master's Course, along with having completed 3 batches of the Nalanda Diploma course. May I now request you to present your paper. Thank you.
Hello. It is my great honor to be amongst these esteemed scholar speakers. And I wish to thank Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdol and the Tibet House team for giving me this opportunity. I will be presenting from the Buddhist point of view dependent arising, especially as it is pointed out in the Rice Seedling Sutra, which is considered a sutra, so among the teachings of Gautama Buddha himself. So the Rice Seedling Sutra actually talks about dependent arising in terms of the external world and the internal world. When we see the teachings of the Buddha, they talk about emptiness and the subtle dependent arising, they have the same meaning. So, and at the world functions outside as an external way of causality, of course, giving certain causes, giving rise to certain effects, and certain types of causes, not just one cause, many causes give rise to certain results, and the results in turn give rise to their own results. And this forms a kind of determinism, it's deterministic. One of the speakers had said the world can either be random or it can be based on causality. But however, I think the Buddhist point of view is that there is a determinism, there's definitely causality, and at the same time certain things that scientists see in the quantum physics can also be explained. So the way the world functions, the way we experience, and the way we can explain things by inference should not be contradicted by the ultimate reality, by emptiness. Emptiness here is at the subtle level is the lack of independence. So dependent arising and lack of independence go together. So dependent arising explains how things exist, how things come into being, either by causes or just by being different factors giving rise to something in a deterministic way. And at the same time, just because of that and without contradiction, the mode of existing is without independence, without intrinsic reality. So in the Rice Seedling Sutra, what happened? In the Rice Seedling Sutra, as I said, it is amongst this body of literature which is from the original teachings of Lord Buddha. It's actually a conversation between one of Gautam Buddha's disciples, Venerable Shariputra. He asks Arya Maitreya what the Buddha had meant by a sentence that he had said. So the disciples and Buddha were beside a rice field where we can see the external world of cause and effect, which everyone agrees to, including the scientists and ordinary people, that a rice seed gives rise to a rice seedling and so on, and more rice seeds and etc. So they are by a rice field, supposedly looking at this, and the Buddha says, the Bhagwan gazing at a rice seed spoke this aphorism to the bhikshus. Bhikshus, whoever sees dependent arising sees the dharma, whoever sees the dharma sees the Buddha. So that sentence was said by Buddha, and Venerable Shariputra asks Arya Maitreya to explain, which he goes on to explain. So the answer given by Arya Maitreya forms the body of the sutra. So Maitreya goes on to say the phrase dependent arising means that because this exists, that exists. Because this is produced, that is produced. Now, saying that because this exists, that exists means only because of certain causes can a result come about. It doesn't come about independently. And also it can mean that because of different factors, because short exists, long exists. So there nothing exists in and of itself. Then he goes on to say, because this is produced, that is produced. So because of impermanence, things are transformed into each other. So the causes are impermanent, and the result gives rise to more results. Then the Arya Maitreya goes on to talk about ignorance giving rise to karmic actions and so on. This is actually similar to the painting which was shown by Genla earlier, called the Wheel of Life. It was made at the time of the Buddha. So this is another place where it's described. And after describing the Wheel of Life, he goes on to say, if one cuts the root cause of ignorance, one can then come out of this endless cycle of birth and death, of suffering basically, in the circle of our inner emotions, inner ignorance causing all the problems we have. So the Rice Seedling Sutra talks about the internal law of cause and effect in the form of these 12 links. So I'll just briefly go through the 12 links in greater detail. So the first link is called ignorance. That means we are not aware, we have not realized what the ultimate reality of emptiness is. So we don't know how things exist in reality, and because of that we make contaminated actions with afflictions, anger and so on, and these lay imprints on on the consciousness, which later go on to the next rebirth. So just like there's conservation of mass and energy and momentum, there's conservation. Acharya Dharmakirti says, like, the mind has to be given rise to by an earlier point or mental experience. So that consciousness gives rise to the next life, and these go together in the name and form which newly form in the womb of the mother, and then they slowly evolve into the 6 sense sources, through these sense sources, we are able to experience the external world. It's like seeing, hearing, those kind of things. And then because we have those faculties, we are able to come into contact with external objects. And based on that, we have feelings which give rise to pleasant, unpleasant, neutral feelings. So this is because of our own mental propensities and our kind of way of thinking. And then we think of these feelings as very real, and we want to reproduce it, and we blow them out of proportion. And then it leads to, at the time of the next rebirth, just before death, we have a strong craving to carry on. We have strong craving to our possessions and all that, and that, because it's a wrong view, because it's an affliction, it germinates whatever karmic seed we had put in the second link on our consciousness. So it germinates, it's determined to come about, that is the link of becoming, the 10th link. And then because of that, birth happens as the new life is formed again. So we are, basically we have no freedom to choose our experience. So the new life forms, and then the suffering is depicted by the 12th link of aging and death. So aging and death is a kind of summary of a lot of the sufferings we have. And then the cycle goes on. It doesn't end on its own. One has to put effort into ending this cycle by cutting the link of ignorance. Then to go on in the sutra, Arya Maitreya explains that whoever sees, Buddha had said, whoever sees dependent arising sees the dharma. So he says dharma is the eightfold path of the noble ones: right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. So understanding dependent arising, we can produce, everyone can go on to produce the causes for liberation, to come out of this cycle. And then the Buddha had said, whoever sees the dharma sees the Buddha. So it's based on following the law of dharma, laws of cause and effect, the laws of dependent arising, the Buddha comes into being. So we create the good causes, and based on these very real and scientific, a lot of them are provable logically. So we don't try to contradict science. Nothing, I think, in Buddhism, actually, philosophy can be contradicted by science. It's just that it's in the area of the unexplained or paradox or whatever. So we also talk, in the sutra it also talks about the external world of cause and effect, which a lot of people can verify, and the scientists usually work on that. But more importantly, it talks about the inner working of cause and effect and the inner law of karma. Then the root cause of this cycle of suffering, the inner law of cause and effect, is basically lack of knowing the subtle dependent arising, lack of knowing the emptiness, and this kind of not knowing the inner ultimate reality is actually not knowing. So it does mean we are bad people. We don't know exactly how to create the good causes. And why is ignorance or self-grasping ignorance or lack of knowing the subtle dependent arising cause for the pervasive suffering? Is because, as Genla explained, how it gives rise to our negative emotions, it causes us to harm others, and it also at a subtle level gives rise to our external world. And because of we don't have this wisdom, we are creating unhelpful actions, unskillful actions, which come back at a later time based on certain conditions. Knowing dependent arising helps us understand the root wisdom that can help us come out of our long-term problems and give us lasting happiness. And it also helps us to manage our emotional world, because we see things in a more wise way, and we can be more compassionate. And then we can also be able to predict how to deal with things properly. Okay, so that's all for my talk. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Shanti ji. I think I am not going to keep you away from your lunch. It's dependent. Okay. So, since we are running very late, we won't have a question answer session. You can have a discussion with the speakers during lunchtime. And I thank all the speakers for their significant contribution to this theme of our conference. In one line, I can just say that experiencing eternity in a moment, I think, is the most challenging thing. And let's go and have food and experience eternity too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I would like to thank Professor Renuka Singh ji, our chairperson for today's for session number 1, and our distinguished speakers, Venerable Geshe Tenzin Thamjula, Dr. Surendra Pokharna ji, Ms. Shanti Yanigla, Professor Sisi Roy ji, and now may I request Professor Vivek Suneja ji, the former Pro-Vice Chancellor and the former Head and Dean of the Faculty of Management Studies, Delhi University, to kindly come forward on stage and do the honor to present the souvenir and the white scarf, Khatak, to our distinguished chairperson and our speakers. First, we have our chairperson for today, for session number 1, Professor Renuka Singh ji. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly give them a huge round of applause. Then we have Venerable Geshe Tenzin Thamjula from the Buddhist philosophy perspective. Now we have Dr. Surendra Pokharna ji from the perspective of quantum physics. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Surendra Pokharna ji. And then we have Ms. Shanti Yani ji, the former director of FEMT Center, Bangalore. And last but not least, our very convener for today's conference, Professor Sisi Roy ji. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a huge round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Vivek Suneja ji. And I would also like to thank our chairperson and our distinguished speakers. And with this, we have come to the conclusion of session number 1. And ladies and gentlemen, I would request all of you to kindly proceed to the conference hallway for your lunch. And I would also like to inform you all that, since we are running a little bit short of time, so I would request all of you that the lunch break session will be only for 40 minutes, and then we'll proceed with the session number 2, post-lunch. Thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly come back by 2:40 p.m. Thank you.
Zula. Baru daha az action çekiyor. Baru. Ne güzel. What do you think? Maju Changma.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the session after 5 minutes. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We are starting the second session. Good afternoon and a warm welcome to the second session of our esteemed conference. Today we are privileged to explore the profound theme of quantum correlations, metaphysics of relation, according to Acharya Dharmakriti. This theme offers us a unique opportunity to delve into the philosophical dimensions of quantum interactions and examine their connections to the timeless insights of Acharya Dharmakriti's teaching. In this session, we will embark on an intellectually enriching journey analyzing how Acharya Dharmakriti's metaphysical concepts of relation intersect with modern theories of quantum science. This is an exceptional occasion to engage with ideas that bridge the gap between ancient philosophical wisdom and contemporary scientific thought. We are fortunate to have such distinguished speakers who will lead us through this insightful dialogue. I encourage each of you to engage with an open mind as we explore the fascinating intersection of metaphysical theory and cutting-edge scientific insights. Now, I would like to request our esteemed chairperson, Professor C.C. Roy Ji, along with our distinguished speakers, Venerable Geshe-ma Tenzin Harinla, Professor Atul Kumar Ji, Mr. Atisha Mathur Ji, and last but not the least, we have Dr. Utkarsh Mishra Ji. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to them. Thank you, everyone. So now I would like to request Professor C.C. Roy Ji to kindly lead this session, as we all know that, as we all are familiar with Professor C.C. Roy. Therefore, sir, please kindly lead the session. Over to you, sir.
No, it's not on. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. Probably you people will be sleeping because of good lunch, and the session is very typically related to quantum physics as well as Buddhist doctrine, quantum correlation and metaphysics of relations according to Arya Dharmakirti. So why we are connecting Arya Dharmakirti to quantum physics? You might be thought that it's a very esoteric thing, but let me tell you one thing, that as soon as I mentioned, the paper by Einstein, Podolsky and Rosen in 1935 paper, where the kind of non-locality was exposed, and then a huge uproar and debates arise among the community of the physicists and philosophers. Very recently, maybe for the last 1.5 decade or so, another interesting thing came up from that one, that quantum entanglement or non-locality, or called kind of correlations between the two physical entities, that basically it's a relation between two entities. So for relations you need at least two entities, otherwise you cannot have a relation. and of course more entities, you can have multiple relation among multiple entities, it is possible. Now, the question, if you go to metaphysics of relations, I mean whether relation is as real as relatum, that two entities between which the relation exists, like two electrons and the relation. So the question is whether relation is equally real as that of relatum, or relata, plural is relata. Now, if you look at Buddhist philosophy, the famous Buddhist philosopher and logician Dharmakirti, he wrote a book called Sambandha Pariksha, or examination of the relations. Immediately, it gives rise to lot of debate among the other Hindu philosophers and logicians, like Bhartahari, that famous grammarian, then Utpalacharya, then even among Jain, Prabhachandra, a famous logician in 13th century. So Dharmakirti, what he told, or what he was shown there, that at the ultimate level, the relation is not real. So if the relation is not real, you people in scientific community or my friends in science, they might ask, but the relation we think of, quantum entanglement, it is already proved experimentally real in the laboratory experiments. So on the one hand, we are saying the relation is real. On the other hand, Dharmakirti said that relation is not real. But the same basic question comes, which level of reality we are speaking? It is in the, when Dharmakirti said, what I understand, at the ultimate level. But in the conventional level, relation is real. But in physics, still we don't understand what is ultimate level or conventional reality and ultimate reality. So this gives rise to some issues, and we have Buddhist scholars among us. They might shed some lights regarding the reality of relations. Even somebody told me that he wrote a book. He is not here. He is a professor of philosophy, senior professor. He wrote a book that even what apparently there is some confusions when Dharmakirti said relation is not real. It is not true. He published a whole book on this issue. But here I think there are some knowledgeable Buddhist scholars are there. They can also shed some light. Otherwise, we had the problem that in quantum teleportation means you send one microscopic entities to a very distant place using the concept of quantum entanglement or relation. And that is experimentally proved. Like people like Anton Zeilinger or Nicolas Gichon, they did it experimentally. So here in physics, relation is real. On the other hand, Dharmakirti said, no, relation is not real. So this kind of issues are there. Now we have very good speakers in this panel. I will ask them to focus more, this kind of issues, so that it will be communicated to both the scientists as well as the Buddhist scholars. But anyhow, it's very difficult task. Mostly we physicists, what we do, we use kind of mathematical formalisms and end up with some results. It's not so easy task, but I will request them, if possible, they can try to elaborate these points. So first speaker is Venerable Geshe-ma Stanjin Ladon, and his title of the talk is Presentation of Interdependence Uniquely by Prasangika. In this connection, let me raise one other issue also, what Michel Bidwell wrote, or even dependent, I say dependent co-arising, not dependent arising, the Pratitta Samutpado, the doctrine. Here, the essence is that the entities are devoid of intrinsic property or svabhava. Now the question comes, say if you take elementary entities like electron. Electron has a definite charge, definite mass, definite spin. In any textbook of quantum mechanics, if you look, they say these are intrinsic properties. So is it really so? Or our understanding of an intrinsic property is different what the Buddhist scholars think. So I will ask my colleagues here if they can shed something on that, what they call svabhava. Okay, so let me request first Buddhist scholar, Venerable, and I am not making time for the, for their curriculum or works, because you can get it from the book itself.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me here. And so it's such a blessing and honor to speak on the interdependence uniquely by Pasangika view. So it is so profound, and I feel really fortunate to say the Pasangika view, uniquely the presentation of Pasangika views. We consider this the highest view in Buddhist philosophy. But you say Buddhist, but it's actually just kind of reality rather than just someone who claimed to be Buddhist. So when you talk about interdependency of the, according to Pasangika view, it's go to the Buddhas, and then after Buddha, Arya Nagarjuna, Harichandrakirti, Buddha Palita, and then Acharya Shantideva, Bodhisattva Shantideva. So I'm kind of, I feel like I'm kind of, in a way, is fortunate to meeting this teaching and then speaking in front of you, such a distinguished people, scholars, practitioner, but I'm nobody, but I have some kind of devotion into this teaching. And so I thought, well, I should just share a few things that I know. And why I'm showing this picture, it's like His Holiness the Dalai Fortin Dalai Lama, if you know. And His Holiness is the esteemed, the Nalanda tradition, leaders of the teaching, leaders of the humanity, but particularly the Nalanda teaching, and particularly for the Pasangika views. When you say Pasangika view in emptiness as well as the interdependencies. So the interdependency, the concept of interdependency actually makes very unique about the Madhyamika philosophy, particularly Pasangika, or the highest viewpoint in Buddhist teaching. So, so I have these, when you talk about Nalanda, and especially Pasangika, so you have to always just referring to this teaching that who carry from Buddha to until now, His Holiness and many, many, many scholars around the world. It's not really the matter of, these days some people say like Mahayana, Theravada, Hinayana. When you come to the view, the wisdom, the emptiness, all Buddhist schools are, according to the Pasangika views, all Buddhist schools are hold the same views: emptiness, emptiness of objective existence, emptiness of infinite existence. What it appeared to your mind is not really matching, ordinary people, what appeared to you and how it really exists. So His Holiness and Dalai Lama have written beautiful verses for each of the 7 Dalai Lama masters. And I personally have really interesting kind of karmic connection with this, the verses that His Holiness has written. Somehow, interestingly, I think the first time here in Nalanda, reciting these verses with His Holiness. I don't know, some maybe previous karmic connections there. So I always try to, read and recite these verses, even though I don't know much, but I really, really kind of move with this teaching. Where he said, "Ndola penje, tuji raptumbe, pangdo kyoba chongel hayila, tenjun tam yondon and denzeben, tuama yongya kuichasal." So where His Holiness read the first verses, which is salutation to the Buddha, and you can pay respect, salutation to the Buddha, because some Buddha is full of knowledge. And out of many the knowledge that the teaching that Buddha have given on the dependent origination, that just make so unique, particularly the highest view. So that's why I just wrote it, and then I just highlighted the dependent origination. What does it mean by dependent origination? Everything exists dependently. Nothing exists independently. Then some people will ask, why, we want to be independent, why not? This is a different story. Here, all depend each other. And this gathering, I think, is just a very good example that we are all depend each other. So, I don't read, I'll just pick up some, verses things here. And then when it comes to the dependent origination, uniquely Pasangika views, and when you say Heart Sutra, the teaching that had the essence teaching of the Buddha, and it deals the very subtlest view of emptiness as well as the dependent origination. So what is different between emptiness and dependent origination? I was just thinking about how can you really present this kind of teaching. It's so profound, and without study and without much reflection and meditating, probably difficult to understand what does it mean by interdependency. So interdependence, you have different layers are there, interdependence of cause and effect, interdependence of parts and whole, and then the last one, which is interdependence, like mere mental imputation. So this we have to work hard. We need to study, otherwise something cannot come. But just study intellectually, not enough either. So what we need to do, probably you have to go one by one, what has Sutra say, where, the Shakyamuni was observing it's called the profound illumination. And then Venerable Shariputra, and then Aryabhuteshwara, by power of the Buddha's compassion and wisdom, make these two, like Aryabhuteshwara and Venerable Shariputra, they're having conversation between what is the profound illumination, what is emptiness, how the aggregate exists, how thing exists, how thing appear, does it match how it appear to your mind or not? So these details in how Sutra teach us. And I just put the vulture peak where Buddha can give the teaching of Heart Sutra, and then, so I'll just jump down. And here, in Heart Sutra, where you have form is empty, emptiness is form. Emptiness is not other than form. Form is not other than emptiness. When you recited this word, what we get? You call it like 4 cycle emptiness. And form is empty, and emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. One maybe try to get the understanding of the subtlest interdependency, then true reality, how it exists, how it appears. And in philosophy, we talk about 2 truths, 4 truths. A 4 noble truth, and then the 2 truths. So the 2 truths, what are there? Like ultimate truth, and then conventional truth. I think this, the way you said that form is empty, it's negating that inherent existence, but merely negating inherent existence is the emptiness. Emptiness doesn't mean that nothing exists. It exists, but how? It exists dependently. It exists depend on its parts, even depend on the mental imputation, how you really label, how you really impute by the thoughts. And you need to, the subtle thing about understanding about what is the true nature of conventional truth and ultimate truth. So if we take an example for, say, the screen, how it appear to us, how it exists, does it match or not? Maybe you have to do some kind of exercise. Probably not, because when you say, I try to understand how it's really appear to you and how it really exists. Sometimes it's kind of puzzle. What is this? It's kind of interesting. There's a thing there. We eat lunch right now. We go to toilet. We need to wash your. When you're hungry, we need food. When you're cold, you need clothes, right? When you get loneliness, you need friends. And then if nothing exists from the object, then how is this action taking place? When you say action, it has to be like a conventional truth rather than ultimate truth. Ultimate level, does this function or not? We need to think about it. Functional thing only deal with the cause and effect. So emptiness is something beyond that. So, I think do a lot of exercise, learning this word and then use some of the logic and reason that given in the Arya Nagarjuna's texts, such as fundamental wisdom. Oh yeah, another sutra that Shantila has already mentioned about the interdependency and then the emptiness, which is Buddha's are given in the Rasiddhing Sutra. And okay, what is this? Yeah, Arya Nagarjuna's philosophy is really profound, but then how can you really understand this? Emptiness doesn't mean non-existent, it exists, but how it exists, by negating the object of negation, then we will be able to understand emptiness. And if you understand emptiness, probably I will understand the subtle or the unique presentation of Pasangika views on dependent origin, interdependency. So these verses are so powerful. Whatever dependent horizon, that is explained to be emptiness. That being a dependent designation, it itself the mirror way. So, maybe some of you are very new. What is she talking? But if you think, read a little bit and think about it, do some kind of experiment, mental experiment. I think. I don't think we have to go to the lab. Maybe you can. Here we are discussing about the quantum thing, and then what is this? Quantum theory and ontology of reality. I often think about, of course you have. In the quantum fields, I'm zero knowledge in this. But then when you do this explanation coming about the vacuum, energy, it must have some relation. Why not? Because Buddha discovers what is reality is there. He didn't really invent it. He didn't really create it. How thing exists, he just discovered by using the mind and based on reason and logic, using the mind. I don't know about brain, maybe you have to use your brain too, but mainly the mind, I guess. And okay, this will be really important to point out. The Pasangika view is the highest views, and then it's a unique feature. It must have a unique feature. Unique means something that very uniquely presented about the interdependency and then the emptiness. And so we have the 4 different schools: Vibhashika, Swatantika, Chittamatra or Mayoli school, and then Madhyamika. And within the Madhyamika, you have Swatantika Madhyamika and then Pasangika Madhyamika. So Pasangika Madhyamika has some unique presentation. So many of the unique presentation, I've just put it like 8. These are kind of well known in the monastic university where you study, this, and it called like 8 unique point of Pasangika Madhyamika presentation, and rejection of the foundation of all things. So when you look at that, what do you get? You need to think a little bit. And maybe, this is called meditate, I guess, or reflection. Rejection of notion of self-knowers or self-cognizant consciousness. So when you come to consciousness, there are 6 consciousness, and some school make the, assertion of 8 different consciousness. So, and then Pasangika actually reject self-cognizing consciousness. And then rejection of inherent existence of, how do you relate it this? Solid reason. Rangi kita keminimba. Sorry, true, autonomous reasoning. And then rejection of, accepting the hearers and solitary realizer, Arhat also have to realize the selfness of phenomena. So when you come to the selflessness of person and selflessness of phenomena, why I said all Buddhists is when you come to the emptiness and interdependence, probably not, but when you come to the emptiness, all Buddhist school, from the viewpoint of Pasangika, all Buddhist tenet holder need to realize emptiness in order to be able to get one free from samsara. So that's something unique. So without realizing emptiness, nothing can be removed from our mind. None of the mental dirt or none of the affliction could be removed from root. You may be able to express a little bit by meditating on the shamatha, vipassana, but if you want to get free completely from samsara and its causes, and then we need to understand, we need to realize emptiness, otherwise no. So that's one unique one. And then grasping a self of phenomena is affliction. Okay, means like self-grasping ignorance is root cause. Self-grasping ignorance with respect with the phenomena is also root cause of samsara. So it's not enough to realizing the emptiness of impermanent, unitary, and substantial. It's not enough to understand or realize the empty of externality. It's not really enough to realize the emptiness truly existent, while objectively existent is accepting. So what you need to understand is you need to understand and realize completely nothing exists how it appears to you, which means nothing exists truly objectively. Without the involvement of the subject, nothing can be done. So then you may have to go much in detail, more subtle or more kind of vast learning is required. But it's more like it's not really, nothing is kind of connect. It's not really dogmatism. It's something reality. It's dealing with the reality rather than creating kind of story. So that's why I think it's very much matching with scientific way. I mean, whatever scientific presentation, not necessarily true either. Sorry. Of course, we can learn a lot from this scientific view, and particularly about the particle thing and the quantum and the vacuum and the energy things. When you come to the mind, what is mind and how the mind actually impute things? When you say the subtle, interdependency, it has much kind of involvement with the mind. How you really mind perceive it, and how other than the mind really is, how it is actually created by the mind, whether they created by the mind or what. Oh, sorry. Okay. And then I'll just disinclination. One another a unique presentation about the Prasangika is disintegratedness of functional thing has an entity. For example, thing is, what is that? Shiva Ngobo Kilnaba into it, and you say like, it means like accepting disintegratedness as functional thing. And then the last one, uncommon position about 3 times, past, present, and future. Okay, so I'll skip this, okay. So we talk about interdependency, we talk about emptiness, and I will say this is a result of understand the interdependency and emptiness. So this picture is actually, earlier this morning, few people actually present about we had the audience with the Nalanda Master Course, Nalanda Diploma Course 2 years ago, right? June 2nd, 2023. And where you have, I think, more than 90 countries, participants actually gather in Dharamsala within a month. And I kind of also personally kind of giving some kind of reflection, how this happened. I think this interdependent understanding really just, it's put like a change. People just rush in like within I don't know, 1 month. And we are all connected. This world is very small. When you're looking, sometimes you look at the world is so big. I can't reach there. But we can reach within like a second. So I think this is the result of Geshe-la's effort about teaching interdependency, compassion. So I would like to thank you so much for having me this opportunity. And I'm continuously enjoying the Nalanda teachings. Currently we are studying Lama Tsongkhapa's teaching on the illuminatory intent. So thank you so much, and thank you very much for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just you have made the tune for the whole session. Now the scientists and other Buddhist scholars will go. So next speaker is Professor Atul Kumar. He is from IIT Jodhpur. He is CV also, you can find it. I won't spend time for that. So.
Your PPT is not in the drive, right?
No, it's in the drive. Just 1 second.
Atul Kumar PPT, this one, right?
That is there, but I also need internet. Internet hai, right?
Isn't it connected?
I'll have to see. Just 1 second.
I think we do have
Just 1 second. I think yes, it is there. So I think that will be it. Because that presentation gone, can we go back to the presentation? Yeah, thank you.
Make it in the
just make it in the presentation board. Right.
So you need to have a need, right?
It was there in case there is a problem. I'll call you.
Yeah, but then I think there is no internet over here. So someone has took the phone. I need to again. Sorry.
I can connect it through my phone.
Yeah. Can I see? Just a moment. I'll just check if it's getting connected. I think it's getting connected. Okay. Yes.
Okay, sorry for that little bit of delay to start the talk. Let me start by thanking Tibet House, Dorji, Damdulji, Professor Shishi Roy, and everybody at Tibet House. I mean, it's been a fascinating journey from last 5 to 6 years to come and meet most of you every time and take you onto a journey which is difficult for all of us to understand, including me. And I think many of our quantum physicist scholars who are sitting here, they will also echo the same statement. I'm not a philosopher, so I don't understand a lot of concepts when we talk about philosophy, but relations being real or not real, at least what I understand is the metaphysics of relation at least aligns pretty well with the concepts of quantum mechanics, where we talk about interconnectedness and the dependence of properties of different entities on each other. So relation being real or not real, we'll probably have a lot of debate on that. But on that note, let me just start the talk, and we'll start the talk with a simple system where we talk about superposition, because we start with one particle and then we move further. So when we talk about a single particle, we'll talk about a coin. Coin, as per the entity, it could be either head or a tail, right? The same thing as a two-level quantum system, we understand it by putting this inside a bracket, just a bracket, nothing else, just to show that it's a quantum state. The moment we put it in a quantum state, we also say that it could be a spin up or a spin down particle, two-level system. That's a quantum system for me. So the only difference between a classical system and quantum system could be a classical system, a two-level system exists either in this or that, either switch on or switch off. And when it comes to a quantum system, it could be linear superposition of both. So why is it important? Let me just explain it for a single particle how superposition is important. It's a simple penny flip game where there are two players. P starts this game, and then P has a coin with heads up. P tosses this coin and in a box, closed box, gives it to Q. Q doesn't know what is the state of the coin. It could be head or tail, he has no idea. And he has the option either to flip and not flip the coin. Classically, if he flips the coin, head becomes tail. If he doesn't flip the coin, it remains as head. He passes the coin to P. P also has the two choices, and then finally he passes it to Q. And when Q either flips or not flips the coin and then opens the box, if it is heads up, then Q wins the game, otherwise P wins the game. So classically, when you look at this game, of course there is a 50% probability that P wins the game, and there is a 50% probability that Q wins the game. But suppose if one of the player is a quantum mechanical player and applies the basic laws of quantum mechanics, that is superposition, and if P gives the coin as heads up and he changes it to a linear superposition of head and tail, no matter how he does it in an experiment, let's not worry about that, and sends it to P. Now if P chooses to flip the coin, head will be flipped to tail and tail will be flipped to head. Linear superposition remains the same, and if he chooses not to flip, it remains still the same. So it's still the equal linear superposition of head and tail. So then he sends it to Q. Q again does the reverse unitary transformation that he has applied and gets the heads up. So Q always wins the game. That's where the superposition becomes handy. Of course, it's not the complete picture. There are many more layers to that, but it's a very simple example to understand that. But things become interesting when we go to two particle systems. So when we are talking about two particle system, that is where the relations come into the picture. So in the simplest of the cases, if you have two coins, there are four possibilities: head sets, heads tail, tail head, and tail tail. But in all these four cases, we know what is the existence of independent entity. When we are talking about coin 1 in the first figure, I know that it's heads up, and coin 2 is also heads up, right? Or it's a red color coin and other one is also red color coin, and the same is true for all the four cases. The same logic goes for all the four cases. Similarly, even if I take the linear superposition where I'm saying head head plus head tail, I can still separate it as head and head plus tail. That means the entity still has individual existence. That means first particle can be defined as head and the second particle can be defined as head plus tail. But then when we look at states like this, now here I could look at from a global perspective at the two particle entity and understand what is the state of the two particle entity. I have all the information about that. But if I'm looking at the individual subsystems, there is a high degree or maximum degree of uncertainty or disorder associated with that, because I don't know whether the state of the first particle is now head or tail. It is as if that the first particle itself doesn't know whether it is in a head position or tail position, rather keeps flipping between head and tail until and unless we perform a measurement to know whether it is head or tail. Of course, the moment you perform a measurement or observe the system, it will collapse and it will have its own individual identity, and the other particle will also be in head. Or if the first particle is in tail position, then second particle will also be in tail. That means when you are talking about a quantum system, entangled system basically, if it's a two particle system, overall global perspective you have, you know everything about the system, but when you are looking at individual entities, you cannot define them. That means they are so interconnected that their properties interdepend on each other. As a whole, we know everything about it, but when you are looking at individual entities, they are not independent of each other, they are interconnected, their properties depend on each other. So this is another simple example which was given by Chris Ferry. He is a Canadian physicist who writes books for children. So if suppose we have two balls of different colors and we pack them in two boxes and send them to two persons, Alice and Bob. Now because I have packed those boxes, the balls in the boxes, I know what color of balls are there, right? The two persons who will get these boxes, they don't know. For them it could be red or blue, but I know whether I have sent a red box to Professor C.C. Roy or a blue ball to Professor C.C. Roy. So I can send it to Alice and Bob. They can get it. They don't know which color ball is there in the box, but we know that which color ball is there in the box. So that's the element of reality for me. So when they will open, if I have put a blue ball in the box, when they will open, they will get a blue ball only, right? And I also know that they will get that. That's my element of reality. So that's what happens. But when we come to quantum mechanics and we do the same thing, if we try to pack two quantum atoms which are entangled with each other in these boxes, now I also don't know whether the color of that ball would be red or blue. So as an observer also I don't know. The person who is getting it also doesn't know whether it is red or blue. So that's where we talk about quantum entanglement. So I'll just quickly give you another overview here. We'll see that what do we mean, what are these correlations when we talk about interdependence, what kind of interdependence are these? So let's take a very simple situation where both Alice and Bob, there are these two people who are neighbors of each other. Again, this idea is coming from this book, Quantum Chance. So Alice and Bob, their evening menus are consistently the same. So whatever Alice eats, Bob also eats. So the reason behind that correlation could be that Bob influences Alice's meal or Alice influences Bob's meal. Say for example, if they are going to the same restaurant every day, Bob always copies Alice. Whatever she orders, he also orders, or whatever Bob orders, Alice also orders. That means one event is influencing the other event. That's the local correlation we are talking about. Then suppose we say that this is a much simpler condition. Let's separate Alice and Bob by two galaxies so that they cannot influence each other's choices or cannot talk to each other and go for an evening dinner at the same time, so that they cannot in any manner influence each other's choices. And still, if they end up with the same meal every day, every evening, then how do we explain it? Now, that possibility could be that there could be a grocery store which is offering exactly the same products to them, or there could be a restaurant which is preparing exactly the same meal every evening. Now, meals could be different from Monday to Sunday, but whatever meal is being prepared on Monday, both the restaurants in two galaxies are preparing the same meal. Why? Because this would have prepared by a manager of a chain of grocery store, and he would have shared this information via email or any other classical communication to the Galactica consortium. Right, that's a common local cause where the information has traveled from point to point and it's completely local. So these are the two explanations that we give. Now, as scientists, again, we think that this is a very simple situation for us because there is only two restaurants, like one restaurant in one galaxy and one restaurant in another galaxy. So let's make this situation a little bit more complicated. Let's say that on the galaxy where Alice is there are two restaurants, one to the left of her house and one to the right of her house. And similarly for Bob, there are two restaurants, one to the left of his house and one to the right of his house. Now, this is the pictorial representation of what I said. So Alice can randomly choose whether she wants to go to the restaurant which is situated at the left side of her house, or to the restaurant which is situated at the right side of her house. And similarly Bob can also randomly select which restaurant he wants to go. Now, the only possibilities are that they choose left left, left right, right left, or right right. So when they choose left left, left right, or right left restaurants, their menus are still the same. Now, how do we explain that? Now, you can think about that all these four restaurants could still be part of the same chain, and that is where all these four restaurants are creating the same menu every evening, one evening from the other. That is where the menus are same for both Alice and Bob. Again, it's a local cause. Now, when they go to the right and right, we expect that the menus should still be same, because left left, left right, right left, everything is same, menus are same. So when they go to the restaurants which are in the right and right direction, menus should still be the same. But then now in this position they get the different menus when they go to the restaurants which are in the right side of their houses. Now, how do you explain that? Now, this effect cannot be explained by any local realistic theory. This is something which is not local, and this is what we call as non-local. That can only be explained in terms of non-local correlation between the two entities, which, yeah, I'm almost done. Just one more slide. Just that presentation, where was that? Can we go back to the presentation, please? Sorry. Not this, not this. The other one. Yeah, thank you. Here, right. So this is what we were talking about when we said that Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. These are the correlations that we talk about in terms of locality and realism. That is what I have tried to explain with Alice and Bob being at two different galaxies. So in terms of metaphysics of relations, when we are talking about metaphysics of relations, we consider entities which are interconnected and how those connections form the structure of reality, right? When we talk about a family tree, I cannot define a family tree without having a relation between the parents and the children. When I talk about the social media, the existence of my message on a social network has no value until unless it is being liked or retweeted or being shared by many other people. Conversation, Geshama has just explained that as part of the audience and the speaker, we are all interconnected to each other. One-way communication makes no sense. It's a dialogue always. So it's always interconnected. Indra's net, this example, I think Professor C.C. Roy has also mentioned about it in his talk, that these jewels, they reflect all the jewels in the net. There is no individual existence of the jewel. Everything is connected to each other. The properties of all the jewels is inherent with respect to that one particular jewel, right? So the Indian philosopher Dharmakirti, he has also approached the philosophy and aligned with that particular view and refuted the substantialism. Quantum correlations, as they are non-local, where there is interconnectedness of all the entities. That way we also understand that nature itself is quantum, and when the nature is quantum, then the word, the perspective, we have to look at a global perspective where all the different atoms, they are all connected to each other, and somewhere possibly a unified theory can be found. But my view is that the metaphysics of relations as well as quantum theory, they do talk on similar lines. Just that the relations being real or non-linear, there could be many layers to that, and that is something has to be found out or debated. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Now I will request Atish Mathur for more insights from Buddhist perspective.
Can you hear me? So first, I'd like to thank Gyala, because he's always been, from the very beginning, someone who I've studied with, so thank you very much. And also, I guess, I don't know who chose this topic, but maybe it was Professor Roy, on Sambandha, according to Acharya Dharmakirti, because it's given me the occasion to study the text which Professor Roy has mentioned again. And before getting into the text, which I think is probably more interesting considering we're looking at the metaphysical aspect of it, I thought, because maybe the audience has a diversity of people, having a general idea of how relations are presented according to Acharya Dharmakirti might be also important. So I'll start with just a general overview of how we talk about relations, and then maybe, hopefully, if time permits, towards the end, focus more on a kind of ontological or metaphysical outcome of the way Acharya Dharmakirti talks about relations. So I think I would like also maybe to mention that often we have an idea that certain concepts, especially if they come from like a philosophical discourse or from a spiritual tradition, they are kind of man-made concepts that are imposed on nature or reality. And that's, however, not at all the case over here. The way relations are discussed, according to Acharya Dharmakirti, but according to all Buddhist scholars, is that it begins with a kind of empirical observation of how distinct entities, so as Professor Roy mentioned, you have two or more distinct entities, and these entities seem to influence each other. And so you kind of notice that there is some sort of connection between them. And then when you investigate further into what makes entities behave in a manner that suggests that they are connected, then you come to discover that they are related, or the Sanskrit word for that is they have a form of sambandha or jalwa in Tibetan. And then from this underlying nature, or this kind of glue that is holding things together, the Buddhists then derive all of their epistemological and their ontological, or metaphysical, if you prefer, implications of what it means when two things are related. Because we're trying to stay true to Acharya Dharmakirti, I thought it might be helpful to quote from his text. Again, there isn't any one verse I feel that can do justice to the idea of relations, because it's kind of a underlying theme or a common thread. So this is just one of the first verses in his Pramana Vartika, where he mentions, from the last verse, I'm reading the English translation, it says, effects that do not arise without certain natures that are present in causes or in a cause are reasons, and even entities that are of the same nature that are related are reasons. And over here, reasons mean that these are the two kind of things that you can use in epistemology to prove something or prove a thesis. And the reason why, or the justification for what makes this valid, is because certain effects do not arise without certain causes, or if two things are of the same entity or the same nature, only when they are related can you use that as some sort of empirical proof to prove anything else. So this is kind of Acharya Dharmakirti's introduction to his magnum opus, which is the Pramanavartika. And so then this has kind of been formalized over the years, and the formal definition of relations as it stands today in Buddhist epistemology is that we say two things are related when, so in the case of A and B, we say A is said to be related to B when they're distinct, but more importantly, when the absence of something has a direct bearing on the absence of the other. So when the absence of B leads to an absence of A, then only do we conclude that A is related to B. Now, Acharya Dharmakirti further divides his understanding of relations into two, and this division is based on a temporal and a spatial component. So relations can either be causal or they can be of same entity. The example of causal relations is the standard classical one of smoke and fire. And I think in the morning, one of the professors also mentioned how it's a one street, like it doesn't go both ways with causal relations. So smoke is related to fire, not vice versa. And then there's relations of two things that are the same entity. Now, what distinguishes one from the other is that causal relations are temporally distinct, so they stand at different moments in time, and they are spatially distinct. When you're talking about relations of same entity, they are temporally simultaneous, and they also have some sort of spatial overlap. Not necessarily identical, but there is some sort of spatial component as well. So the distinction of relations draws heavily on the fact that the absence of one has to lead to the absence of other, and then the spatio-temporal element decides or determines what kind of relation you're talking about. And I think it's fair to say that according to at least Acharya Dharmakirti's understanding of relations, there are only two. There is no third alternative. We have to say that if we're staying true to the text. Now from this, again, just for another verse further ahead in the same text, this is verse 23 of the first chapter from the Pramanavartika. Acharya Dharmakirti further says, because of an entity's being related with that, its nature will come to be countered. This is also why causes are not misleading in relation to their or with respect to their results. So effects or results are always going to be preceded by causes because they are related. The absence of the cause leads to the absence of the result. Similarly, when two things are of the same nature, the absence of one will counter the other one, and this is why they are related. So the idea of relation draws heavily on this, and this verse might be considered a good summation of the general understanding of relations and also the divisions. Now, what we can draw from this general understanding of relations is that there's an epistemological consideration, of course, which is if this is the nature of how things are, and we're talking about, this is kind of like the underlying principle, the governing principle of, I mean, for lack of a better word, for reality, but the world that we live in, if this is how it is, then epistemology can claim validity, especially with relation to inference. And the validity that it can draw is when the reason or the evidence that you're trying to prove can be shown to be related with the predicate or the thesis that you're trying to establish. Because the underlying principle is you have discovered this kind of law that governs reality, and upon its discovery, then you can use the relata or the components of the relation to show that something is valid. So the classical example is the syllogism that we use to show that sound is impermanent. The reason that is given is production, or that it is produced, but this only holds valid in the moment when the individual can know and has understood and has proven that production is related to impermanence. And to this we go back to the earlier section, which is production is related to impermanence when the absence of impermanence necessitates or leads to the absence of production. Now, I think this is important because Professor Roy has mentioned this again and again for a dialogue. We don't have the time for that, but another extremely important consideration in Buddhist epistemological literature is how do you come to know this? Because you can make certain observations in nature and say this is not there because that's not there, but this could just be also random occurrence, or it could just be coincidental that it follows a certain pattern. Over here, the claim that is made by Acharya Dharmakirti is, it's not random, you don't have to generalize based on repeated similar results. You can actually discover that two things are related. So an extensive, I guess, chunk or a large amount of discussions revolve around how one can empirically know that two things are related to each other. And this occupies a very strong portion of our monastic curriculum and is also present in Acharya Dharmakirti's Pramanavartika. But because it's not the moment for that kind of longer discussion, I think I would just like it if you knew that it exists, and if in the future you want to explore it, you know that it's been treated. So for now, I just thought it might be useful to mention it. And also I want to mention this just because I think it's important, is just to re-insist or reaffirm the fact that inference is a very natural process. And Acharya Dharmakirti again says this in his other text, in the Pramana Vinishchaya, where he says, if you assert that the absence of one thing leads to the absence of the other, then this means that you are asserting relations whether you like it or not. So the fact that things are related is because the absence of one thing leads to the absence of another. Whether you like it or not, it's not personal, it's not a question of choice, that's just how it is. Otherwise, you cannot use reasons, reasoning doesn't work, epistemology falls, inference is redundant. And this is just a natural order of how things are. The discovery of it leads to this kind of conclusion. And so I felt this might be important because it starts from observation and then it leads to a kind of deduction and then it leads to a theory. It doesn't start from a theory that is kind of being supplanted onto an external world based on your ideas or whims. The ontological considerations or metaphysical ones, which now maybe we can spend some time on. The first and immediate one, of course, is that, and I think this has been mentioned by all of our colleagues today again and again, the idea of pratitya samutpad is the underlying kind of bedrock for Buddhist thought, whether you are a Madhyamaka scholar or you are a Vaibhashika scholar, it's the underlying principle that governs everything. And when you talk of that, relations form a fundamental part of it because relations are what are telling you things depend on something else to exist. And so when you speak of things, you can't only discuss things in terms of what they are, but you have to consider what they are because of what they're related to or what they get their natures from. So the immediate base understanding that arises from an understanding of relations is how you classify things in terms of what they are related to, not just what they are as kind of individual discrete entities. Coming to what Professor Roy mentioned would be a good subject for discussion, and I think it's worth considering it, is Acharya Dharmakirti Sambandha Pariksha, which in Tibetan is known as the Dhalwa Tapa, investigation of relations. Acharya Dharmakirti investigates not so much proving how you understand relations, but the nature of relations themselves. And when he does this, I think there was I feel that there might have been some kind of terminological misunderstandings. Just to clarify, Acharya Dharmakirti is speaking in a context where he's arguing against a Mimamsa, a Vaisheshika, and then later maybe even a Vedantic position. So the idea of relations that he's talking about are justifications that other philosophical traditions have given to why two discrete phenomena that occupy different times and different space seem to be related to each other. And the justification that was given prior to Acharya Dharmakirti was that there is a third element. There is some third entity, some sort of real, in fact sometimes they call it a form of dravya, so it's substance, it has actual substance. There is another third entity that is what is connecting things or holding them together. In fact, if you look at the Vaisheshika view, they speak of the 6 padarths, which is kind of like their worldview subsumed into these 6 categories. And one of these categories talks about samavaya, which is another form of relation. So it's a real thing that is holding things together. Things are related because there is a third entity that conjoins or connects two things. That's the general idea that Acharya Dharmakirti is opposing over here. And through his reasoning, by refuting this, he then sets forth his own position, which is kind of encapsulated in this very famous line from the text, where Acharya Dharmakirti, he refutes the presence of such separate entities such as relations, and in doing so, he writes that the relata themselves are distinct natures, but are connected through conceptualization. So what connects things, the relations that we speak of, they are essentially conceptual constructs. And he writes that this is not just valid for relations of same entity, but also for causal relations. So,
okay, Atish?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can I interrupt?
Please, please.
You know that I told you about the Jain logician Prabhajan
Yes,
in
yes,
13th century.
Yeah, yeah.
He also joined the debate.
Yes.
And he told that the propensity,
Yes, sir.
unless they have a propensity, they cannot combine.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, sir, the Jain philosophers who came later, they were also addressed. So, I think the latest commentator to this text was Shankarananda, who came around Dharmottara's time. Shankarananda treats the Jain positions. But I think the latest text was a Shaivite text by Utpala Deva, who was, I think, the latest in that lineage. And he has his own presentation of relations, which borrows deep from Dharmakirti, but ascribing it to the will of Ishvara. So what conjoins things is the will of Ishvara. It's not like over here, Kalpana. According to the Buddhist, it's the conceptual construct that's conjoining things. So this discussion between Jains, and it's not just between the Jaina schools, it's between the Mimamsakas, between the Vaisheshikas, the Jainas, and then the Shaivites, is an important thing that if we were to look at the Sambandha Pariksha, it would be very helpful to at least follow the line of reasoning. And so the propensity argument is not accepted by Acharya Dharmakirti because the propensity argument still kind of requires some sort of inherence that the two things have that then conjoins them. But the conjoining feature, the Sambandha itself, neither resides in one or the other, and neither is it a third distinct element. And so that's how he justifies it.
I tell you why. Because in physics, if you consider two electrons,
yes, sir,
then two electrons cannot be in the same state with the same spin.
Okay.
According to Pauli's exclusion principle.
Okay.
Okay. So, and people say spin is the intrinsic swabha of the element.
So as a justification of the propensity, sir.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah.
And that, based on that Pauli exclusion principle, whole modern chemistry can be explained. Periodic table and other things.
Yeah. I don't know, sir. I think, but I also appreciate what you said this morning about kind of having to define things to have a discussion about it, otherwise we're speaking. But I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. So anyways, just to bring this to an end, the purpose of Dharmakirti, Acharya Dharmakirti bringing up conceptual constructs is two things, because of course the Buddhist purpose of doing all of this is eventually to it has a soteriological benefit where you want to attain liberation or nirvana, and to remove ignorance, what this does is the idea of Sambandha is addressing the selflessness of person and of phenomena. But again, I'd like to mention one more thing over here, Professor. Earlier you had mentioned that science speaks of real relations and the Buddhists speak of non-real relations. And the fact that through experimentation you can show that two things are related seems to suggest that relations are real. I think one also needs to qualify whether reality necessitates functionality and you can still account for functionality in the absence of reality. Because when we're speaking of the Sambandha Pariksha, you're still talking within a philosophical school that says conceptuality excludes functionality. But then as you get more refined with your Prasangika and the higher schools, conceptuality necessitates functionality. And so there is another element that one has to consider when we're making these claims, which eventually is also in the Sambandha Pariksha is said that it is the selflessness of persons where when you understand that relations are not real, the notion of an autonomous agency or an agent, it just collapses. And if you don't have a notion of an autonomous agent, then you can't speak of a self, a kind of a possessor that is autonomously acting. The other implication, which is then the subtler one, is that if you take this even further, then the elements that are related themselves, they owe their features or their characteristics to the relation. And if the relation itself is conceptual, you can't speak of real entities living and functioning in a conceptual model if the entities themselves are not conceptual. And so gradually, if you take Acharya Dharmakirti's reasoning further, there are two implications. I find I've tried to subsume them into kind of a Buddhist context where it is gradually paving the way for understanding how relations and conceptuality combine. And eventually this ties in with the Madhyamaka view where emptiness, which means everything is conceptual, is the same as pratitya samutpad, which is things are dependently arisen. And in a very secular context, recognizing the notions of control and autonomy need to be reconsidered rather as an interplay, so there is no kind of autonomy. And then amongst the various variables that lead to defining why things are in a certain way, whether we call it an observer or we call it kind of within experimentation, if there is an element of conceptuality also that needs to be considered, therefore the perceiver or whatever you might want to call it as, that I think also might be a general outcome.
I think it will lead to a more deeper
Yeah, I
discussion.
think.
Maybe we can do that in our dialogue.
Yeah, maybe that we can do in the next dialogue.
Okay.
So I think there's a lot of kind of benefit that comes out of it. But also I remember Genla had asked me to mention this, and I would like to. It really seems to boil down to, if you don't understand how to explain these relations, and even certain philosophical schools in India that to us might seem absurd, like having to assert wholes that are different from their parts or possessors that are unrelated and permanent, they are necessary outcomes that you have to say. Because if you cannot explain things in a coherent model, then you are kind of logically pushed in a direction which you have to hold. And so there is a lot of sense and a lot of internal sense that is made in all of these philosophical traditions. And it's kind of our job to unearth them. And then I guess with dialogues like this, it puts it in us in a greater advantage because we also have some sort of experimentation to back it up. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your elaboration. Now we have our last speaker in this session, Dr. Mishra. He is from Delhi University, and of course I am not going to tell his CV. We just spend more time.
Just before Utkarsh starts his talk, to all the students and the scholars who are here, if and all you are interested, there is a site which is Q. Without glasses, becoming difficult these days. qplayerlearn.com. qplayerlearn.com/projects/quest-quantum-dictionary. Now this website, using real qubits through this IBM's open source Qiskit, you can play simple games like tic-tac-toe or simple card games to understand many concepts like superposition, entanglement, non-locality, what basic quantum physics means, and you without going to any mathematical details of that. So if you want, you are interested, you can go and just play those games, try to understand what it is. Thanks.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Thank you, Adu. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Professor Roy, for giving me this chance to speak here. It's my second time here. Last time I came and I gave some different talk. It's always a great experience when I come to a place where I learn something different than I usually do. So I work in the at the University of Delhi as a physics teacher, but mostly I'm a student. I try to learn always. So most of the talk that I'm going to present, part of that talk is covered by Professor Atul's slide. So I thank him for that job. But I will also cover, second thing, which is Marmin GHZ machine, which is the example of many particle non-locality. So far we have heard in the morning talks, also Professor Roy talked that we have a entanglement, we have a Bell non-locality, which is basically a two-particle notion. So you have Alice and Bob, as was mentioned by Professor Atul's talk, and they behave certain non-local behavior. But when you go beyond two particles, still you have this non-local behavior, and that was beautifully put by Marmin through his thought experiment. So all these notion in quantum non-locality, they were discussed or devised through experiments, through thought experiments, before they were actually performed on an actual experimental setup. And then, if time permits, so please stop me if I'm crossing my time allotted, I will talk about many-body non-locality. So the third part is actually a real physical system. One can evaluate or one can calculate the amount of non-locality that is present in these systems. So these systems include your electrons or photons and so on. And if you can, or if one can make or quantify them, then one can use these non-local features for certain technological purpose as well. Okay, so just for definition, so non-locality in physics refers to the concept that a particle can instantaneously influence the state of another particle, even if they are separated a large distance in space. And if that happens, it means that an action can occur at a distance without any apparent causal connection between the 2 points, and which Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance. The quantum non-locality, on the other hand, is something more subtle, which is that if you have 2 particles, and if you want to, if they are possessing non-local behavior, then you have to perform measurements on each particle without influencing each other, without the choice of measurement. And if at the end of this measurement protocol, their results are connected to each other, then as Professor Atul also mentioned, that then these correlations cannot be explained by any classical local theory. So the quantum non-locality in that sense is involves a statistics between the measurements. So if you obtain the measurement results, you compare them and see that whatever setting you independently choose on each site, their measurement results are sort of always have some strong correlation that is not explained by any classical theory. So of course the quantum non-locality has been experimentally verified under a variety of physical assumptions. So that is, now we know that this John Stuart Bell has developed a theory, but also these things has been experimentally verified over the years. So also, what is local realism? So local realism is a philosophical view that assumes objects have definite properties, like electron have a spin, independent of whether they are observed or not. So like there is a moon, whether you see it or not, is a famous quote by Einstein, and this is called the principle of locality. It also assumes that objects can only be influenced by their surrounding, and that this influence cannot travel faster than the speed of light. So that is local realism. Local realism is incompatible with the prediction of quantum mechanics. So local realism struggles to explain the strong correlation observed in quantum entanglement experiment, because to influence the the outcome of other observer, if you have a 2 particle, then it has to propagate speed faster than light, but it doesn't happen. On the other hand, what is called the non-local realism, which does not require hidden variable, more readily accommodate entanglement. So hidden variable is a theory which is described that the measurement that you perform are already sort of hidden in that variable. If you know that variable, you can always predict what is going to be the outcome. But this is incompatible with the quantum theory. So quantum theory does not support any hidden variable theory, local hidden variable theory. So then it brings us to a more general notion called quantum correlation. So quantum correlation is a correlation between particles or systems that cannot be explained by classical physics. It's described by quantum mechanics, and it is characterized by violation of Bell local hidden variable theories. So this is a test which is, you can call it Bell's test, and this is a very similar sort of experiment that also mentioned by Professor Atul. So this so this expression here in this line is called the CHSH test, which goes with the name of the scientist who discovered this test, which is the Clauser-Horne-Simon-Holt test. So here you have one observer here who sent particles to 2 distance observer. Let's say this is A or this is B, and then you have a and these x and y is a choice of measurement. So this observer A here can measure either x or y, and this observer here also can measure x or y independent of what it measures. And the outcome of x and y are plus and minus 1. So x could be plus minus 1, y could be plus minus 1, and similarly in this side as well. So if you assume the locality and realism principle, then the correlation that can exist after the measurement has a maximum value of 2. So this is the measurement result of observer A when the measurement choice is x. Similarly, this is the measurement result of observer B when they measured in the same direction x. So this correlation or this quantity, so there is a minus sign here, sorry for the typo. This quantity can be less than n2 under the assumption that they follow locality and the local realism. But on the other hand, if the particle here, if they have an entanglement, for example, and then the value of that correlation here is beyond 2. In fact, for entangled state, maximally entangled state, the value here is around 2.8. So it means that quantum mechanics does not follow the local realism principle, because under this principle the maximum correlation can go to a value 2. But for quantum entanglement, the value of this quantity turns out to be 2.8, which is certainly greater than 2. So it means that we have to drop the assumption that were made here in deriving this correlation. So this expression actually tells us that the quantum mechanics is not a local theory; it's a non-local theory. So it means that it possesses a correlation which is very, very strong, and they cannot be explained by any classical local hidden variable theory. Yes, sure. So which means that if qubit obeys the law of quantum mechanics, which we know they do, then quantum mechanics violates this inequality, and it is incompatible with the local realism theory. So this is again in words what I said, that you don't have local theory for quantum mechanics. So that was for two particle case. Now if you go beyond two particle case, then Mermin has sort of devised a thought experiment where he has shown that in physics Mermin device or Mermin machine is a thought experiment intended to illustrate the non-classical feature of nature without making a direct reference to quantum mechanics. You can do this without quantum mechanics, but certainly quantum mechanics will show the non-local feature for more than two particle as well. Now the challenge to produce the result of the thought experiment in terms of the classical physics, that is the problem. You cannot produce those results using classical physics, and the results of the thought experiments are constructed in such a way as to reproduce the result of a Bell test using quantum entangled particle, which demonstrate how quantum mechanics cannot be explained using a local hidden variable theory. So same principle as was done by Bell. So the idea here is that you have a source which emits particle, and it particles goes to three observer A, B, C. Of course, for two particle you have a two observer. For three particle you have a three observer, and they perform certain. So here there is a setting of observer A, observer B, and observer C, and depending upon this setting, the outcome will be either red or green. And so let me just summarize. So the game of the rule of this game is that if one of the detector is set to 1 and other two are set to 2, then an odd number of red is detected, And if all the detectors are set to 1, then no odd number of red are observed. For example, in this setting, if the observer A has setting 2, B has setting 2, and C has 1, then these are the possible flashes that will be that you will observe. And similarly for this setting. So what Mermin has shown here, that so what happened, that if you have a source, and in order to explain the outcome, it seems that the source has some instructions, some local hidden variable. Okay. Now it turns out that what Mermin has shown, that all possible instruction set predict an odd number of red light when all the 3 devices are set to 1. So this was the contradiction. Because so what happened, that if you have set your ABC, then you can predict, but before the particles arrived into these ABC detectors, and for example here, if you change the setting of this detector ABC before the particle arrives, then particle will not know what I have to click on. So it means that the particle does not carry any, this particle as source does not carry any instruction set which will tell you whether they have to flash these combinations or these combinations.
So summarize.
Yeah. Okay. So the idea that I wanted to here tell, that the 2-particle non-locality has been investigated very broadly, and I think it has been tested experimentally as well. But going beyond 2 particles, for 3 particles, and for example for many particles, things are not very easy. Though we have a Mermin test, but if we go beyond 3 particles, then still we don't know whether we can detect a very complex system and its non-locality or not. It's something that is still an ongoing effort in the quantum physics community. So that is my conclusion.
Thank you so much. So for the time being, we are skipping the question answer, and I don't know whether they will allow for IT or not.
Thank you very much, Professor Ciceroji, for chairing this session, and also thank you very much for our distinguished speakers for such fascinating presentation. Now, with this, we have come to the conclusion, and now I would like to request our Honorable Chairperson, Professor Ciceroji, to kindly present the souvenirs and Tibetan scarves to our respected speakers. So I would like to request Venerable Geshe-ma Tenzin Thaudun-la to come on the dais, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause. Professor Atul Kumalji, Mr. Atisha Mathurji, and we have Dr. Utkarsh Mishra ji. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly inform you that due to time constraints, we will proceed directly to the 3rd session. This session will be moderated by my colleague, Mr. Tenzin Lobsang-la. I would also like to inform you all that the high tea will be served after the final session, which will be a student panel discussion. As part of today's conference, I really appreciate your understanding and cooperation. Thank you so much.
Hello, check. No matter how hard the wind of evil may blow, it can never extinguish the flame of truth by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. A very warm greetings to everyone gathered here. Now I would like to continue with our third session of today's conference, and the theme for today's session is quantum vacuum and Arya Nagarjuna's concept of shunyata. And to lead this session, we have our chairperson, Professor Satyendra K. Pandey. Along with that, we have our four esteemed speakers, Dr. Mrityunjoy Koha Majumdar, Assistant Professor, Amirta Vishwavidya Pitam, Delhi NCR. We have Venerable Geshe Ngawan Sonamla, Dr. Abhishek Maji, and Venerable Lobsang Tewela. I request our chairperson and esteemed speakers to kindly grace the stage. Without taking much time, I would like to read a short biography of our chairperson, Dr. S.K. Pandeyji. Dr. S.K. Pandeyji obtained his MA and PhD degree from the University of Delhi, pursued advanced research as a senior fellow with the Indian Council of Historical Research, and as an Asia Fellow in Myanmar, specializing in Amidhamma philosophy, the foundational framework of Buddhism. He served as an editor for the Encyclopedia of Himalayan Buddhist Culture project sponsored by Department of Culture, Government of India at the Central Institute of Buddhist Studies in Ladakh. Currently, he is an assistant professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies at the University of Delhi. His academic contribution include authoring several books and articles, with his work on Abhidhamma philosophy standing out as a significant achievement. I request Professor to kindly lead the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. First of all, I am thankful to the director, Honorable Director, Tibet House, to invite me to chair the session. In this session, we have four speakers. One is Dr. Mrityunjoy Koha Majumdar. He will talk on centering on and crossing correlations, quantum field theory and shunyata. Other speaker is Venerable Geshe Ngawan Sonam. He will talk on how for Arya Nagarjuna mere imputation by thought versus emptiness as ontological reality are synonyms. Third speaker is Dr. Abhishek Maji, who will talk on three pictures of quantum mechanics and conceptual shunya. And the last speaker is Venerable Lobsang Tewela. He will talk on out of thin space, how being empty of nature and Heisenberg's uncertainty give rise to all things. Honorable Sir, since I am not aware of much about quantum theory, but whatever knowledge I have, I think both are related to each other to some extent, but not totally. just as I think, quantum vacuum can be depicted or can be shown to you as some wave and particle which appears in a streak of ray that appears through a hole. We see the streak of light as a wave, and in that wave we find several articles, one article pushing the other and revolving in that wave. That shows the interrelationship between one particle with other, and its characteristic as change, constant change. In the same way, the concept of shunyata deals with the existence of phenomena, and the existence of phenomena is related to each other and constantly changing. Quantum theory we can know through the measurement and perception, but Nagarjuna philosophy of shunyata is beyond measurement and perception. So in this light, I would expect from the speakers that he will enlighten me and all of you about the relationship between quantum vacuum and concept of shunyata. Thank you. So I invite first speaker, Dr. Mrityunjay Guhamajandar, who will talk on centering on and crossing correlations, quantum field theory and shunyata.
Right. Thank you for the very kind introduction, sir. It's with privilege and it's a pleasure to be here today to discuss a very important topic that is at the interface of physics, metaphysics, and philosophy. I am myself a quantum physicist. I do note that there were a couple of my colleagues here, one from IIT Jodhpur and one from Delhi University, and they did mention a number of different aspects of entanglement theory. I do understand that there is a mixture of different cross-sections of people who are constituting the audience today. So I would like to kind of briefly touch upon some of the thematic aspects of quantum field theory, quantum physics, and the aspect of correlations. So the idea that physics, right, over the last few centuries has undergone a revolution or successive revolutions. And I always like to touch upon that as I begin, right? The revolution that we talk about is that of the secession of this idea of absolutes, right? The idea of absolutism. And if you look at the Newtonian physics going into the first part of the 20th century, into what we know as the quantum, decades, so to say, and thereafter to the standard model, and then, physics as we know it today, we have seen a breaking of these molds that we see, right? Be it of space and time, for instance, be it of the different aspects of physics as we know it, whether there is a particle-like aspect which is primary or a wave-like nature which is primary, or even the laws of nature itself, right? The laws of physics, whether they're emergent, whether the constants of nature are constant actually or not, right? These are all aspects that have come to be or come about in the last few centuries or decades, so to say. So when we talk about physics as it stands, one important aspect that must be looked at is how correlations are very, very important, right? We have been talking about different kinds of interdependences, right? From the perspective of physics itself, and particularly with respect to quantum physics and quantum field theory, how does correlation come about and why is it so important, right? So I have a lot to cover. I may not be able to cover all of it, but I would like to kind of touch upon some of the aspects that I would like to discuss today. So firstly, correlations, as one of my colleagues did mention, Bell's theorem in 1964 did show us that the particles that are there in the quantum realm have certain kinds of non-classical correlations, so to say, right? Things which are not seen in classical physics as such. And they transcend this idea of separability, right? There is a connection of sorts that exists across different spatial separations, so to say, and there is also temporal entanglement or correlations that exist in physics in many different kinds of systems. Now, QFT, right, is a natural extension of quantum mechanics, which looks at special relativity and quantum mechanics, and talks about the idea of fields, right? The idea that there are certain all-pervasive fields which exist across space and time, right? And there are certain excitations that bring about what we see around us, right? So for instance, for electromagnetism, for chromodynamics, which is the very smallest of particles, you have different kinds of fields, right? QCD fields and so on and so forth. Now, what is very interesting, if you look at, I'm not sure whether you, okay, so somewhere around the middle where you see the word Maldacena, right? Maldacena or Maldacena, right? A very well-known physicist, right? He talked about something which is very, very interesting in the Indian context, and especially in the Buddhist context, which is that of the holographic principle, right? The idea that certain kinds of correlations, right, could give rise to a lot of phenomena that we see around us, particularly to do with space-time, for instance. Right? So I will just show you a slide in the next slide will be focusing on this a little more. And this idea that information or the correlations in information can give rise to immanent empiricism, right? To ideas which are there in the world of physics, in the world of physicalism, so to say, right? And it comes from this perspective of information dynamics, correlations, and how the interdependences exist in such kinds of theories as such, right? So that's a very, very fascinating area of research that's ongoing at the moment. I myself belong to the quantum information domain primarily, with my focus being on entanglement theory. And in that connects to this idea of error correction. I won't go into that all that much. I'll focus on this idea of non-absolutism and how physics arises from dependences, interdependences, and correlations, so to say, right? So I had another slide. I'm sorry, is there excuse me, there's a newer version of this, if there's another slide. I had another slide that I'd sent. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, so there was a slide that I wanted to show you which talks about how the bulk, right, when you talk about gravity, right, gravity. So the idea of ADS-CFT basically talks about how gravity can be constructed from the correlations that exist in a certain holographic space, right, a space of CFTs as it is called, or conformal field theories, and that projects or brings out this aspect of the bulk, right, of the gravitational aspect, the space-time aspect, so to say. Right? Which is a fascinating idea in itself, because it shows that what is primary or fundamental may not quite be what we see it as in the empirical sense, but maybe something built out of this holographic projection of sorts, right? So, which is a very interesting idea in itself. Now, when we talk about Madhyamaka and the Buddhist philosophy, right, we have this idea of intrinsic existence, right? This idea of intrinsic existence, swabhava, right? What is intrinsically of that particular system, so to say. That itself has to be questioned, has to be contextualized, is what we have seen in quantum physics and quantum field theory, so to say, right? So when we talk about the two kinds of truths, right, the two kinds of truths, one which is more fundamental and one which is more immanent, right? If you have this idea, we talk about the complementary principle, right? I would say it's even more fundamental than that. What we are talking about is a world which is very uncertain, which is very correlative, and which gives rise to the world we see around us. But the world we see around us is classical in nature, right? And what do I mean by that, right? You have this idea of determinism, this idea that you know what the properties of the things we see around are, right? But what if I say that that is not indeed the case at the most fundamental level, so to say, right? What if there is something by what we call as a superposition principle, right? A multiplicity of possible states for the system that we have in front of us, contingent on the measurement process that brings about a certain definite state, so to say, right? That is a very, very interesting idea in itself. Then we have the idea that there are many different, very, very different aspects of the same system, right? This wave-particle duality, I think this has been discussed a few times in the discussions today. I would say there is another aspect to that, which I was a part of till very recently, which is to do with the triality, right? Wave-particle entanglement triality, right? This idea that how the correlations come about in nature actually constrains the way in which this wave-particle duality exists, right? So this is something done with Professor Dipankar Home at the Bose Institute in Kolkata, which is in India itself. And it's an ongoing work, it's an important work that looks at this dimension, so to say. We have talked about Pratitya Samutpada, right? This idea of dependent origination. This idea that everything that we see around us kind of comes together, the interplay of things brings about what we see around us. There is a very interesting perspective, or in the title you must have seen, I'll just go back to the title so that the title has been thought about a little bit, and that's why I put this title, so to say, Centering on and Crossing Correlations, right? Does that mean we are transcending correlations? Does that mean we are getting rid of the correlations? I would say we are going one step more into the metaphysics of it while crossing the correlations. So what do I mean by that? If we say something is more correlated or less correlated, that itself is contextual based on the conceptual premise that we are looking at, right? And that is something where we're going from the purely empirical or the purely ontological to something which is both ontological and epistemological in its own way, right? And which is contextual and how we conceptualize the way we are defining correlations in the first place, right? Which is a very fundamental thought. I'll go about a little bit if I can touch upon that. I'll tell you in terms of the theories in physics, how that makes sense, where it comes into the picture, right? So now the conceptual parallels, right, between QFT and Shunyata, this idea of Shunyata, there are different aspects of the vacuum, the quantum vacuum, so to say, right? So when we talk about the expectation value, right, there is certain aspects of empty space that we talk about, right? And this idea of fluctuations, this idea of the steaming, frothing sea of fluctuations of matter and antimatter, of particles and antiparticles, so to say, right? So that challenges this idea that there is a static, independent background, right? Which is something that can be parametrized, that can be studied in the empirical sense, right? Now, in non-abelian gauge theories, we have this aspect of holonomies, right? Holonomies basically being, well, do not go into the technicalities of it, basically path-ordered exponential terms that come into the calculations. And so that looks at the relational aspect of how we define the trajectories of the particles in those non-abelian gauge theories or QFT theories, so to say. Right? Now, the path integral approach, which Richard Feynman, I'm sure many of you have heard about Richard Feynman, right? He spoke about the path integral approach where we look at the different possible paths that a system can potentially take, and there are certain kinds of functionals, as they're called, that are minimized to look at which path it will actually be taking, essentially, right? So this idea is something which looks at, sorry, yeah? Yeah, is it there? So right, so that's the illustration I was trying to show, which is called the gauge gravity dual, right? What it means is that this thing that you see around here is kind of like a perimeter space, right? A projective space, right? And there are different kinds of correlations, different dynamics happening in the field theoretic aspect, so to say. That field theoretic aspect is what gives rise to, is projects, right? What we see in the bulk, which is the gravitational aspect, which is the space-time aspect of things. And there is a one-to-one correspondence between the ADS and the CFT part of things, and that is often called also as the gauge gravity dual, right? So it's a very interesting aspect where the eminent physical aspect, the empiricism, comes from correlations on the boundaries, right, on the perimeter space or the projective space, and the CFT gives rise to the bulk or the gravitational phenomena that we see around us, right? So I would not, without further ado, I would like to, because I have a few things to kind of show you. So this is a illustration of this fluctuations that you see, right? The steaming, frothing fluctuations from the quantum fields, and it's always arising and going back into this, this background, so to say, right? It's a beautiful illustration. I don't think there is any degree of freedom mentioned for this, so they're not a specific field as such, but a more generalized kind of illustration or animation, so to say. So there are a few questions, right? I mean, whenever such dialogues happen, I think we should be asking some of these fundamental questions, right? And trying to see how we can address this from various different sides. One is, of course, of the discrete or continuous entities, right? What is discrete? What is continuous? What is the individuation? How do you define an individual system, right? What is a system and its environment? What are the correlations that exist there, right? There are many such questions that come into the picture, right? Then you have this idea of independent existence, swabhava, right? Whether there is a ontological relativity or independent existence, right? That's an important question to ask. Now, substance-based metaphysics or relational metaphysics, right? Something which is more correlation-centric is the question that quantum physics naturally brings to the picture. And then you have this idea of absolutism, which is very, very important, that I've already looked at, and intrinsic existence again. Now, I wanted to kind of contextualize the discussion slightly with other areas of IKS very shortly. So we have this aspect of neti, right, which is there in the Indian kind of context, which talks about whether the primary reality that we see around us is explainable with things that we see in the world at large, right? Can we identify it with those elements as such, right? And we know that we basically cannot, right? We cannot, because there's something that is always beyond the comprehension or the conceptualization as we know it for that particular immanent element, so to say, right? So when we talk about reality, this question of reality, right? I always ask this question to students. There are some students and scholars here as well, right? What is physical reality? Right? Physical reality encompasses nebulae, right? Sorry, 5 minutes, yeah. Physical reality encompasses a lot of different things that you see around here, right? Can you see the last bit out there, right? Do you know what the Nobel Prize for Physics in 2024 went for? Anyone? Artificial intelligence. How strange, right? Why did information theory get the Physics Nobel Prize? It's a natural question, right? You should all be asking that, right? The point is that there are certain physics-inspired information theoretic aspects which had to do with correlations, information dynamics, exchanges that took place that actually brought about this idea, which was in the neural network aspect of things. So to bring it all around, I would like to highlight that there are certain thematic aspects of uncertainty, of non-absolutism, of the idea of context. And I just wanted to show you one slide which was actually mentioned. It's a YouTube video. You can all have a look. So my work with Professor Brian Josephson at the University of Cambridge, which is still ongoing, is to do with functional design and this idea of coordination dynamics. Right? I think one of our panelists, Mathurji, was mentioning about conceptualization or the ability to conceptualize, right? So the aspect of that has been mentioned in coordination dynamics, right? And that was mentioned in the Lindau Nobel Laureate Conclave of 2024. So I'll share this, the slide with those of you who are interested. The idea is that we are going towards a physics which is more even biology-centered in certain ways, right? It is more adaptive. It is more function-defined, right? Function-oriented, right? And it has a lot of the importance of context that comes into the picture, right? So I would like to have that as a highlight of what I would like to put forward, and I would be more than happy to have questions and discussions going forward. Yeah, thank you.
Now I invite the second guest speaker. Venerable Geshe Nuang Sonam.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank Tibet House for having me, and also for the organizers, the conveners, and all the staff making this conference possible. So my presentation, the topic of my presentation is mere imputation by thought versus emptiness, as ontological reality are synonymous. So this is my topic.
Now, when I engage with this topic, I have divided this topic into 5 phases or 5 points. The first is the nature of phenomena is emptiness. So we have been speaking about emptiness, but at the beginning I would like to emphasize this. As Professor, if I'm right, Professor Ciceroy in his talk said that quantum vacuum doesn't mean nothingness. It means possibility. So this is very important because if you are not able to understand emptiness properly, you might think, for example, the Indian word shunyata. Shunya means zero. Zero means there is nothing there. If you say I have zero money, it means you have nothing. So there is no possibility then. So therefore, emptiness, if you understand it as being zero, some Tibetan geishas, I don't like the comparison, compare emptiness to zero. To some extent you can do that maybe, but that it is giving a very negative understanding of emptiness. So emptiness is about possibility. Emptiness should allow functionality. Emptiness should allow liberation. Emptiness should allow freedom from our negative emotions. Understanding of emptiness should lead to reduction of our negative emotions. So emptiness is all about possibility. So that being said, why do we say that things are empty? When we look at things, they have 2 realities. Reality which is quite obvious to all of us. You don't have to be a philosopher to observe many realities around us. But given the non-reality that we have, if you would like to say, for example, let me take someone's name, Professor Ciceroy. Now almost everyone here knows who Professor Ciceroy is. That is, at its face level, a reality that there's such a professor called Ciceroy, and he is here in this room. Okay. Now, when you actually look at Professor Ciceroy, you have to find Professor Ciceroy within him, right? When we describe Professor Ciceroy, we say Professor Ciceroy's hands, his physical body, his intelligence, his intellectual achievement, and so forth. All right. So Professor Ciceroy can be broken down into mind and body, right? Basically, but again we say Professor Ciceroy's body, Professor Ciceroy's mind, as if Professor Ciceroy is distinct from his mind and body, as if he is the appropriator, and the body and mind are the appropriated, means possessed. He is the owner, and the body and mind are his objects of ownership. So we have that kind of understanding, impression about Professor Ciceroy. Now break it down to yourself, me and mine. Okay, my body. If someone says some weird things about you, you might say, oh, he's not speaking about my body, he's not speaking about my mind, he's talking to me directly. So you have a sense of I there, as if someone called your name and you feel, I'm it. Now your impression of you grasping at you is beyond the appearance. You are not thinking of your body as you are not thinking of your mind as you, but beside the mind and body, you tend to think of an I, something so concrete. Right? I like this, I don't like this. At that time, you have a sense of I. And because that sense of I is so natural, we don't question that. And because that's so natural, many philosophers, particularly those who do not believe in the concept of anatma, but postulate the concept of atma, they think self has to be there because we feel it so vividly. So it came the concept of atma, because you cannot say your body is you, because body will be reduced to dust when you die. Right? So the mind again you cannot call that me, because mind has also so many defilements and so forth, and you want to present yourself as pure. So it came the concept. And also you don't want yourself to end after death, so something has to continue. And also there are ample evidence of reincarnation. So because of that, something has to go after the body is cremated to the next life, reincarnate. So it came the concept of Atma, which is actually very deep. But Buddhist concept of anatma, emptiness, is the opposite. There isn't any tangible, concrete self. Now you might think this may be to challenge those who postulate the concept of Atma. But if you look at Chandrakirti's text, it says, the analysis, the discussion in the text is not for the sake of debate, but for the sake of liberation. Because this grasping at an eye, if you experientially look at yourself, how your anger, animosity, jealousy, attachment arises, this is with that thought of a concrete, tangible eye. And if such an eye that is graspable is within there, you cannot do anything with your delusions. You have to live with the delusions. But if this is the distortion of reality, we can do something about that. So that is the Buddhist idea of exploring the reality. It is not to oppose others. All right, so that which is produced from conditions is not that which is produced from conditions is not produced. Kanshikela keba tema je tela kewa ranshu yema kela kasa raya kanjo tongba de kange tongni teshe bhaye yins. So that which is produced from condition is not produced. It does not have any intrinsic production. So whatever depends on condition is said to be empty. So when we are speaking of emptiness, we are speaking of things that depends on conditions. So they exist. But our perception of them as having some kind of intrinsic property, there is something wrong with that. So that, okay, then again, I'm not going to read this. This is Nagarjuna's presentation of why things, if you pinpoint, you cannot come to a concrete identity or nature of things. Okay. Okay. So rejecting any concrete identity of anything, even if the thing exists in a way we can say superficial level. There, for example, okay. So when we say things do not have independent existence, what do you mean by independence? So this is very important because in Buddhist philosophy, when we speak of emptiness, the question that comes to your mind is emptiness of what? So emptiness could be understood in two levels. Subjective emptiness and objective emptiness. Object of negation. When we speak of emptiness, we are speaking of emptiness of what? So something has to be negated to come to that emptiness. So as far as object of negation are concerned, there are two, subjective and objective. So objective means whatever appears to that subjective mind grasping at an independent independent object. So when we grasp onto an independent object, independent self, how does that object appear to the mind? And then after understanding that appearance experientially, then you explore whether in reality does it really exist the way it appears to us, and whether there is some inconsistency with your appearance with reality. So when things appear to the mind as independently existent, they appear to be autonomous or absent of dependence on others. And grasping onto this appearance as being the reality is what it means by grasping at independent existence. However, independence from other causes and conditions is not the independence here, since this is something that does not need to be explained to one's own group in Buddhist. So even if this independence from causes and conditions is understood, this is not said to be the realization of the middle way views. Therefore, independence refers to autonomous existence within the object by its own virtue. So I have highlighted here, autonomous existence within the object by its own virtue. So when we say intrinsic existence, existence from the side of the object, that's what it means. So if things do not have any existence from their own side, how do they exist? By mental projection. So by conventional labeling, naming. So when entities are not locatable, how could non-entities be locatable? Since form exists by name only, the space also exists by name only. Without element, how could there be form? Therefore, name itself is also the same. So you might think, okay, maybe if they are merely label, maybe label exists and not object. So Tsongkhapa clarifies that it's not, when we say things are merely labeled, conventional existence, it has to have three elements, three kinds of criteria for something to be considered existent. Not everything that we label or name exists. So what are the three? I'll just jump down. Okay. A, that they are conventionally known to be to the conventional mind. Conventional mind means the ordinary mind that observes things. This is Geshe Damdu, this is Professor, this and that. So you have a conventional mind imputing things. Now that conventional imputation should not be challenged by another conventional imputation. All right? If I look at him and say this is Ngawasonam, there is direct challenge because it's not Ngawasonam. Right? So again, if I think this is independent Geshe Tamje, that independent Geshe Tamje is not free from challenge because the view of emptiness will challenge this independent Tamje. So there has to be three criteria. So, okay, let me come here. Like a mirage, I have to look at. Well, actually, I'm not able to find a slide. Someone else made it for me, sorry. So anyway, when you look at a reflection in the mirror, if you look at the mirror, you see your own reflection there. And the mirror reflecting your face and a mirror not reflecting your face, there is a difference. In one mirror, you see your face. In one mirror, you don't see your face. So you have to accept that there is something there. But when the face appears in the mirror, you tend to think your face is there. As within the mirror, your face is there. But if that is the case, then if you put 100 mirrors, you'll see 100 you. At least 3 mirrors, you'll see 3 you, but that is against reality. So on one side, we cannot deny this appearance, that there is something there. But on one side, if you critically search for your face within the mirror, you won't find a mirror. So appearance, we do not negate that, we do not challenge that. Appearance is there. But when you explore that appearance, then from its own side, it doesn't exist as a face. So it's just an image. So although it appears as a real face, it's not real face. So because of this discrepancy in the appearance and reality, we call it as illusion-like. So mirage also, again, even though the mirage looks like water, if you actually go near it, if it's real water, you'll see water there. But it's just appearance. So likewise, if you have understood emptiness, on one side, when things appear to you, you preserve them because they appear. So you preserve their existence. At the same time, you do not give a concrete kind of a certification of them being as absolute. So, although they appear as absolute, while appearance, because of appearance, you have to say they exist, but critically speaking, because they don't, if you pinpoint and search by using the reasons set forth by Nagarjuna and so forth, you'll see that you won't be able to find a concrete self or independent. So what you are not able to find is something concrete. The absence of a concrete, independent entity doesn't mean that the entity doesn't exist. It's devoid of any independent entity because it exists dependently by three modes, basically dependent on causes and condition, dependent on parts, whole, and parts dependent on one another, and most importantly, dependent on mere labeling. If someone is given a doctorate degree before that, 1 minute before, that's just a student. After you give him the label, then he becomes doctor. If anything has changed in that person, not much. But that label has made a huge difference. So based on this, we say the only possibility by which we can say things exist is through mental imputation or through naming. But doesn't mean that whatever we name exists. Naming or labeling should be free of challenges from other conventional imputation, and also from the view of emptiness. So therefore, in essence, worldly convention that we understand, we do not challenge that. Buddha himself said, "Jide nga da henju tu tsugi, nga jide da me tsunto, jide na kang yoba doba tang meba doba di nga yan dotos." I do not argue with the world. The world argues with me, and whatever the world say to be existent or say to be non-existent, I also agree with that. And again, in Chandrakirti's text, it says, do not forsake the conventional reality. So because of that, one should understand that although emptiness is a very difficult view, it's not impossible because we all have the Buddha nature. And it doesn't also mean, because emptiness is very difficult, although it doesn't mean that we'll not, although it will take time to understand emptiness, it doesn't mean that emptiness doesn't mean non-existence of things. So people, if you compare emptiness with zero or make some such kind of comparison, then you get a sense that emptiness is basically, well, one of the speakers said, eventually will boil down to dusk. So that actually gross impermanence. Gross impermanence is different from emptiness. So gross impermanence helps in reducing attachment, but that is not the real meaning of emptiness. Emptiness, we can speak of emptiness between Buddha, emptiness of emptiness itself. And so grasping at things to be independently existence, that needs to be negated, and for that purpose we have emptiness. So with this, I finish my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable. I invite the next speaker, Dr. Abhishek Maji, to present his paper.
Fearless. Mare, fearless. screen. Screen? Sure, yeah. So actually this is PDF, so we cannot do that. Yeah, we have to just keep scrolling.
Okay, so good afternoon everybody. First of all, let me begin by thanking the organizers for inviting me here, and I feel honored, of course, happy, but most importantly very nervous. Like the last two times, I can't avoid that emotion. Okay, okay, so it will be short, I think, and I have tried to exclude as many equations as possible so that I can reach the non-physics audience here, who are the most important at this moment. So yeah, so let us proceed. So 3 pictures of quantum mechanics and a conceptual shunya. Now before writing this title of the talk, I was thinking of another title, understanding why we do not understand quantum mechanics. Okay, so I think everybody here will agree with me that quantum mechanics is very interesting. But do we generally think that why classical mechanics is not interesting? Okay, so this is where I am going to begin. So what are the conceptual seeds which make these things different? And what is the difference between the physics when we talk about this object and the physics when we talk about the object which we don't see, that is the subatomic particles and etc. Okay, so let us begin. I'm sorry, the full screen view is not available, so let us go like this. So what is classical mechanics? Let us begin at first. So what is the premise? So when we talk about classical mechanics, we talk about trajectories of objects, right? Like this phone, like this bottle here, or my glass, or suppose you can throw me out of this room. So that is also another thing. Okay, so classical object. But how do we represent it in physics? So there is the picture here, the dot. Okay, so Newton, I have excluded the name of Galileo, but Galileo, Newton, etc., all those who began that mechanics represented an object as a whole by a point. Okay, so this is the premise of classical mechanics. And now you can understand that there is nowhere to go. It's very rigid structure, it's logical, but there is no flexibility. You can understand what it means. There is a point and you have to study the motion of that point and it's done. The form does not matter, that whether it is me or the phone or the glass or whatever is the object. Okay, so and then you have the Newton's laws of motion and it goes on. And what is the point? I have tried to search the literature for the last 5-6 years. The only place where I got the definition of a point is Euclid's book, the first axiom. You have heard about Euclidean geometry, the simplest form of geometry, and it goes like this: a point is that which has no part. Now note, this is not very important but slightly important in the context, that the dot, the dot can be seen due to its extension or the spread. That means you can only demonstrate a dot or the concept of a point by a dot when it has a spread. Therefore, directly there is a contradiction between your language or the linguistic truth a point is that which has no part, and the demonstration by experience. Okay. But let us proceed. I will not go towards that discussion. Maybe I'll do that elsewhere at some other point of time, because it's very important, but not in the present context. Now, in theoretical physics, there are two types of points which we generally talk about, at least linguistically. One is geometric point, another is material point. What is a geometric point? If you arbitrarily talk about the concept of a point, that is a geometrical point. That is, with that point you do not demonstrate an object. However, if you try to demonstrate an object by a point, you talk about mass attached to it. Whether we agree on a definition of mass or not, that is a different story, but you all agree, I think, with me that we all have some mass, right? Okay, so this is what is the premise of classical mechanics, that is what we call as point mass. And sometimes we call it as a material point, which is a word or the class of words which have become extinct from the current dictionary of theoretical physics. Okay, so this is about classical mechanics. Now, let us talk about the premise of quantum mechanics and why this is more flexible, less logical, and therefore more interesting than classical mechanics, and what is there which intrigues us. So the three pictures are associated with three names: de Broglie's hypothesis, which is linked to wave-particle duality. We have heard about these words a lot. Then Schrodinger's postulate, I am going to explain that, and then Born's postulate. Okay. So let me proceed and discuss the picture one, that is de Broglie's hypothesis. Of course, we cannot avoid one name, Albert Einstein. Okay, so he was always there, he is there. And it begins from Einstein's paper on 1905, where at first Einstein came up with this light quantum hypothesis. We all have known about this equation, E equals to h nu, energy equals to Planck's constant into some frequency. But we don't need to go into the equation. This is just a relationship which is very important in quantum mechanics. So Einstein postulated this for light, that light, before that postulate, light was just a wave, and I think you all know what a wave is. Drop a stone in the pond, the ripples which propagate, that is a wave phenomena. Okay, and that is the same thing which you can imagine in space propagating the electromagnetic wave, and that is light. But Einstein came in and he said that for in a certain construct to resolve a certain problem, he proposed that light is a packet of energy, and he associated, please note the word association, and why it is important. He associated a frequency with that packet of energy, because when you talk about the packet of energy, we are thinking about a point particle. But if it's a point, then there is no extension. Then how can you explain a wave? And if you can't explain the wave nature, then you can't explain what frequency is and what is a wavelength. This is why we need to associate the concept, although we can't actually demonstrate it. Okay, so this is important here. And this is where from the wave particle duality came from. And this is what I have written here, as you can see it. Frequency of a wave, we talk about it, and the concept is delocalized because the wave is extended. Okay. And then we are talking about point particle, that is energy packet, which is localized. So there is a two contradictory concepts which are at play. Now what de Broglie did is that de Broglie extended that concept, Einstein's, to Newton's point particle, or he associated a wave to point mass. Okay, things become more tricky here. Now this is a quote directly from the PhD thesis of de Broglie in 1925. You can read this from there. A material point always hides propagation of a wave at a point, he mentions it, and then he says, by cause of a meta law of nature, meta law means the law which lies beyond the law. That's why the word meta. To each portion of energy with a proper mass m naught, one may associate a periodic phenomenon of frequency nu naught such that one finds h nu naught equals to m naught c square. Forget about the equation, but please note the word again, association, because we can't explain what a wave is if we talk about a point particle. the wave particle duality is now extended for massive particles. So this is the picture. Now you have a dot and a wave associated to it. Okay. Now this is picture 1. Now Schrodinger came. So what is the conflict with Schrodinger and what de Broglie did? Schrodinger postulate in his 1926 paper, where wave mechanics was born for the first time, Schrodinger said that a material point or point mass consists of a wave system. So how does it differ from de Broglie's picture? Now read this. This is how Schrodinger begins his paper. It's from the introduction. The theory, he is talking about his own theory, is based on the researches of de Broglie on what he called phase waves and thought to be associated with the motion of material points. So at first Schrodinger talks about de Broglie's ideas, and then he said the point of view taken here is rather that material points consist of or are nothing but wave systems, meaning that if you zoom into the point itself, that is a point mass, you will find that it is consisting of wave systems. So these two pictures are different. So what Schrodinger did was that he demolished the premise of classical mechanics properly. In de Broglie's case, it was still there. And then he went on to build the Schrodinger's equation, and the wave function came in, and etc. And then came Born. Okay, so this is the picture 3. Now remember that, or note that in case de Broglie and Schrodinger, there was something in very common. They thought that the wave which they are proposing, they are real waves, okay, like electromagnetic waves and etc. However, Born came in, and in his 1926 paper, he postulated a different interpretation to the mathematical formalism of quantum mechanics. And more appropriately, he added a statistical interpretation to Schrodinger's wave function. You do not need to worry what a Schrodinger's wave function means, but what is important here is that Born changed the interpretation, or he changed the interpretation of the mathematical formulation prior to Born, whatever was there. Okay. So he said that these wave function with which Schrodinger represented real waves, those are not actually real waves or physical waves, but those are probability waves. Okay. And well, I'll exclude the mathematical statement. And then, therefore, you can see that this picture 3 is neither picture 1 nor picture 2, but are in use along with a different interpretation. Okay, so it was not that all of those were completely thrown out of the window, but only a new interpretation was attached, because de Broglie's hypothesis, Schrodinger's postulate, all are still in play at the foundations of quantum mechanics, only the interpretation has changed. Yeah, I'm just finished. It's the last slide, I think. Yeah. So now why I'm attaching this word, a conceptual sunno, that now you can see that you can't actually attach a logical structure to the premise of quantum mechanics, unlike classical mechanics. So the middle way, and I think here there are people who know much more than me about middle way, Mula Madhyamika Karika. So an assertion can be true, false, neither true nor false, both true and false. Now if you go to the classical mechanical picture, we were talking about the rigid conceptual structure of a dot, that's it. Okay, so that is true, or you don't have classical mechanics. So the third and fourth option was not there. So the middle way points towards incompleteness of logic, undecidability, and especially that these third and fourth options accommodate our choices, intuition, and most importantly our operation or the attachment to physical experience with our language. Okay. And as I have already explained, to understand modern quantum mechanics, sometimes we use picture 1, sometimes picture 2, and picture 3 is used mostly for the interpretation, where more importantly I have excluded this because I don't have much time, that this third picture also bring in the observer, because to give the statistical interpretation and to incorporate measurement, you have to bring in the observer as well, which was not present in picture 1 and picture 2. So, and this is why I call this as a conceptual shunya. That is the premise of quantum mechanics, where we choose those concepts according to requirement and depending on the context. However, since the middle way applies to myself as well and all the interpretations or the explanations which I gave, so maybe my humble reasoning is empty of itself, and it is very much related to how you connect to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manji. I invite the last speaker, Venerable Lojeng Donyan. Venerable, you have 10 minutes.
How's everyone doing? Okay, I think we're only about 90 minutes over time, so as a long-term guest in this country, that's actually better than average, so I think we're doing good. Okay, now I really appreciated all the prior talks so much, and they went into quite a wide range of discussions. It's been a very enriching discussion. Is there a way to do? Yeah, there's 1 second. I got it. This is a PDF, right? Okay. So don't worry, I also have to pee, so I won't go over 15 minutes, and I'll even set a timer to make sure. Okay. But I have to just set this up. Read full screen mode, right? Am I right? Am I wrong? Okay, I think that worked. Good. Where do I put this? Okay. I have notes, and then I gotta find a place to put them. Okay. That should be fine. Yeah, so we've gone to a lot of different discussions, and I think a lot of it has been kind of like a kind of expert level discussion. So since I am neither an expert in quantum mechanics by any means, nor in Buddhist philosophy, then I hope that maybe my talk will be a little bit maybe simpler or easier for some of you who also aren't experts, which maybe most of you are, but I'm sure some of you aren't. Okay, so where are we going here? Well, we're going to be talking about a little bit of kind of comparing and seeing connections between this quantum vacuum or quantum vacuum fluctuations, and then on the Buddhist philosophy side, shunyata. So first we'll set the stage by just giving some definitions. Then we'll look at the underlying principle of the quantum vacuum, which is the uncertainty principle. And I'll briefly discuss how matter arises from space, then how everything arises from emptiness, and then finally try to tie these two concepts together a little bit. Okay, so first of all, okay, this is the old version of the, okay? So I think that's kind of irrelevant, but the last sentence there, what is the purpose, okay? Or really, what motivates people to even go into research in these different topics? Well, it's fundamentally the desire to understand the nature of reality, right? I think both quantum mechanics and emptiness represent the deepest probes into the fundamental nature of things that the world has to offer. Quantum mechanics within the world of science, modern science, and emptiness within the Buddhist world, or you could say even within, traditional Asian thought. Okay, so let's define the quantum vacuum again. I've changed this a little bit, but that's okay. I'll just stick with what's here. So quantum vacuum is space within which each point has uncertain or indefinite amount of energy. And the indeterminate energy is interpreted as particles, okay? As particles, virtual particles arising and ceasing with particle-antiparticle pairs, but also really, so it was briefly discussed in earlier talks what quantum field theory is, but essentially it's the branch of quantum mechanics which understands the universe and all particles to be fields, and the excitations in the fields are what comes to be observed as particles. So actually, the vacuum and the fields, and there's a field for each of the 17 fundamental particles of the standard model of particle physics, they're what we could call, for those familiar with Buddhist philosophy, they are one nature but different isolates. Is that a phrase some people have heard before? Okay, so the vacuum and the fields are one nature, different isolates. Okay, in other words, they are just kind of different labels given to the same thing.
Now, what is emptiness? Emptiness is a pure negative, which is the sheer negating of the true or objective existence or establishment of any given object of knowledge, of all knowable things. Okay? So this is considered to be the fundamental truth of phenomena, and it's fundamental because that's what's discovered when you do a very thorough analysis of the nature of something. So that's why it's fundamental. It's the deepest thing. When you go and look for the true nature, it's the deepest thing you can find. All right, so let's look at, I skipped over some things, no time, but let's look at what kinds of things are the quantum vacuum and emptiness. Like if we want to categorize them, what are we going to say about them? What kind of properties do they have? So to do this, we can turn to the Pramana literary tradition. And so, of course, Atisha gave an excellent discussion about relations in the Pramana tradition. And in general, though, the Pramana literary tradition has what's called a two-type model of cognition. So there are two basic types of cognitions, okay? There are direct perceptions, so that's going down into the second row there. There are direct perceptions, and then there are inferences, okay? Now, the top row, those are the different objects correlated with the two kinds of cognition. So the main kind of object for direct perceptions are specific objects. The main kinds of objects for inference is abstract objects. So what makes something a specific object? Well, these are things which we also call them impermanent. They are impermanent, they're in a nature, their nature is to be in constant flux, constant change. They are things that are causally functional, okay? So only these kinds of objects can actually be interacted with, give rise to results, and themselves be created from their own conditions and causes. And they are also subject to entropy. These are things which are in a state that's heading towards disorder, decay, disintegrating, things which disintegrate. On the other hand, abstract objects are, well, the complete opposite, okay? So abstract objects are things that are static and unchanging. We call these permanent, okay? Permanent is another word for abstract objects. They are causally inefficacious. They have no ability to actually interact and create or make things happen or create results. And they are wholly and completely dependent on mental ideation, right? Social convention, language, and conceptuality. Conceptual thought kind of provides the reality for these kinds of abstract objects. So what are some examples, just to make it a little more clear? So concrete objects, or specific objects, another word is concrete objects, we can say. These are things like cups and bowls, all the things we see in this room, anything you can observe with your five sensory modalities, right? Houses, cars, buildings, tables, chairs. It also includes all the internal experiences of living beings, consciousness, perception, emotion, right? A visual perception of the screen, all of those things are concrete or specific objects. So are we, okay? Living beings, planets, bodies. And then this may be debatable, the last list of things here, but the objects observed or the objects researched by physics, energy particles, waves, fields, and the quantum vacuum. Now, what kinds of objects are abstract? We have things like permanent space, okay? Then we have concepts and mental imagery themselves, as Atisha mentioned, that relations, right? These are things that are known through conceptuality, so those would be abstract. And then mathematical objects, similarly. Now let's look at some other properties. We can ask some questions about these two things. So let's ask, is it permanent? Well, for emptiness, yes, emptiness is permanent, unchanging. Is the vacuum, the quantum vacuum, permanent? No, it is impermanent, right? It started at a certain size at the Big Bang, and now it's bigger than it used to be, right? It changes, okay? How about being abstract? Is emptiness abstract? Yes, it is 100% abstract. It is something that is known through conceptual imputation. What about the vacuum? Well, it's a little bit abstract in some sense, but it also is formed in and of matter. Okay, so the vacuum itself is the matter that we see when there's an excitation and then we observe a particle. That is the stuff of the vacuum, right? So this is a little bit different from emptiness, where we have the Heart Sutra, form is emptiness, emptiness also is form. So that's like not literal, right? That's more of a metaphorical statement. Here, the vacuum is literally matter, okay, form. Now, What about being causally efficacious? Emptiness, again, it is figuratively. We say that all phenomena arise from emptiness, but we just say that. That's because emptiness enables phenomena to arise and exist. It does not actually cause them, whereas the vacuum literally causes things to happen or arise. Now, what about how we perceive them? Can you perceive emptiness directly? Well, not with your senses, but you can perceive it directly, only not at first. So to have the initial perception of emptiness, then you have to use an evidence-based reasoning and you generate an inference, right? That was one of the two kinds of cognition, an inference. But in the theory which emptiness comes from, the Buddhist philosophy, there's something called a yogic direct perception. So after you train, after you have if you have an inference of emptiness, you can train, you can continuously focus your mind single-pointedly on that over a long period of time, and your mind will actually evolve into a direct perception of emptiness, a yogic direct perception. Now for the quantum vacuum, I was actually surprised to see in the previous presentation that Schrödinger said that it is observable. I don't know how you would come to observe the quantum vacuum, but maybe you have some idea of that. But as far as I understand, at least within the native soil of quantum mechanics, there's no idea of this yogic direct perception, so it might be hard to have a direct perception of the quantum vacuum. I don't know, but as far as I know, it's basically something proven through evidence, through other observations, indirectly. It's inferred, and mathematically inferred as well. What about being a substance? Well, emptiness? No. Emptiness is absolutely not a substance. It's very important to understand that. The vacuum, I think, is a bit debatable, so some physicists may say it is a substance, some that it is not. Okay, now what's the underlying logic here? How do we know the vacuum energy exists? Okay, so fundamentally it's the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, right? And now this, no one went into too much detail on this, but I won't either, but it's an important concept. And essentially it just says that, well, for any particle that has properties, right, like position, momentum, and even energy, right, these properties cannot be known definitively, right, with 100% or to an arbitrary level of precision. Okay, so this is the essential facet of the uncertainty principle, and the more you know different complementary qualities, like the more clearer or more precise you pin down the position of a particle, the less precise you know its momentum. Now, this, I would say, frankly, if we were trying to find some kind of correlate in quantum mechanics with emptiness, it wouldn't actually be the quantum vacuum, it would be this Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Maybe the quantum vacuum could be correlated to something in Buddhist philosophy like something which is called space particles, but we're not going to go into detail on that. So the next part of the picture here is quantum field theory. Again, that was described already, just that every particle has an associated field which occupies all of space and has an associated value at every point in space. And then the vacuum fluctuations just means that in this space, like next to me here, in this space in front of me, there's an obvious object, so there's lots of energy, there's lots of excitations in the quantum field. And the space next to me, it seems like there might not be any. Oh, please. That's right, energy and time. Thank you. Okay. Sorry for it. That's fine. That's very helpful. So then I guess the implication would be that energy itself could be. No. Right.
Because if you look at the creation of the Big Bang itself, then if you want to measure for a very short interval of time, there is enormous fluctuation of energy which gives rise to the birth of the universe itself. That is the whole physics.
Okay. Wait, well, I'm sorry, I don't have time to explore that, but I'll ask you after, okay, to give more detail. But somehow, this is what I've learned, that energy cannot be defined, but it's right, it's energy's complementary property is time, okay. So then vacuum fluctuations, that just means, so like here in this space, it seems like there might not be anything, right, that it's empty, but the reality is, because energy cannot be defined precisely, that we can never actually say that there's zero energy, literally zero energy. So there actually is a certain amount of unknown or possible energy there right now with particles arising and ceasing very, very rapidly. Okay, that's the vacuum fluctuations. Okay, now what about the underlying logic of emptiness? Okay, so I might go now a minute over, but that's okay because there was a comment that I feel like I have a little excuse. Okay, so Nagarjuna says, that which is contingent and emergent is said to be emptiness. That, being a designation that proceeds on depending, is itself the middle way. Because there does not exist any phenomenon which is not contingent and emergent. For that reason, there does not exist any phenomenon that is not empty. Okay, and this actually was already quoted by Geshe-la Tenzin Hladren with a different translation, but essentially Nagarjuna is saying that the fundamental proof for emptiness is that all phenomena are contingent on things other than themselves. Being contingent on things other than themselves makes them emergent. It means that they do not actually arise or exist by way of their own selves or own nature. Now, what is self or nature? Well, that was actually defined in the 2 talks prior by Geshe-la and Ngawang Sonam. So this is from Tsongkhapa, once again, another translation of the same verse, same line. Self or nature is a way of being established, which is where an object exists from its own side without being posited by an internal mind. Okay? So the fundamental or most kind of underlying reasoning that we can use to understand emptiness is simply that when you search for some designated object, you cannot find it in any possible way, either within its basis of designation or outside of it. So if you look at something like, again, tables, houses, chairs, any object like that, or a person, so you look in the person, right, I'm Lobsang Tunya, so in Lobsang Tunya, there's a body, there's a mind. Where is Lobsang Tunya? You look through the body. Do you find him in the hands, in the head, in the heart, in the organs? No. Do you find Lobsang Tunya in the mind, in the happiness, in the suffering, and all the emotions? No. Since you don't find him, then he's empty of self or nature. Now, where does that leave us then? Well, it means he exists as only names and labels. Why? Because Lobsang Tunya still is experienced. Lobsang Tunya is experienced, but he's not found within a basis of designation, so he's not there within the object itself. Okay, not there within the object itself. So it's experienced, but not coming from the object into the mind, so it's coming from being projected by the mind, okay, as a name and label. Okay, now how does the universe, we'll go very quickly here, or how does the universe arise from the vacuum, quantum vacuum? Because of inflation. So at the Big Bang, right after the Big Bang, there was a very rapid expansion of the universe, but during that expansion of the universe, the energy, right, of the quantum vacuum was uneven. So it was an uneven distribution of energy because of the quantum vacuum fluctuations. That carried throughout the evolution of the universe and eventually enabled different parts of the universe to have different amounts of gravity, which enabled galaxies and clusters of matter to form and condense into the galaxies that we know today. So it is very much the case that quantum vacuum gave rise to the current universe. Now, how do all things arise from emptiness? Okay, well, essentially, let's see, time is running short, so I'll just say that it's the basis. Okay, emptiness is the basis of all things to arise. Again, because let's take a seed and a sprout. If a sprout or a tree, right, if it existed with its own self, with its own nature, then it wouldn't need to depend on other conditions. In fact, it wouldn't even be able to depend on other conditions. So if you took a seed and you watered it and you gave it heat, everything you need to sprout a tree, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't sprout because it's not contingent on other conditions. And then a tree would just arise in the middle of nowhere for no reason, even without a seed, water, and heat. So this is, and emptiness is the reason that proves that everything can and does arise and emerge in the way it does. Okay, and with that, time is up, so I thank you all very much, and I hope to talk more about this this mistake I made, and sorry for that, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable. All the four speakers have presented very thought-provoking papers, and you might have generated certain questions, but due to no time, I skipped the question session and also I do not like to make any comment because all are the erudite scholars. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor S.K. Pandeyji, for chairing this session, and thank you for esteemed speakers for taking your time and making this session very productive. Now I would like to request our director, Geshe Dojidamdullah, to kindly grace the stage and hand over the souvenirs to our chairperson and our speakers as a token of gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to our director. We have our chairperson of today, Professor Satyendra K. Pandey, PhD Assistant Professor, Department of Buddhist Studies from Delhi University. Following, we have our first speaker, Dr. Mrityunjoy Koham Majumdar, Assistant Professor, Amrita Vishwavidya Pedam, Delhi NCR. And we have Venerable Geshe Ngawan Sonamla. Please give a huge round of applause to our speakers. Dr. Abhishek Mahajanji. And Venerable Obsantenila. At the same time, I humbly request Keshila to remain on the stage. I would like to call upon Dr. Sushmita Majumdar and Dr. Shubham Mishra from Department of Physics, Galgodia University, for being so cooperative and bringing your student from Galgodia University. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Keshila. And now we are remain with our last session of today, which is very interesting, which is student panel discussion, and which will be moderated by my colleague Kamasichila.
Good evening, everyone. So for this session, we have 6 eager young minds who will share their perspectives on today's title, which is on Arya Deva and Concept of Emptiness, Relevance in the 21st Century. And also we have Venerable Tenzin Vesel Mongila as our chairperson. So since we are pressed with time, I would like to give a brief introduction about our chairperson. So Venerable Tenzin Vesel Mongila is non-resident senior fellow, Center for Excellence in Himalayan Studies, Shiv Nadar University, Delhi. And Venerable Kaveri La is closely affiliated with Tibet House, New Delhi. Okay. So for more details, I request you to kindly look into the booklet. I now request students to kindly come up on the dais. Ms. Sring Chuskitla, Mr. Ashish Ji, Mr. Rinzin La, Mr. Mukul Sharma Ji, and Miss Pooja Ji. I now would like to request our chairperson to kindly take over the session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And so it's been an absolutely superb day of deliberations. And I have to congratulate Tibet House for the magnificent conference today. And I'm so honored to be here, with much gratitude to Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdullah and Tibet House for asking me to chair this session. Since we are running short of time, I just want to, bring to mind something that other speakers have said. So when we talk about suffering from the philosophical perspective, we talk about the suffering of change, and pervasive conditioned suffering. And here I just want to mention, the most venerable Geshe Lobsang Gyatso Rinpoche, founder of many institutions, prominent institutions. He spoke about pervasive conditioned suffering. He says they are the 5 aggregates themselves, which are a result of karma and delusions, as their presence permeates the existence of all ordinary sentient beings equally, and because they are the basis of the unremitting experience of the other 2 sufferings. So Venerable Danyo at the end, and many of Geshe-la earlier, Geshe Nawang, Sonamla in the last panel, we spoke about this, the 5 aggregates, right? This body and mind complex that experiences suffering and all of that. So I want to say here that when we talk about Arya Nagarjuna and the Buddha, when we say that the soteriological purpose of studying emptiness and shunyata is quite different from that of physics, with no disrespect to physics, but there is a vast difference that also Geshe-la here gave such a beautiful presentation. And on this I want to just quote His Holiness. He says, the possibility of the ceasing of suffering. For Buddhist practitioners, the development of wisdom is also important. And here I mean wisdom which realizes shunya, emptiness, the ultimate nature of reality. The realization of shunya gives you at least some kind of positive sense about cessation. Once you have some kind of feeling for the possibility of cessation, then it becomes clear that suffering is not final and that there is an alternative. If there is an alternative, then it is wise to make an effort. And the quotation goes on, but what he's fundamentally saying is that, the Buddha, as many people said here when he stayed silent for 49 days, he spoke about emptiness and the nature of ultimate reality in the context of removing our suffering, our pervasive conditioned suffering. And there, of course, there's a famous verse by Arya Nagarjuna, and we don't have time, so I will just cite it here, but I just want to put it out because this panel is talking about Arya Nagarjuna, and that is that ceasing of contaminated actions and afflictions leads to nirvana, or fearlessness in the secular context. Contaminated actions and afflictions arise from inappropriate attention, which in turn arise from the elaboration of self-grasping ignorance. It is the wisdom of emptiness that brings an end to ignorance and suffering. So there is a way out of this cycle of conditioned existence, and that purpose of studying and understanding emptiness sets it apart from other endeavors in physics and so on. So with that, I just want to introduce our wonderful student panel. We have 5 minutes each, all of you, rather than the 10 minutes, purely because we've had a long day. And over to the first speaker. If you can look at the booklet for everybody's bios, please. I will not introduce the students. I think we start with you.
Maybe the students can introduce themselves.
Okay, that's better, yeah.
Enthused by great compassion, you taught the immaculate dharma to dispel all perverted views. To you, the Buddha Gautama, I pay homage. Good evening, everyone. I am Tsiring Chishkid. I am currently doing Masters in Department of Physics, University of Delhi. First of all, I respect the chairperson, speakers, panel members, and all the participants. A very good evening to each and everyone present here. First of all, I would really like to thank Venerable Geshe-la and Tibet House staff members for giving me this grateful opportunity. It's a great honor for me to be a part of such an insightful conference. And today I'll be talking about the parallels between quantum physics and Arya Nagarjuna's concept of shunyata. Now, starting off, if we look into the evolution of quantum physics, it has come a long way in its development, be it in optics, quantum computing, astrophysics, and many more. And it's been 100 years since its inception, yet it's still strong and scientists are still actively exploring its mysteries. And it does share an interesting connection with the Buddhist concept of shunyata in understanding the fixed notion of reality that we live in today. Now, reality is often seen as a predictable and governed by fixed laws in classical physics, but however, quantum physics challenges this predictable state of reality. It says a quantum particle always exists in probability, they doesn't have a well-defined state, and instead they are represented by what is called wave functions, which is a mathematical function that describes the quantum state of a particle, which represents the superposition of all possible states which exist in multiple states until and unless we observe them. Now, this came out as a result of the famously called as the Young's double slit experiment, whereas the experiment was carried out with the help of electrons. And interestingly, electron on splitting was showing an interference pattern, which is only shown in light wave. Thus, it results in the dual nature of electron, stating that it acts as both particle as well as wave. Thereby resulting that unless and until we observe them, it behaves as solid, other than that as waves. Thus, when measurement is done, the wave function collapses into a definite state, thus transiting from its wave form to particle form. So ultimately, everything boils down to how we observe the quantum particle. That is, it depends upon the act of observing something, which changes actually everything. And this is also what is set in the concept of shunyata, that nothing exists on its own, which means nothing is independent and have fixed essence. In fact, everything comes in relation to other. It says how we perceive things and not surrounding affecting us. It emphasizes our perception shapes the reality. That is, our mind itself builds the world where we experience which are affected by our attachments, desires, and wantings. And also the most heard experiment in quantum physics, that is the thought experiment of Schrödinger cat, which also illustrates about the superposition states, which again, depends upon this act of observation. Now, if we look further into quantum physics, we come to know about the built-in uncertainty of this universe. So there's this rule, the uncertainty principle, which was given by Werner Heisenberg, which states that one cannot measure the position and momentum of a particle simultaneously with absolute precision. That is, you cannot know everything exactly about a particle at once. Like, for example, if you know its position, there is some uncertainty in its speed measurement, or else if you know how fast it is going, you cannot pinpoint its exact position. Thus, when we try to predict both the position and speed, it allows us to predict with certainty, but only one out of the two. And thus, it implies the existence of fundamental uncertainty in the behavior of subatomic particles. So in a way, like everything in the world is uncertain. And if we move further, like one of the great discoveries of the quantum physics is the quantum entanglement, which till now most of the speakers have talked about. And under that, it says like if the two particles are connected in such a way that the state of one particle instantly influences the state of other particle, even though they are light years away, but then no information travels faster than light. So the reason is like the moment they become entangled, their properties such as the spin, polarization are linked. Thus, if the spin of one particle is up, then the spin of other is down. As said by Professor Cicero and many other speakers, also that the particle states are correlated when they were entangled, and when we measure them, the correlation just gets revealed out, and Einstein called this as spooky action at a distance. Now, after all, it says that if you change one, then the other reacts instantly irrespective of the distance where it is. And thus, in a similar way, if we see the Buddhist concept of dependent origination, it says everything arises based on the conditions and nothing exists in isolation. So everything arises based on the causes and conditions. So like the entangled particles, in which everything is interconnected, our environment, our relationships, and our own self, this is also in the case of dependent origination. And as a result, both the perspectives allows us to question the existence of this fixed reality. As also said by Professor Vivek in the morning, like quantum physics tells us about the particles, whereas Buddhist philosophy talks about our mental state. Thus, both results in a way that both converge to one approach. And thus, in today's world, along with the theoretical philosophy and science, it is also influencing the technology, the consciousness studies, and even the interconnected global issues. And I personally believe that both can go hand in hand, and we can have more and more such discussions for the benefit of this world. And more than coming here and speaking, it was a great experience for me and privilege to be able to learn from such great dignitaries present here today. So at last, I would also like to quote from Buddha, "All conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees with wisdom, one turns away from suffering." And that's all. Thank you, everyone, for hearing me.
Thank you so much, Skidla. Next, Mr. Ashish. You can just briefly introduce us.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. And I'm directly coming to my topic, and the theory of dependent origination, especially based on the Nagarjuna core idea of emptiness. My full paper is Nagarjuna is known as a great Buddhist philosopher and Indian thinker of 2nd and 3rd century CE. He is recognized both as a Mahayan Buddhist monk and as a great Asian philosopher who introduced his new doctrine within a Mahayan sect of Buddhism, which is known as the Madhyamika school. This is also reflected as Nagarjuna philosophy of Shunyata, the doctrine of emptiness. Through his renowned fundamental working, Mulya Madhyamik Karika, Nagarjuna contextualized the Buddha's middle path. The Madhyamika school, due to its principle of Madhyama Pratipada, the middle way, hold a vast and significant identity in the Buddhist world. Nagarjuna termed this doctrine as Shunyata emptiness, which teaches us that all elements, substances, living and non-living entities in the world are inherently empty. He explained the fundamental cause of this by stating that every minute to vast element in the universe arising from another element. As a result, no element or substance can be considered independent. Thus, everything is dependent on something else for its existence, making their very being and nature empty. This is where Nagarjuna doctrine of Shunyata takes a new direction, revealing that emptiness is nothing but the interdependence of existence. This interconnection forms a cycle of creation or a karmic cycle, which continuously drives the dynamic motion of the universe. This is where Nagarjuna concept of Shunyavad is viewed in the connection with the principle of Pratitya Samutpad, which demonstrate that the existence of one element lead to the arising of another. The principle of Pratitya Samutpad forms the core idea of Nagarjuna's philosophy of emptiness, which can be clearly understood through the 12 links of dependent origination, that is called Dwadash Nidan. These operates across the 3 time cycles, past, present and future, and give rise to the cycle of existence, which is described as follows: ignorance, mental form, actions; consciousness, name and form; 6 sense basis, contact, sensation or feeling; craving or thirst, clinging or grasping; becoming or existence; birth and old age and death. These 12 links of dependent origination are interconnected. The existence or action of one leads to the arising of next. If one does not exist or function, the next cannot come into begin. This process begins with ignorance, avidya, in the past and extends to old age, jara and death, maran, in the future. After this, the cycle repeats itself endlessly, perpetuating the cycle of existence. The foundational teaching of Buddhist philosophy, known as the Four Noble Truths, includes the second noble truth, which is the truth of the cause of suffering, dukkha samudaya. This truth explains the origin of suffering, and it is here that Buddha expounded the principle of causality, known as Pratitya Samutpad. This principle states how the rise of one element significantly contributes to the emergence of another. Furthermore, the very principle serves as foundation of Nagarjuna's Shunyavad. Nagarjuna, who formulated the Madhyamika school of thought, based his philosophical primarily on Shunyavad. The Madhyamika school emphasizes the middle way, arguing logically that both extreme attachment and extreme detachment are incorrect. Hence, this school advocates choosing the middle path between the two. This concept holds a prominent place in the Mahayana Buddhist philosophy. When we relate this school of thought to idea of emptiness, we find that neither attachment nor detachment should be emphasized. Instead, the middle path, which represent emptiness, avoiding both excessive emotional impulse and complete absence in emotion in thought. Nagarjuna's theory of emptiness has been further elaborated, simplified, and clarified by several contemporary thinkers. Among them, Nagarjuna's disciple Aryadev stand out prominently. Aryadev expanded upon Nagarjuna's concept of shunyata through his writing and commentaries, and Chaturushatak is one of them. Apart from Aryadeva, the text Madhyamika Avatar by Chandrakirti also provides a distinct perspective on Nagarjuna's doctrine of Shunyavad and reaching its interpretation. In Nagarjuna's quest of Shunyata, he initially prioritized the concept of Swabhav, intrinsically nature. As his philosophical idea evolved, he realized that Shunyata is indeed related to Swabhav, but it is also dependent on one principle of causality. This implies that the origin of anything is influenced by another, signifying interdependence. Nagarjuna refuted misconception about Shunyavad in his work Vigraha Vyavartini. In the text, he presented the argument of his opponent Purupaksha and systematically provided counter-argument Purupaksha, strengthening the foundation of Shunyavad. Through his doctrine of Shunyata, Nagarjuna asserts that neither samsara, worldly existence, nor nirvana, liberation can be regarded as absolute truth. This principle serves as the core foundation of Mahayana Buddhism and encapsulating the essence of bodhisattva perfection, that is called paramitas. Further, therefore, Nagarjuna considered Shunyavad as a very cause of rise of wisdom, pragya. In Buddhist philosophy, there is also mention of 20 types of emptiness which describe various dimensions of Shunyata, and these are so much, so I will briefly talk about that. Internal emptiness, external emptiness, external emptiness, emptiness of emptiness, great emptiness, ultimate emptiness, conditioned emptiness, unconditioned emptiness, absolute emptiness, infinite emptiness, unmanifested emptiness, natural emptiness, emptiness of all phenomena, emptiness of characteristics, emptiness of perception, emptiness of non-existence and nature, emptiness of essence, emptiness of non-essence, emptiness of existence, and otherness also. Thus, we can see Nagarjuna's Shunyavad as a form of human mental, intellectual, and logical firmness. By mastering it, a person can bring their desire under control and free themselves from suffering. This principle of Nagarjuna is highly relevant in the present time, where life driven solely by desire is afflicted with the suffering. It provides clarity on how we can regulate our own thoughts, stabilize our craving, eliminate suffering, and attain nirvana in this very life. Thank you so much, guys.
I'm sorry to make everyone go like the Vande Bharat, but you are doing excellently. Our next student is Mr. Rinchi.
Good evening, everyone. My topic is will be on the similarities between the quantum theory and ontology of Shunyata. What I find similarities, I will only mention those ones. And first, I will regard Nagarjuna. He is also known as the second Buddha in Tibetan teachings, and also this second Buddha is labeled only with a few masters of a Buddhist. In Buddhist philosopher, and he is regarded as this because of his foundation of a concept of Shunyata, as well as his development in a Mahayana Buddhism, and also he is regarded by His Holiness the Dalai Lama with huge regard, and he pays a great reverence to him, and he also understates that many of his understanding of Tibetan Buddhism has been shaped by writings and commentaries of the great masters like him, including Nagarjuna. And he also mentions in a lot of his sayings from Nagarjuna, in Tibetan we call sashe, and in English or anything we call it Mula Madhyamika, and in which he states that Tenjing Dewa Chungwakang, Teni Tempa Nidushe, Teni Takpate, Teni tene ume lamino, which Geshe-la and Geshe-la have mentioned prior. Whatever arises dependently, that is explained to be emptiness. That being a dependent designation is itself a middle way. And in this, we can understand emptiness does not mean nothingness, and everything is dependent. Dependent origin itself is can be observed from there. And also what I also would like to mention one of the excerpt I have seen in interaction between Ananda and Buddha himself, where Ananda, the Buddha's disciple, asks, "Sir, it is said the world is shunya, empty. What does it mean, and to what extent is it empty, shunya?" And Buddha replied, "Ananda, it is without self and anything pertaining to self, and therefore it is shunya." And from which, and I believe from which that Nagarjuna, the second Buddha, might have observed it, and he must have explored it from there, and came into the understanding of shunyata, and he must have explored it. And understanding the quantum physics, the similarities in non-locality and quantum entanglement lies very much aligned with the Buddhist philosophy of shunyata, dependent origin. And in non-locality, it states the ability of quantum system to exhibit instantaneous correlation even when separated by large distance, defying the principle of locality. And it defies the classical philosophy of physics of locality, and delves into the non-locality, where everything is independent, nothing is independent and everything is dependent, and the quantum entanglement itself can be seen similarities between the Buddhist dependent origin. And I would like to conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rinjinla. And just to add a quick line, that since everybody is relating Gonpulundup Arya Nagarjuna to the Mahayana teachings, it is definitely the Buddha's teachings, because one point to say here is that Arya Nagarjuna says in a text, and I can't remember which, but that understanding of emptiness is so critical to developing bodhicitta and great compassion. And His Holiness also says that in the quotation I gave earlier, that wisdom is extremely important in increasing compassion infinitely. So since many of you raised that, and now we have our next speaker, Mr. Samrat.
Respected Chairperson, distinguished speakers, fellow panel members, and all participants present here, a very good evening to all of you. First of all, I would like to really thank I feel deeply honored to be a part of this amazing conference, as many of the things have been already covered, where we aim to understand the nature of reality with concepts like interconnectedness, interdependence, and the emptiness. We try to investigate the nature of reality with two approaches. Seems very different at the foundation level. One grounded with the mathematical equations, experiments, and theories, relies on evidences, while the other comes from the deep philosophical reflection. Yet both questions the ideas of an objective, independently existing world. Like if we say, what if the very fabric of reality was not as solid and isolated as our everyday experiences makes us believe? Imagine gazing at the world around you only to discover that the objects you take for granted, your coffee cup, the trees, and even yourself are not self-contained entities but part of an intricate, ever-changing tapestry of relationships. This may sound like the musing of ancient Caesar, yet modern quantum physics tells us a remarkably similar story. Also, Buddhist philosophy has long insisted that nothing exists in isolation, a view embodied in the principle of pratitya samutpada, or dependent origination. This ancient insight resonates strikingly with discoveries in quantum mechanics, where the observer effect reveals that measurement is not a passive but actively shapes reality. In the quantum world, particles do not simply sit in a fixed position waiting to be discovered. Instead, they exist in a state of superposition, where they embody multiple possibilities simultaneously. It is only when we engage with these particles, when we observe them, that they adopt a definite state. This observer effect reveals a profound truth. The act of observation is not passive. It plays an active role in shaping the very nature of reality. Here, what we consider the objective properties of matter emerge not from an independent existence, but from a constant interplay between the observer and the observed. This scientific insight finds a resonant echo in the Buddhist philosophy, which teaches that nothing possesses an inherent unchanging essence. The ancient doctrine of pratitya, samutpada, or dependent origination asserts that every phenomena arises through a web of interdependencies, just as quantum entities remain indeterminate until measured. So too is every aspect of our existence, defined not by an isolated essence, but by a network of causes, conditions, and relationships. In this light, the concept of emptiness, shunyata, emerges not as a statement of nihilism, but as a powerful reminder of the interdependent, transient nature of all things. Consider, for instance, the dynamic quantum vacuum, a seething backdrop of energy fluctuations where particles and antiparticles appears and vanishes in a perpetual dance of creation and annihilation. Far from being a barren void, this quantum field is rich with the potential, echoing the Buddhist view of emptiness as a fertile ground of possibility rather than a simple nothingness. In both perspectives, the absence of fixed, independent existence gives rise to an ever unfolding array of phenomena, a reality that is as much about relationships and interaction as it is about individual entities. Moreover, the principle that observation shapes reality unites these seemingly disparate fields. In quantum experiments, the very act of measuring a particle's collapses superposition, bringing a single possibility into being. In a parallel fashion, Buddhist teaching emphasizes that our perceptions and mental constructs actively create the world we experience. Reality is not something we passively observe, it is so created through our engagement with it. The observer, whether in a laboratory or in the silent depths of meditation, is both participant and a creator, intervening their own existence with the fabric of the universe. As we delve deeper, it becomes evident that both quantum physics and Buddhist wisdom reject the notion of an independently existing self-contained world. In the realm of quantum mechanics, entangled particles reveal that even when separated by vast distances, their properties remain inextricably linked, a phenomena that challenges the classical idea of isolated objects. Similarly, the Buddhist perspective teaches that nothing exists in isolation. Every element of the cosmos, from the smallest particle to the largest galaxy, is interconnected through a vast network of interrelations where the essence of each is defined by its connection to the whole. This unified view of reality has profound implications for how we understand ourselves and our place in the world. If the universe is indeed a tapestry woven from interdependent threads, then our sense of a fixed, isolated identity is merely an illusion, a construct arising from a limited perception. Embracing the perspective encourages us to see ourselves as part of a larger dynamic process where every thought, action, and observation contributes to the continuous creation of reality. In this seamless dance of possibility and realization, the boundaries between science and the spirituality begin to blur. Quantum mechanics, with this emphasis on uncertainty and interconnection, complements the ancient wisdom of Buddhism, which has long recognized the fluid, ever-changing nature of existence. Together, they offer not just a theoretical framework, but a way of living, an invitation to relinquish the illusion of separateness and to embrace the interconnectedness that lies at the heart of all things. Ultimately, this unified journey into the depths of quantum mysteries and Buddhist wisdom invites us to reconsider the very nature of truth. It challenges us to move beyond the conventional dualistic view of reality, where the objects are seen as fixed and independent, and instead to recognize the dynamic, relational, and evolving character of the universe. In doing so, we are not only expanding our scientific understanding, but also nurturing a deeper, more compassionate connection with the world, a connection that honors the profound interdependence that defines all of existence. By embracing this perspective, we find that the quest for knowledge is not merely an intellectual pursuit, but a transformative journey that reshapes our very being. In the interplay between the observer and the observed, between potentiality and realization, lies a glimpse of the ultimate truth, a truth that transcends the boundaries of disciplines and speaks to the heart of our shared human experience. Thank you.
Much, Mr. Samrat. And for anybody who hasn't studied philosophy a lot, there were two concepts today raised: one, entity; two, isolates. And I think nobody mentioned conventional analysis and ultimate analysis, and the objects you find, conventional truth, ultimate truth, to look more into that. And with that, we turn to our last speaker, Ms. Pooja.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Pooja. I'm representing my topic, the integrity of the concept of emptiness as coined by the Buddha and analysis by Nagarjuna. The theory of emptiness proposed by Nagarjuna serves as a vivid representation of a developed school of thought. Through this theory, we come to understand that it is incorrect to perceive any substance in the world as entirely dependent or entirely independent. Only adhering to the middle path can a person to be freed from suffering and attain the ultimate state, Parampad, within their lifetime. Buddhist philosopher Nagarjuna, known as the founder of Madhyamika school, externally clarified the core ideas of this tradition through his work Mool Madhyam Karika. He termed this Madhyamika doctrine as Shunyavada, the theory of emptiness, placing special emphasis following of middle path. According to Nagarjuna, the Madhyamika philosophy of emptiness explained that all elements and substance in the world lack independent existence. Their existence empty, meaning they do not have inherent self-sustaining essence. This can be illustrated through this example of a tsunami. Its occurrence is not interdependent, but rather a result of their interreaction between water, air, the pressure created between them. Similarly, even element depend others for its existence. Nagarjuna was not only a Buddhist philosopher but also a profound thinker in logic and language. He played a crucial role shaping Buddhist philosophy by presenting various doctrines, among which the theory of Shunyata, emptiness, holds significant importance. This theory is not only expression of Nagarjuna's independent philosophical exploration, but also reflects key aspects of Buddhist thought. One of the fundamental principles supporting his theory is Pratyasamutpad, dependent origination, which states that everything arises due to specific cause and condition. No phenomenal existence independently, rather is its existence, its contingent upon other factor. Nagarjuna aspects emphasize emptiness is closely linked to the doctrine of Pratyasamutpad is explained through this 12 links of dependent origination called by Dwadash Nidan. Avidya, ignorance, sanskar, mental formation, vigyan, name and form, six senses based, contact, sensation, craving, clinging, becoming, birth and old age and death. These illustrate the cycle of existence, sanskara, and show that all phenomena arise due to interdependent cause. According to Nagarjuna, since everything depends on other factor for its existence, no entity has an independent permanent essence. This idea aligns with the broader Buddhist philosophy that everything is concerned, flex, and devoid of inherent selfhood, anatma. Thus, Nagarjuna theory of Shunyata is deeply interconnected with the concept of dependent origination, reinforcing the idea that all things are empty of instinct, existent and exist only through rational causality. Nagarjuna concept of emptiness is directly related to the principle of dependent origination, Pratyasamutpad, as explained through the 12 links, Dwadash Nidan. This connection highlights that nothing exists independently, rather all things arise due interdependent causes and conditions. Additionally, the based of doctrine of three Lakshana, three marks of existence, further supports the concept of emptiness according to Buddha, the fundamental nature of existence characterized by the three aspects, dukh, suffering, anitya, impermanence, anatma. These three characterize illustrate that nothing possesses a permanent independent essence. Everything is constantly changing, interconnected, and lack of inherent self. Similarly, Nagarjuna Shunyata emphasizes that human existence and all phenomena are devoted of instinct, identity, and existence all through mutual dependence. In Buddhist thought, the concept of Panch Skandha, 5 aggregates, further reveals the essence of Shunyata. These aggregates define human existence but are impermanent and interdependent. Rupa, Vedana, perception and mental formation, and Vigyan. Okay. Last. This paper we have attempt to understand how Buddhist philosophy is related with Nagarjuna principle. This has been clarified through various doctrine of Buddhist philosophy, in which the principle of Madhyam Pratipada, the middle way, plays a crucial role. We have understood it in such a way that person should remain situated on the middle path beyond practice attachment and detachment, which Nagarjuna has termed as shunyata, emptiness.
So much, Pooja, that heroic effort. So with that, we close and we dedicate it us for the relevance in the 21st century. So in the last few years, ever more we see hope the whole world realizes the nature of interconnectedness and dedicate for the long life of His Holiness, the foremost representative of Buddha Shakyamuni and Gon Pulundup in the world today. With that, a big round of applause for our student panel for keeping time and wonderful papers.
Thank you, everyone. We have now come to the end of today's conference. So now I would like to request Venerable Tinzil Hajala to kindly present the white scarves and the certificates as a token of appreciation to the participants. Venerable Tinzin Vesel Menkila. Miss Sring Chuskitla. Mr. Rinzinla, Mr. Ashish ji. Mr. Samrat Singh ji. Mr. Rinzinla. Last. And finally, we have Miss Pooja ji. We have arranged high tea. It is downstairs, and if you go by lift, you will have to click on P1 level. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request all of you to kindly
Hello.
go downstairs for the high tea. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to kindly go downstairs for the high tea. We have a tea arrangement, and we have tea and refreshments being arranged on the ground floor. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.